Day and good evening. Welcome to KUAM News Decision 2024 coverage. I'm Nick Delgado coming to you live from Election Central here at the University of Guam Fieldhouse in Manila. We have our teams canvassing across the island from Jason Salas, where the tabulation machine are right now running those ballots and awaiting the first batch of results. We did see some of those precinct officials from village areas like Dedido and Zotnia making their way out of the field house, and now those ballots are being run through the machines. Earlier tonight, you did hear from our Jason Salas speaking with Dr. Ron McNinch on the University of Guam student exit poll that we will bring to you in just a moment when we hear from Ron. But on the ballot tonight is, of course, 11 Democrat candidates, 14 Republican candidates. Also, a big race that many have been eyeing throughout this election season is the Democrat race, with incumbent James Moreland going against his challenger, Ginger Cruz. Multiple mayoral candidates also in contested races, as at least a handful of mayors have since decided not to continue on in their long-time held positions, as well as the public auditor position that's on the ballot tonight. We have several Consolidated Commission on Utility members, Guam Education Board members, judicial retention, and a straw poll for the President of the United States of America. These are the candidates that are on tonight's ballot, and we're awaiting those results. We will bring you in just a moment as we get them tonight. But first, I want to recap some of the results that we got from the UOG student exit poll just a couple of hours ago before coming to you here tonight. Of course, again, we have our teams across the island waiting to give you the latest look at the Republican camp. First off, our Destiny Cruz will be speaking with the incumbent James Moreland, as well as some of the Republican candidates and supporters there. They're set up at the venue in Hagutnya. For the Democratic Party, we have the challenger for the delegate race, Ginger Cruz, who's set up at her campaign headquarters in Tamuning across the Lupang Beach Tower. She's invited Democrat candidates there as well. And tonight we'll have multiple commentators coming on to speak with us, including Dr. Ron McNinch, who was able to get about 300 of his students to take a poll here. Here are the exit poll results that he released just about 8 o'clock this evening, showing a tie for the delegate race between Ginger Cruz and James Moreland. But we saw on that exit poll results, James Moreland coming in at plus 1%. I want to bring on Dr. Ron McNinch right now onto our set so that he can kind of unpack some of the results that we were seeing here in his exit poll. Hafaday, Dr. McNinch.
Hafaday.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
So tell us a little bit about the exit poll that you did with about 300 students that took it, right? First off, let's unpack the delegate race. It shows a clear tie among those who participated, but with Moreland at plus 1%. What does that mean?
So we had 300 voters in the poll, and so 3 people said they like Moreland more than Ginger out of 300. So it's only 1% difference, and really for numbers that small, really to me it's a tie right now as far as our exit poll went.
Yeah, I mean, 1%, that's kind of what the Guam Election Commission looks toward on the actual results, right? And so it really could be a toss-up of what the outcome could be tonight.
Right, and in that particular poll, that just means that only 3 people out of 300 said one over the other. And so that's a really, we'll see where it goes tonight.
It really nails in that every vote counts, because that one vote could make a difference.
Well, it certainly did for the exit poll. Absolutely.
Yeah. Let's talk about the senatorial races. It looks like the Republicans, they gained the majority. I'm going to go over the first top 15 real quick here. We had Therese Sarlahi at number 1, Chris Barnett, Frank Blas Jr., Shelley Calvo, a newcomer, Sabrina Salas Matanani, a newcomer, Jesse Lujan, Tello Taidagui, Joe San Augustine, Tina Munoz Barnes, Sabina Perez, Tony Atta, former senator returning, Chris Duenas, Sean Gumatauto, a newcomer, Will Parkinson, Vince Borja, another newcomer, and then it goes further down past the 15 there.
Right, and Joanne Brown is tied for 15/16 with Vince Borja, so that's still a toss-up. But again, the lower numbers below 16, they kind of, this is this is early in the day when we did this poll, so later in the day they might juggle up and down a little bit. So usually the 11th through 15th positions can shift a little bit, and somebody can come all the way down from 19th or 20th and move up during the day. So these measures are, when they're taken, they're early in the day, and so they can change a little bit.
A lot of people always look forward to your exit poll results. Why do you think that's been in years past?
It's just fun. It's fun to talk, and it's fun to see if it works. Sometimes we found in the past, sometimes the supporters would target our students and then pack the poll, and it would throw it off. So we've taken precautions to stop that. And the funny thing is on the congressional one, it was so close. I even ran all the numbers myself all over again just to double check, and because it's kind of fun. It's a way to use our research methods and see how our research methods work.
And in elections past, how has that compared to the actual results from the elections?
Usually we're able to predict at least 13 of the 15 when we do the exit poll. So of this group of the top 15, we will probably hit at least 13 on average. I think the low year was like 11. That's when it was a really a lot of change in the legislature. This legislature's got some change. A number of incumbents, according to the exit poll, didn't make it. And part of it is just the dynamics of the legislature itself.
Yeah. Anything specific that sparked your interest, I guess, in the 37th that kind of would sway some of your poll participants in this direction?
Yeah, I think that in general, and we talk about this all the time, when you have a governor who's governor for more than one term into the second term, a lot of the jobs migrate, the Democrat jobs will migrate to the Democrat governor, and that leaves open spots in the legislature, so the legislature becomes Republican. And the same goes when there's a Republican governor, all the jobs migrate with the Republican legislators, they go into the executive branch, and then the legislature will turn Democrat. And so this is a normal cycle. If the legislature does indeed become Republican in this election, it would be what V.O. Key, a very famous political scientist, would call a critical election in terms of changing the majority due to the who's the governor.
Yeah, and I think what's also interesting to note is the Election Commission said high number of registered voters. Of course, that was with regard to the motor voter, right? People wanting to get their driver's license updated, but still, it's something to be impressed about. Are more people showing up to the polls?
I think it's people want to get out of the house after COVID. And so now we're getting back to normal. People are happy to go. I was this morning I was at Ukudu for 2 hours taking part of the poll, and I try to collect the data myself to get the feel of how the data collection is. And people were just happy to go vote. So that was one of the fun things about it.
Okay. Anything else you want to talk about or predict for the night? I mean, we always ask the GEC how long they think it may be before the results are in. They have a machine that's going to run these ballots at least 3 times faster.
Yeah, the best way I can put it is waiting on election night is like waiting outside the delivery room for your kid to be born. I mean, it's that same feeling that you have. It's like you're kind of anticipating. So that's what we'll look forward to.
Okay, well, we look forward to speaking with you, of course, throughout the night, and congratulations on your exit poll results. Again, a tie, a close call by 3 votes between candidate Ginger Cruz and incumbent James Moylan. It was incumbent Moylan who got that plus 1%, the 3 extra votes of the 300 that did respond. And right now on KUAM.com as well as KUAM social media pages, you can take a look at who are the top 20 senatorial candidates, of course, with Dr. Ramanujan's exit poll. Thank you so much for you and for your students that participated in tonight's poll. And we'll be speaking with you more throughout the night.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay. And again, our team will be continuing to bring you coverage from throughout the night here from Election Central at the Fieldhouse, where Jason Salas will be bringing you the results. And then we also have Mitsuki Hirayama speaking with the Democrat Party over at Ginger Cruz's camp, where she invited some of the Democrat candidates as well and supporters, and Destiny Cruz, who's expected to meet with the incumbent James Moylan and Republican candidates over at the venue in Hagåtña. We will speak with more of our commentators throughout the night and bring you the results. You're watching your Decision 2024 coverage here on KUAM.
Docomo Pacific is on a mission. Whether you're a small business or a large enterprise, we believe fast internet's no longer just an option, it's a necessity. That's why we're committed to bringing fiber to everyone. As your business needs expand, we're working to bridge the digital divide by making strong, swift connections scalable to any business, ensuring you have the connectivity required and then some. Building for tomorrow's needs today. Fiber for everyone. Docomo Pacific Business.
Half a day and welcome back to your Decision 2024 coverage. I'm Nick Delgado with KUAM News, joined by a familiar face on our airwaves, Regine Bisco-Lee. Half a day.
Half a day, Nick. How are you?
It's been good. It's been a busy day out there for many who have been campaigning, electioneering, and checking out the precincts throughout the island. You were one of them?
Yeah, absolutely. So we started our day off strong, dropped the kids off at school, and then we were just kind of hanging out in Tamuning at JFK. Saw a lot of really great energy and activity there throughout the morning. I also stopped by Hagåtña and Sinahaña polling sites, so it was a really great opportunity to kind of talk with voters and supporters and just get out there.
What's been the pulse of those people that you've been speaking to? Because you ran for public office before. You've been a seated senator prior, but seeing what they're like out there, what's the sense that you're getting? Are they more interested in the political process, and are we seeing more voters turn out?
So actually, I had an opportunity to meet with a bunch of new voters, first-time voters, so that's always exciting for them. And then there were also, the last time we had a non-gubernatorial election, there was also a ton of COVID drama going on. So a number of folks who maybe at the time of the elections really weren't in a space where they felt comfortable enough to be in public places, and there was still a lot of hesitancy in terms of the voting at that time in 2020. But this year, all of that is gone. I feel like there still is a little bit of apathy in our community, unfortunately, just not the kind of turnout that we were used to in years past. And so that's something that we've really been trying to combat, really trying to get lots of folks engaged. I know you guys have been doing a really great job of trying to get especially our young folks engaged. But in Tamuning, we did see a pretty steady stream of voters coming through, and that's always exciting to see people exercise their rights and to get out there and have their voices heard.
One thing that the Election Commission continuously said they were excited about this year is a record number of registered voters, and that's a good way that we were able to get people to actually register when they go out and go to the DMV.
Right, so motor voter, and we have, I think, Senator Mary Torres to thank for that law. And another piece of that is just reminding folks that they are registered. And so just go on that Election Commission website, just check. They've made it so easy for folks to check their registration, make sure that everything is still good to go, and then turn out to the polls. So yeah, really, really good stuff.
We just spoke with Dr. Rogmanich because everyone is always looking forward to seeing what his UOG student exit poll looks like. 300 polled, and it placed a tie for both the delegate candidates, with incumbent Moylan with a 0.1% lead, just by 3 additional votes. In the senatorial race, it looks like the Republicans gained the majority there. What's your take on reviewing those results?
The most important poll results to me are the ones at the very end when every single vote is tallied. But I think it just goes to show, especially in a community as small as ours, that every single vote counts. And so, as we were 7 p.m., 7:30, we're still sending messages, making those phone calls, making sure every single members of our family and friend groups are out there, that we're able to get a chance to get out there and vote, because every single vote really does count, especially if it's going to come really close to potential majority in the legislature or our representative in Congress. And so all of those things are really important, but just eager to see even the first tallies and the first set of results roll in.
Yeah, we're eager to see that as well. And we're going to toss to our Jason Salas in just a moment to see where he is, because we're hearing that the first batch has already been counted from a large village from Dededo, even Zotnia as well. Those are a highly contested mayoral race down in Zotnia. Is there anything else that you want to leave with our viewers here tonight?
I just really want to say thank you to the Guam Election Commission, to the KUAM team for keeping us all up to date every step of the way during this election season, but definitely a huge shout out to Maria Pangilinan, to all the poll watchers that were out there. It literally takes villages, right? And so we just want to thank everybody for being a part of it, everybody who came out to vote, especially our first-time voters. Want to encourage them to come out every single election and participate.
Former Senator Regine Biscoli, thank you so much always for your time and for your participation in the elections. All right, let's toss it over now to Jason Salas, who's standing by. Jace, do you have any results?
All right, thanks a lot so much, Nick. We are here at Election Central, and I got to tell you, the tempo, the intensity, the electricity, everything is palpable here. Very, very excited. It's a spirit of positivity, everybody practicing democracy, and the wonderful men and women, the volunteers that have been working all day to my immediate left, to the right on your TV screen, they're working very, very hard to tabulate. You see behind me, those are the men and women of the Guam Election Commission, the commissioners, the volunteers, the staffers, the board. They are actually preparing the ballots right now. And I'm reading some of the comments, both on Facebook and on YouTube. And the one that seems to pop up right now is people are saying, how long is tonight's ballot tabulation process going to take? Well, judging from the tempo right now, that is the question. And we're, it's 10:17 right now. The island's various 19 polling precincts closed about 2 hours and 17 minutes prior to right now. And we have already seen Hagatnya was the first village that had a precinct finish their tabulations. Now remember, each voting precinct may have multiple teams in them, but Hagatnya was first. There were several teams from Jotnya that already completed their work. Some more still there on the floor doing the counting. Ordet Salampago has had several teams already complete theirs and submit their ballots for tabulation into those machines. Once again, the brand new machines from Electronic Systems and Software, they are the 950 series. They can handle 300 ballots per minute, and this is about an improvement of past elections about 2.5 times. So things are moving very, very quickly here. The mood is certainly electric. It seems like every minute now there's a team that has completed their work. Everybody is very, very happy. They said, we're going to go home.
It's inside here.
We still got work tomorrow. Some of them are going to jump on the live stream, see what's going on. But very exciting. Here it is right now. So no results for you yet, but as soon as we get them right now, they are being worked on. You see the teams various putting the ballots through those tabulation machines. Once again, they can handle about a pace of about 300 per minute. That is a 2.5 times improvement of what we have seen in previous elections. The primary election that we had back in September, we finished at about 2:15 in the morning, and I've been doing these elections for about 25 years now. This is my 13th election here with KUAM. They're rarely that fast. It was very, very efficient, very smooth, no major discrepancies. Let me ask you. Hi, congratulations. What village are you guys?
Sweet.
Okay, there's another Dedido, what, Ukudu or Wenigao? Okay, Ukudu, another team of very, very happy volunteers. Happy. That's the third or fourth team I've talked to already from Ukudu. There's been at least one from Weddingale. Some of the island's biggest villages, as I said, Jotnya has already checked in. They are checking in right now. So as for when we're going to finish, we're still waiting for that first batch of results. But when they first come in, you can expect it to be quite large because there is a lot of activity right now on either side of the curtain as the ballots are being tabulated, and hopefully we'll have some results for you very, very soon because we know that's what you're here for in all the races that are here. The congressional race, the senatorial, the race for mayor, vice mayor. We've got a lot for you in right now, so please continue to watch the live stream as we continue our coverage of Decision 2024 live from Election Central here at the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse in Manila. We're back in a few minutes.
Get the latest deals, steals, info on sales, events, places to try, and even big giveaways on KUAM Circular. Don't miss out. Follow us on Instagram and Facebook and get on board today.
Get your sandwich fix on demand with Submarina, now available on the Uno Go app. Your sandwich, your way with all the fixings delivered to your door. Submarina, one of the many restaurants here to instantly satisfy your cravings with fast, safe, and convenient delivery from Uno Go. Visit Uno.
Is November too early for Christmas music? Not here at Breeze 93.9 FM. Set your radio to 93.9 FM or listen to us via KUAM.com or the KUAM News app for holiday music every hour with Holiday Head Start. It all leads up to our holiday music takeover on Black Friday, November 29th, where we're playing Christmas music 24/7. From beloved tomorrow hymns to holiday classics and essentials from Mariah to Bublé. We're getting the season started early with Holiday Head Start. Happy Holiday Head Start from Breeze 93.9 FM. Now streaming on the KUAM News app or KUAM.com. Holiday Head Start is brought to you by Taco Bell. Live Moss.
November is not just a time to prepare for the holiday season. It also marks Movember, a month that's dedicated to raising awareness about men's health issues, including cancer, chronic illnesses, and mental health and wellness.
Movember is more than just growing a mustache. It's a movement that encourages men to take charge of their health and to have important conversations about what's going on in their lives.
Did you know that 1 in 9 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer in their lifetime, and that men are significantly less likely to seek help for mental health issues than women? This month, we're encouraging all men to take a proactive approach to their health.
Simple steps like getting regular checkups and screenings, talking to your friends and family about your feelings and symptoms, and exercising regularly can make a big difference. Join us this Movember to raise awareness and support one another, and take action with our health and well-being.
Docomo Pacific is on a mission. Whether you're a small business or a large enterprise, we believe fast internet's no longer just an option, it's a necessity. That's why we're committed to bringing fiber to everyone. As your business needs expand, we're working to bridge the digital divide by making strong, swift connections scalable to any business, ensuring you have the connectivity required and then some. Building for tomorrow's needs today. Fiber for everyone. Docomo Pacific Business.
Hafide, welcome back to your KUAM News Decision 2024 live coverage. Coming to you from Election Central inside the University of Guam Fieldhouse. We just heard from Jason Salas, who is giving us an update on how the ballots are being ran through the tabulation machines 3 times faster than elections passed with the 950 model machines that the Guam Election Commission has here tonight. We're also starting to receive reports over from the campsites. Mitsuki Hirayama already speaking with, we're hearing the candidate for Guam Delegate Ginger Cruz and some of the other candidates that have shown up there. We'll get you those interviews in just a moment. But right now we have someone else, like one of our other commentators, that's joining us here at the Election Central. It's Zia Sandoval. She's with the University of Guam. Hafide, Zia.
Hafide, hello.
And so how's the election process been for students here at the university?
So I think one of the bigger things that got the election rolling for students was a lot of candidates have been coming over to classes and speaking to the students. And I remember, me and my partner Nicole, who's going to come in next, one of the main things that we talked about in a previous discussion forum actually for the election and getting young voters to, participate more was we wanted more candidates to come into schools and let the students get to know them more and what they're all about, so that students know, like, they can connect the names to, the faces that are coming in. Because I think a lot of students, including me, when I first started, we didn't exactly know, like all these politicians and what they were doing. We just kind of, see the names everywhere and on the billboards. So that's definitely what got the election rolling for people. And then after that, the more students got to interact with these candidates, firsthand, I actually see a lot of my friends and my peers on social media, they were actually posting like, oh, I voted. So I thought that was really, really good.
I think one thing that a lot of new voters and first-time voters experience is there's so much uncertainty, and then they question, does my vote actually count? Were you able to vote in elections past, and what was that experience like for you?
So for me, when I had previously voted, I was very new to the whole political scene as well for Guam. I didn't really know a lot of what these candidates and what, the parties and what the weight of each vote really held. When I voted this year, I definitely felt that my vote counted a lot more, especially speaking to these candidates. Being Dr. McNinch's teaching assistant, I got to interact with them one-on-one and actually ask them a bunch of questions that students were voicing but couldn't exactly reach them about. So I would say, yeah, like the weight for my vote, I felt it was in time it felt heavier, and especially because Guam has a more condensed population, the vote definitely has more weight because, like we're a smaller population, and yeah, the whole consensus kind of goes across the board for that.
And you were able to participate in the exit poll, the one that was released this evening?
Yeah, so I was actually helping Dr. McNinch with distributing the exit poll. I was at the League One Elementary School site because of my last name, of course. But we had a bunch of other students who wanted extra credit for some classes too, and some of them were just willing to help out with participating with distributing the exit poll, which was really an hour tops, just catching people before they leave and saying, hey, can you answer this poll real quick? It's for Dr. McNinch. We just want to see some of the results. Like, everyone wants to see, even the candidates, they really like that kind of thing.
What's the feedback that you got from some of those people out there? Were they a bit hesitant? How did you get them to actually take the time to participate after they casted their ballot?
So after they casted their ballot, it was more so like, you have to reach out to them as a fellow voter and then kind of voice out like, hey, I actually didn't really know what was going on too. Like when I started out with my major, I had no idea what was going on, but eventually you kind of get a little bit more out there. You kind of just, it's not just the politicians kind of meeting the community. It's also, you kind of have to step out of your comfort zone as a community member to get to know who you're trying to vote for. Because if you want change to happen, you need to look for the best candidate who can get that change rolling along, I'd say.
Yeah, good advice for especially a lot of the younger generation out there. What would you suggest they do? Because that was one step you were able to experience where the candidates went physically into your classroom and spoke to the students, spoke to some of these first-time voters. But what other advice would you give to some of the younger voters who still kind of are on the fence about getting involved in the political process?
So for first-time voters, here's what I did, especially because we're in the age of social media and everything is available online. Well, one, you need to have a lot of situational awareness and you need to have media literacy. It's easy to gain that skill, the longer you're in school, especially in high school now. But one of the things that I did was if I had a certain issue that I wanted to be solved, I would research on these candidates, whoever I would see the most, kind of sponsored ads on Instagram or Facebook, for example. And, they have their own websites. And they also have a lot of information in their media ads. So, kind of delve more into what they have to say on their websites. There's a ton of news articles out there about these candidates. You can go, you can digest this information as far back as 2015, whoever was still active at the time, and some of them are just coming back. So definitely be more proactive in your approach if you want change to happen. That's, the first thing I would have to say for first-time voters.
Okay. And get registered.
Oh yes, I mean we do have the motor voter kind of thing going on. So I remember when I wasn't really that interested in voting, I didn't vote this one time, and then I got a mail, like a letter in the mail, and it said, "Oh, you didn't vote, so now you have to re-register." And I was like, "Okay, I'll just re-register." So if that happens to you, don't worry about it. You'll pick up on it eventually, the older you get. But yeah, that's what happened to me. So.
Zia, thank you so much for all the insight. And yeah, is there anything else that you want to impart on our viewers? Just kind of leave them with some final notes while we wait for the results.
Okay, so some final notes, especially going out to students. I know a bunch of you guys know that $4 million was pulled from UOG's budget, and I just want to say that just kind of a shout out to a bunch of our students. The faculty, they weren't involved in on this idea, but we did have a rally on October 29th in regards to their concerns for a lot of, the tuition budgets and all that, because a lot of these students are first generation diploma earners. So a lot of them were very concerned about their future in terms of tuition and UOG, and a lot of them were thinking, oh, I might not be able to come in next semester. So I just want to say, keep trying, you guys. Keep putting your concerns out there, because the senators will hear you. And, your voice will have weight to it. It will spur on change. So that's all I have to really say.
Nice. Keep speaking up, and even well after the election is over with, that's the time to really continue to push your elected leaders to get out there and make things and make change happen just for you. Thank you, Zia Sandoval, so much for your time. I really appreciate your insight. I think we're going to head back out over to our Jason Salas to see what's the latest. Hey, Jace.
All right, thanks, Nick. Great interview there. All right. Hi, everybody. Remember me? I talked to you about 10 minutes ago and everything, and at that point we were saying that several villages had finished, several precincts, I should say, had finished their tabulations. Follow me if you will, all right? Camera, follow me around here, because I want to give you guys a look at how much progress is being made right now. Behind here are where all of the hand count stations are right now. Look at that. In all the years I've been doing Guam elections, I've never seen it work this efficiently, this quickly. We are getting a lot of work done here right now. These are very hardworking precinct officials from all 19 of the island's various precincts. They have been clearing out their precincts right now. I've seen PD turn it in for the night. I've seen several more precincts in Weddingale. There have been Jotnya, and all of my friends in Jotnya, all the ones who I've met tonight and everything, they all wanted me to tell you, Jotnya rules as they complete their work right now. And remember, this is a 3-stage process. So after the ballots come here, the precinct officials, they convey around a table, they hand count the ballots, and then they prepare their report. And then let's go back over to where we have the actual ballot tabulation machines. These are these machines, once again, that are brought from the vendor electronic systems and software. These are capable of doing 300 ballots a minute. And you see them, they're working really, really hard right now. The folks over at the Guam Election Commission getting it done. No results as of yet, but as far as the process and everything, it's working very, very fast, very, very smooth. We hope to have some sort of an indication on when the first batch of results is going to be. Now, for those of you who really, really enjoyed Guam politics and you were with us back in the primary election, back in when we did our live stream back in September, you remember that typically the Guam Election Commission will maybe do a series of six updates through the course of the night, sometimes 8, sometimes as many as like 14. They just want to get little batch updates out to you as possible so you can kind of track it. What they did during the primary election was they said, you know, we're only going to go for 3, so these are going to be a little bit more spaced out, maybe about an hour apart, but they are substantial. They're very, very big, and when the numbers come in, they are going to be very telling about the congressional race, about the senatorial race, the mayoral race, the vice mayoral race, the Consolidated Commission on Utilities, the Guam Education Policy Board, the judicial retention race, all the things that you, as the electorate, had the opportunity to get out today and go make your... Hey, how's it going? I'm seeing a lot of my friends are finished. How's it feel to be finished?
Amazing. Our team did really, really well, and our voters went smoothly.
There we go. Okay. It feels amazing. My friend Sash says, but one of the words from a lot of the precinct officials, they're so proud and so happy to be able to serve Guam in this capacity. Remember, these are volunteers, and you know, they probably took the day off of work today. They've got work tomorrow, so they've had a very, very long day, but they're working very efficiently, doing very, very positive work. No discrepancies as of yet, so we're very happy to see that. There's a lot going on right now. No results as of yet, but as soon as we get them, we will be bringing them to you on all of our platforms, all of our social media channels. Hi, what village are you guys? Agania Heights. All right, I grew up in Agania Heights. There you go. So we've got the very first Agania Heights precinct is finished. All right, that's where my grandparents are from. Have a wonderful night. Okay, so we are going to go now live to Matsuki Hirayama, who is in the field with the Lieutenant Governor of Guam, Acting Governor Josh Tenorio. Here's Matsuki.
Half a day, the night is just getting started here at Ginger Cruz's campaign headquarters in Samaning. Now, as you can see behind me, her supporters are all gathered here, and they have a spread of table. It's feeling very island-style fiesta. Now, I want to bring you to the outside because there's also something happening out here. As you can see, she has a tent set up outside. Her supporters are just starting the night. They're eating right now. And there is also a live band right behind me, as you can see. They are still practicing, but no doubt this camp is ready to wait out the long night until the final results are in. Now I want to bring you over here to this side. You'll be shocked to see this. Come here. Now Ginger has a backdrop ready for us, and she is joining us here as well. Hi Ginger, how are you?
How are you, Matsuki?
Great, great.
Did you have a busy day?
Oh yeah, and you as well, I'm sure.
So busy. So we went to every single precinct all around the island, from the center to the south, up to the north, and we had folks at every single location, and it was just incredible. I mean, the energy, the waving, it was really something.
Awesome. And your campaign season has now come to an end. How do you reflect on that? Are you confident tonight?
So I think we have done everything we could possibly do. And the one thing I think that makes us feel the best is when you have the feeling that you didn't leave anything unsaid, you didn't leave anything undone. Every single one of our volunteers and all the people that made this happen have really been a part of this energy and this family that has come together around the campaign. So we are having this party tonight mostly to thank all of the supporters and all of the people that got us to this point, and we're so proud of what we've done.
Right. And now I know that you invited the other members of the Democratic Party here, and
there's the Lieutenant Governor right there.
If you want to pan over here, the Lieutenant Governor is right here. Lieutenant, do you want to join us real quick? You can join us here.
Hi, good. Welcome.
How are you doing, Lieutenant Governor?
Very good. Excited. Looking forward to the first results. And very confident that our candidate here, Ginger, is going to pull this off.
Cool. And I know you do. You have endorsed Ginger for the Congress race. Is there any other races that you guys are keeping your eye on tonight?
Well, obviously, looking at the legislature, hoping that we get some senators that we can work with. We have a lot of work to do in these next 2 years. And of course, the mayor's races, right? There's maybe a half dozen competitive races out there, and looking forward to all the work that's going to be done in the villages. Some good people running all around.
And Ginger, I know that this is your first time actually running for public office.
It is.
In comparison, the delegate incumbent has been, this is his second term that he is seeking. How do you feel confident that you will win tonight?
So, I feel confident that the people of Guam are going to decide what's best for them. And I also feel confident that we did every single thing that we needed to do to make sure that the people of Guam understood what we bring to the table and what all of our supporters felt about our campaign. So I am going to leave it in the voters' hands. I'm not going to guess, because at this point it's in God's hands, it's in the voters' hands. But I can tell you we are extremely confident of the work that we did.
All right, we'll hear from more from you tonight, and hopefully from your supporters. For now, back to you in the studio.
All right, thanks so much, Matsuki, out there in the field. Now, many more island precincts are completing their work. The various subgroups within each of the 19 precincts here on our wonderful island of Guam, they are finishing their work. I saw PD just passed a few moments ago, and, of course, the mayor of PD, Jesse Alec, very, very proud of him. He's running unopposed in his mayoral race. So PD is one of the villages that is completed. You see here behind me again, many of the ballot, those iron boxes way behind me off in the distance, those are the ballots that have been turned in and are waiting to be collated, sorted, and finalized by those electronic reading machines. So that's coming up once again. Results hopefully very, very soon. All right, but as I was talking about at the top of our live stream, right, the village and the team with the distinct honor of being the very first one to finish was Sagatnya, and then later on it was Ukuru who was the second. So I got a chance to speak with some of the volunteers and what their thoughts were on being the first one done. Congratulations, the first district to actually complete your ballot tabulations from Guam's capital. Sagatnya is in the house. Congratulations. Thank you. How does it make you feel?
Relieved.
Very relieved.
I'm ready to go to sleep.
How long have you been up?
Since like 4:30.
Tell me about the teamwork though, because you guys are a very, very small group, but obviously you get along well and everything. What was it like to actually work together?
Went well. Yeah, honestly it went well. There was a lot of trial and error, but we learned as we go. This is actually our second time working.
So we had a plan to get out faster than the last time.
And it worked.
That was the objective. Yeah. The last election was very different for us.
What does it mean to you guys to be able to contribute to our island and to democracy in this way?
I would say it's very meaningful, even if it's just in a small way like this. And we're doing our best to contribute to our community and hopefully get the votes out faster so we can find out the results.
Okay, so most important question, right? It's not that late. You guys are the first one, not even 9:30 yet, right? What are you guys gonna do now? You guys gonna go eat?
We're gonna go sleep. Yeah, we're gonna go sleep.
That's true. You do have one. Well, you've certainly earned it. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies, second team to finish. Hagatna beat you guys by 4 minutes.
4 minutes, yeah.
I mean, but it's not a race. It's not a competition.
Not, but it feels good to be done.
Okay, which precinct are you representing?
18B, Denny.
There you go.
Delta. Opidu. We're down at Opidu. Yeah.
Okay, that's a big village. That's a lot of ballots.
Yeah.
What was it? What was the foot traffic like today?
Off and on. Off and on. Yeah. But it was it looked like a better turnout than primary.
Yes.
Very good. Okay, so how does it feel that you guys are now done?
Oh, it's a relief.
It's a relief. We've been there since 5 in the morning.
We're done. Good night.
Good night.
Well, thank you for your service to Guam.
Thank you. All right.
There's your teammates too.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Drive safe. Once again, those were precinct volunteers, both from Guam's capital of Hagatna, and then one of the many precincts within Guam's most populous village, that of course is Derido, who finished their tabulations from the Ukadu High School. Now I want to draw your attention, if I may, for just a moment to the ballot tabulation machines in the back. As I said, you probably can make that out that there are 4 machines in the back. 2 of them are the 950 series, the ones the Guam Election Commission just acquired this year. They're the very, very fast ones. We also have 2 of the ones that we have previously used. Those are the ones that are labeled right now with the names Kin and Ta. The new ones have not been named yet. There is a rumor going around right now. I've talked to some of the people in the Guam Election Commission, and they're coming up with a concept maybe that if they can pick maybe the commissioner or the precinct volunteer who can correctly predict what time we actually count the last ballot tonight, and they get that correct to the minute, that they will possibly name that unnamed machine after that person. So that's a little bit of the subplot that's going around here. But one of the other subplots we had was, as Nick was talking to students from the University of Guam, was the exit poll. Dr. Ron McNish's public administration students in the past have been very, very accurate. Those polls tend to reflect the true nature of the balloting when they do come in. So let's go back now to Nick, who has more on the method.
Hey Jace, thanks so much for sharing what's the latest out there, the tabulation machines. Get us some results already. Meantime, we're back here at Election Central, joined by Nicole Guerrero with the University of Guam. How's the day, Nicole?
Hi, Nick.
So, were you involved in the exit poll process, just like we spoke with Zia earlier?
I was not involved in it, but I did know about the exit poll that was currently happening and how some of the UOG students got involved in that.
Yeah. Did you get to take a look at the results? And if so, what are your thoughts on that?
I did get to see the results that KUAM posted. I thought it was really surprising, and it's interesting to see whether or not it'll stick, right? I mean, they did an early morning poll, so it'll be interesting to see if that trend kind of held up throughout the day or if we see some shifting happening.
Yeah, right now we're just waiting for that first batch of results. But how was the election season for you? Because Zia was telling me that some of the candidates were actually coming into the classrooms to speak to the students.
Yeah, so this election season was really my first season voting, and I actually had a lot of fun with it. I was able to meet a lot of the candidates, and I agree with what Zia said. Like, this was the first election, at least in the time that I've been able to vote, where I saw candidates really engaging the youth and coming to these events specifically to talk to the youth and to let the youth know about what their platform was.
How was your first time?
Honestly, it was hard, right? A lot of the candidates had a lot of differing opinions. A lot of them had the same opinions, and there was like 1 or 2 topics where I'm like, okay, I agree with you on this, but like I don't like how your opinions on this topic. So, but just knowing what each candidate kind of stood for was really beneficial for me coming into the polls and knowing, like, looking at those names and being like, okay, they're not just names on a billboard. Like, they actually have policies and they have ideas for how to make the island better.
Yeah, and sometimes it's really about what's in it for me, right? And for instance, for you and for your fellow classmates, it's about what's in it for me as a student here at the university. And so what were some of the things that were important when you were hearing candidates on the campaign trail?
Yeah, so I serve on the Student Government Association at UOG, and the biggest concern for us lately has been the funding of the University of Guam. And so a lot of the students like myself have been really looking at what candidates support in terms of funding our higher education, because that directly impacts us, and we see how much our university needs additional funding and how much support we need from our legislature. So that's been really big for us. And then also just the state of education in general in our islands with our public school system alongside our higher education system.
We hear time and time again from elected officials, from elected leaders on the island. It's public safety, health, education. Do you feel as a student yourself that education has been a priority?
To be honest, no. I think education in all capacity hasn't seemed like a priority for a lot of the candidates, at least in my eyes. I mean, our public school, we're constantly seeing on the news, has been falling apart and deteriorating. And a lot of the concerns the youth has really brought forth is, listen, those are our schools that we just came out of, and now they're doing double sessions. Some of them are closed because they still haven't passed health inspections, or they're falling apart. And that's just something that we don't want to see from schools that we came out of. And then the school that we're currently at, we're also seeing the same issue of every year we're hearing that it's underfunded. We're hearing there's a potential for tuition increase, things like that. And it all stems from, I think, the fact that perhaps our public officials don't really value education, even though it's a major talking point during election season.
Yeah, what were some of the highlights for you for those candidates that did go into the classroom and take that time to speak with you and your students?
So I think it was really telling for me when, they would be asked on what is your plans to support higher education given all of the setbacks UOG has faced, and the answers they've given were either very productive and, these are the solutions I propose. Why don't we try looking into this to see how we can better support UOG? But then other times candidates got really defensive, right? Of, well, we have other priorities for our island, and that's just
That was the response?
Yes, we've gotten response of, UOG severely underfunded. We want you to prioritize. We want you to look into higher education and how you're supporting it. And some of the responses we've got is it's a matter of priority. And, that tells us as students, the underlying text is we are not the priority. And so I think that affects how a lot of young voters see our politicians of, you are telling me to my face as a constituent, I am not a priority.
Were you and some of your classmates able then, after the candidates left, to kind of discuss and go over what you just heard?
Yeah, so a lot of us were able to discuss and talk about what we heard, and a lot of us were very disappointed, right? For a lot of us, it's our first election cycle, maybe our second election cycle, and this is our first time interacting with these politicians and voicing out a concern to them, and for that to be the response that we get. We've made it clear to the politicians, we understand there's a lot of priorities on our island, but as constituents, this is what we are being affected by, and for them to say, well, other people have it worse, is just not really the response that we're looking to get.
And you make a good point. This isn't just about you and your classmates. This is about the students that are now in high school and elementary and middle school, and those schools that you went to before making it to the University of Guam. And so what more, when it comes to prioritizing education, do you really need to explain to them, right?
Yeah, and I like to harp on the fact that a lot of our island leaders say the youth is the future of our island, and so I like to say, put your actions where your words are, because if you're saying that we are the future of the island, what we would really love is for you to take a look at the issues that are important to us and actually make it clear to us that you're listening to us and that you're taking our feedback and what we want to see out of our government into consideration when you're crafting these policies.
Hey, Nicole, as a first-time voter, thank you so much for participating. Any advice you would give to others as in the next couple of years, we'll get to do this all again?
So for my first-time voters, I know that sometimes it's scary and you don't really know who you're voting for going into it, and you just see these faces on the billboard. I think, honestly, do your research. There's a lot of information out there that's public. A lot of the times you're able to talk to these individuals running for office, and don't be afraid to ask them questions and ask them what it is that they stand for, because at the end of the day, they're asking for your votes, and to represent you, you deserve to know what they stand for as an individual.
Nicole Guerrero with the University of Guam, thank you so much for speaking with us. We'll speak with you a little bit more in the night.
Yes, thank you
All right.
so much for having me.
Thanks, Nicole. And now let's send it back over to Jason Salas. I think he has some results. Hey, Jace,
Okay, welcome back, everybody. KUAM's continuing coverage of Decision 2024 as the time is getting very, very close to when hopefully we'll have our first collection batch of first election results. Now, remember what I was telling you from the last time. The GEC made a little bit of a slight decision in the primary election, and they said rather than doing a whole bunch of small updates throughout the night, they were going to save it and maybe they initially planned to do 3, they wound up doing 4 over the course of a 5-hour balloting process. 4 batch updates. They were each substantial, each very, very big, each very, very indicative of how the races would play out. So, of course, Nick was just talking to the students at the University of Guam about their process right now. But let's go back out to the field now as we continue to wait for our first batch of results. If we get them, we'll bring them to you as soon as we can. But Destiny Cruz is standing by with incumbent Congressman Jim Moylan about his thoughts on a very, very trying but fulfilling day.
What are you feeling right now? You are joined by so many of your supporters tonight.
I think we're totally energized just as we started the morning, all the way through all the precincts. I felt that energy go all the way through. And I want to thank all my supporters, all the effort they put in, and all the hospitality booths out there. So, of course, we're waiting to see how the results turn out. And let's hear what Guam has to say about this.
Right on. And you spoke with our Matsuki Hirayama earlier today in Manilao. Can you tell us a little bit more about what you heard from voters today at the polling site?
Other than I got you. Yeah. But they were happy. You know what's also really nice at all the precincts we go to is the hospitality tents, right? We're showing Guam's love for the people. We're showing Guam's support for the candidates, and also Guam's support for one another. Really wanting to attract the voters out. So I'm hoping that we get a good result. It was positive with the folks that we talked to, and the energy was there from 5:30 in the morning to 8 p.m. So, I'm happy for that, and I'm really glad we got to this day. Now let's see what the results will be.
Right. All right. And speaking of that support, KUAM just had a poll that came out recently, and it showed that you were ahead of your opponent Ginger Cruz by 73.3%. So how do you feel about those results?
Well, it's always polls are polls. The real test is what the people of Guam say when we get to that vote. So when that first count comes out, then we can see which poll was accurate or not. So we'll just look forward to that. But I'm glad polls are done. Gives people a sense of what's going on. And we went through a heck of a lot of interviews, didn't we, today for this race too? Yeah. So we put our voice out there. We were asked the questions. Now let's see what the first results will be.
Right. And my very last question for you before those first batch of results come in, what's a message you want to send to your supporters, not only who are here, but everyone watching at home?
Well, thank my supporters. Thanks for you for the voters that came out today. It makes a big difference. We are in a situation in our island that could go, not so great. But really, if you want the leadership to be there, the way you're going to make that is to come out and vote. So I thank all the supporters. I thank the candidates that ran as well. They had to put their team together. They sacrificed for their family. And let's just hope the best person wins based on the votes that come on out tonight.
Well said. All right. Well, there you have it. Republican candidate for Guam delegate incumbent James Moylan. We will be here all night until that final result comes in here at the venue. Back to you.
All right, we continue to wait for our first batch of results. But one thing I want to talk about, ladies and gentlemen, is the incredible security force we have here tonight. As I said in the primary election back in September, I've been doing this a very long time now on our island. It's a very big honor for me to be doing this. But follow me around, because Guam's finest, right? Guam's men and women in blue, right? GPD is here, and the police presence here is exceptional, right? We have one officer detailed for every single precinct team. That's a lot of them. And basically these officers were assigned to handle, to manage, to provide security, and just to watch over the ballot boxes, the actual precinct registrars all day long. So they've been with them from the morning when they showed up. They've been taking very, very good care of them, dutifully handling their responsibilities all the way literally till they walk out here of the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse. And hey, shout out GPD. Thank you guys. We appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Guam's finest, I'm telling you. They're working really, really hard. And they and many, many more of their colleagues here. There is a very, very strong law enforcement process. Some of the cast of hundreds that is bringing you tonight's election process. But now let's go back to Nick Delgado, who is standing by with someone who is wearing two hats tonight. Not only as the chairman of the Republican Party of Guam, but also as a candidate, first-time senatorial congressional candidate, Sean Gumatauta. Here's Nick and Sean.
Wow, wow, wow. What energy we saw out there at the Republican campsite over at the venue in Hagåtña.
What am I doing here? I should be with you guys right now. I should be with you
Which
guys
is
right now.
so fitting now
here.
that we bring Sean Gumatauta, the Republican Party of Guam chair, and one of the senatorial candidates. Half a day.
Hey, I hope everyone's having a great night. I know I'm fired up, and I know they're watching over there at the venue, and yes, I wish I was actually there right now.
The energy is high already. You have your incumbent for Congress showing up early ahead of the results coming in. Those exit poll results already in the Republican favor. Your take?
I think the biggest poll is about its first, I guess, 11 precincts are going to come out, and I think that for all of us, that's what most of our attention's on. And as being a part of it on that side of the camera, and being in now as a candidate and the chairman, it's very exciting right now. And I think the exit polls are encouraging, but I think more of us are waiting for. I mean, we got new machines that are pumping out these ballots faster, so I'm just more excited watching. I mean, they kept stacking and stacking the precincts that are completed, so it's pretty exciting. I think Chalampago's got a couple, 3. You have a couple from Dedido. Yeah, and so, but we have 8 competitive races, Nick. So all of us are looking at those 8 races with a lot of interest, and and I think we're just waiting for the results. I think the exit poll is great, and obviously our congressman looking to stay in D.C., and those results are going to be very critical to that.
Yeah, what was it like for you, Sean? Because you're not just here to represent the party, you're running for public office. So what was it like out there on the campaign trail today?
I think today was super humbling. I had a kind of a taste of it during the primary, but today specifically in getting ready, we had a lot of build-up, both party, candidacy. So it all came to a head. I'm excited about basically to see the results. I think that's all that effort. I was in Talafofo tonight until the polls closed at 8. And I saw some of my friends and family like, what are you guys doing so late? Get in there. So it was kind of getting him and my village and my neighbors fired up, and I can sense there was a lot of excitement, especially in Talafofo, which I think they're encouraged by what could be a very high turnout for Talafofo as part of the Southern Villages always turn out, so it's a very exciting.
Our Destiny Cruise is actually there in Talafofo early in the morning, and so it's interesting to hear that a lot of the voters started to show up right at the last moment. Is that common?
Well, I think there was a lot of uncommon things that we saw in this election. I think down in Humatak, they generally speaking go kind of in the later afternoon, early evening, but the line was long when the polls opened at 7. Which tells us a lot about the village. That's a very competitive race too. So they're really out there wanting to cast their vote and do it pretty quick.
Yeah, and we were looking at. I want to go back. I know you said we're going to wait till the actual results, but I want to revisit the exit poll results with Dr. Ragmanich, because majority of the senatorial candidates were in the GOP. What do you think that might be saying for those participating?
We've been saying throughout the entire cycle, vote differently for a change. It was no slight to any of our current incumbents. It's just that as a community, we watched for the last several years, and I should, okay, let me just say it. We've been watching for like nearly 17 years of a certain way of running the business of the legislative branch of government, and the people of Guam really want to see something different. They want to ensure that common sense legislation is being passed for the benefit of all of the community. They want to make sure that we're just not in this eternal spiral of emergency after emergency. How do we solve the problems of today? And I think that the voters really, they're watching now, and they're probably nodding their heads in approval because they wanted to see some change, and I think they're going to get it tonight.
And before you came on tonight, we did have some representatives from the University of Guam, some students, speak on behalf of the younger voters and some first-time voters as well. It's great that we're getting more of our younger generation actually involved.
Yeah, as an adjunct at the University of Guam, I mean, and for the last 11 years, been encouraging them every cycle to get involved by voting. And I think also how they get information, Nick, I mean, obviously with KUAM pushed very forward on its Instagram page, don't think for one second they're not looking and they're not watching and seeing that news, but it's how they're consuming it and whether or not it's enough to get them to go out and vote and to advocate for their voice to be heard by our community.
Yeah, for them, it's really about what's in it for me. There's priorities across the board, but I heard from Nicole Guerrero, one of the students at UOG, she said, but my priority right now is what's in it for me as a student.
Yeah, I mean, I would think that, are we going to be freezing tuition rates? Are we going to expand the research corporation to allow more ingenuity and keeping of some of that monies in Guam, and to help fund parts of the education program that need to be funded that really can't draw from the general fund? I mean, if you think about that, that, the expansion at the university in terms of buildings and programs, it needs to line up. And so I think the community, as they voted, they're probably also voting, especially those students, about higher ed. And we can't forget GCC. A lot of great things happening on the community colleges as well. So a lot of eyes on, and see if they're going to get out and vote. Let's see, we'll find out.
All right, Shangu Matata with the Republican Party of Guam chair and your candidate for senator in the 38th Guam legislature. Any final words? Because the excitement is down with the Republican camp at the venue, but I don't know if you'll have time to head down there.
I know I have the first couple rounds, so you guys enjoy, and I have every intent of having fun tonight. You guys did a really great job. I wanted to say a special thank you to all the 19 district leaders who really, they came out big in this election cycle. I'm getting goosebumps thinking about the amount of effort that they put in, and the executive committee, all of our candidates. They did great tonight, and we're going to see the fruits of that in just a couple minutes.
It's all hands to get our next elected officials into office. Sean, thank you so much. We'll be speaking with you later on tonight.
Okay.
All right. We're going to take a quick break. You're watching Your Decision 2024 news here at KUAM. Debbie, this question will start with you. What is your plan to reduce crime rates in your community, and how will you address the rise in violent crimes and burglaries affecting residents? 30 seconds.
Thank you for that question, Nick. The first thing we need to do is I'm trying to make sure that that Coben that sits there is going to be up and running. I know that the police are shortage of the police force. We can't have them all the time, of course, but to remove all of that, we need to work with the youth and see where all the problems are occurring, and make sure that we can have more police drive by our villages. Thank you. Thank you for that question.
Thank you. Elena?
Thank you, Nick. What I would like to do is to keep our community safe is work with the local law enforcement and also the military. Especially we have a buildup that's coming in 2025. Some of them are here already. But, I really, that's one of the things that I would like to do to keep our community safe. Have Cobans in the different areas of Dedido, and to keep our people safe.
It's a big village.
It is.
Thank you for your response. BJ?
Thank you for that question, Nick. Jonia already has in place a community watch program, and I would like to continue with that program and enhance it more to have more police presence, working not only with the Guam Police Department, but also with our military sister squadron, and also to continue to build on the programs with our youth so that they can continue to be stimulated and continue to move forward so that crime rate will go down.
Okay. Mark?
Thank you for that question. Why reinvent the wheel? Chapter 77 of the Guam Code Annotated, Title 10, mandates that the Guam Police Department shall provide one police officer per shift, 24 hours and 7 days a week. From that law, it also requires that the Guam Police establish the Neighborhood Watch Program. All these programs are in place. What is missing is leadership in the village level to hold the powers that be accountable and demand that this law be enforced.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, candidates, for your responses to that question. This next question, we'll start with you, Elena. Drug abuse remains a significant issue in Guam. What specific strategies will you implement to curb drug trafficking and reduce substance abuse, particularly among our youth?
Well, the thing is, we need to have more law enforcement around in Dedido. Dedido is a big village, and without that, we cannot keep the crime down. But with this drug abuse that's going on, firsthand, seeing what's going on in the schools too, they're already hitting our schools for the drug abuse. Fentanyl is here. So, we have to work with the law enforcement and the military, because military, they also live out of base. And that's one thing I would like to work with them.
Okay. BJ?
Same thing. I really believe that we need to infiltrate not only within the community level, but also within our school system. I think we need to work directly with the school system, with the Department of Education, and see what programs we can create to better inform our youth and also the community in helping with the drug situation in our villages.
All right. Mark?
You know, drug abuse is a social and community issue. It is a problem that cannot be solved by the courts or law enforcement alone. We need to provide outlets for our youth to better themselves, to keep them occupied, and creating a sports program, an academic program as well after school. We need to engage the youth of this island to take their attention away from drugs and assist those that are in need in the home front, whatever resources they need to accomplish this. So we must work one village, one family.
Thank you, Mark. Debbie, drug abuse remains a significant issue in Guam. What specific strategies will you implement to curb drug trafficking and reduce substance abuse, particularly among our youth?
First of all, Nick, thank you for that question again. The first thing we need to do with our youth is keep them busy, get them to be more into the sports, bring that baseball field back up and running, our gymnasium, maybe create another kind of sports. As long as you can keep these kids within reach of other children and family members, they may just be too busy to be doing anything else besides having to go to their games and having to do their sports. So keep them busy and have an after-school program of some kind.
All right, candidates, thank you all so much for your responses to that question. Let's get to another question before we take another break. And this one is over to you, BJ. On a related note to what we just discussed, how do you plan to improve the relationship with law enforcement and the community? Will you advocate for additional resources, training, and staffing for the local police department to enhance public safety?
Well, you can always train. There's always going to be programs and opportunities for us to train. But if the community and the community in any village and the Department of the Guam Police Department are not working hand in hand, then I don't think that these programs they'll cease to exist. So what we need to do is we need to bring them together through programs new programs that will help and enhance the unified community together.
All right, thank you. Mark?
You know, this question about how we can integrate with the Guam Police Department has been asked and answered for many years, and many laws have been passed to accommodate this. Like I mentioned earlier, the Guam Police Department has shifted from traditional policing to community neighborhood watch programs. What needs to be done is leadership at the mayor's office to get together with the powers that be and demand that these laws that call for unification of resources down to the village so that we can fight crime must be enhanced and pushed.
Debbie?
In that case, Nick, I would think that the Cobins that are trying to be built in other villages, I do have one in my village, and it's not up and running. Hopefully that when that thing goes up and running, the crimes in our villages, because it did, when we had that up and running, the crimes are really low. So that Cobin's got to come up. That Cobin's got to come back to every village. To every village, that should deter more crimes that is going on within the village. Thank you, Nick.
Thank you. Elena?
Okay.
All right, welcome back to your KUAM News Decision 2024 live coverage. I'm Nick Delgado coming to you from Election Central. We have the first batch of results coming in, 18 of 72 precincts. And now with those results, we'll head over to Jason Salas. Jason, what do you got?
All right, Nick, thanks so much. Without wasting any time, everybody, we know this is what you have been waiting for all day, all election season. So let's get right to this first batch of election results. This is 18 of the 72 island-wide precincts right now that have been reported in 18 of 72. I told you that first batch was going to be rather substantial. This may include Dededo. Dr. Ron McNish was telling me this. All right, let's start with the congressional race right now. 54.3% of the votes so far go to the incumbent Jim Moylan with 3,202 votes. Ginger Cruz has 2,655 votes. She has 45.05% of the votes. Once again, Jim Moylan, 3,202 votes. Ginger Cruz, 2,655 votes for 18 of 72 island precincts now reported in. All right, let's go now to the legislative race. It is the incumbent speaker, Therese Terlahi, with 4,049 votes. She is in the number 1 spot, followed by her colleague, incumbent Senator Chris Barnett, with 3,604 votes at number 2. Former Senator Tony Atta is at number 3 with 3,381, followed by another incumbent, Joe San Augustine, with 3,165, followed by the Vice Speaker of the 37th Guam Legislature, Tina Rose Munya Barnes, right here from in Manila. 2,993 votes does the Vice Speaker have. She is followed by first-time candidate, former broadcaster Sabrina Salas Matanani at number 5 with 2,934 votes. The number 6 spot is incumbent Senator Frank Blas Jr. with 2,835. Incumbent Jesse Anderson Lujan, also a Republican, 2,808 votes. First-time candidate Shelley Calvo is at number 9 at 2,583. Incumbent Sabina Perez, incumbent Senator Sabina Perez, beg your pardon, is at number 10 with 2,516. Incumbent Senator Will Parkinson at 2,473 votes, beg your pardon there. He is at number 12. Number 13, incumbent Senator Chris Duenas, 2,473 votes. Number 12, Vince Borja. I believe this is Vince's second time to run for the legislature. He is in the number 12 spot. Telo Taidagui, an incumbent senator, a veteran policymaker, is at number 13 with 2,324 votes. Sean Gumatauta, you just heard him talking to Nick moments ago. He is at number 14 with 2,317 votes, followed by incumbent senator, another veteran policymaker, Joanne Brown. She is at number 15 with 2,244 votes. All right, number 16 goes to incumbent Senator Roy Kanata, a Democrat, with 2,203. Angela Santos, in her second senatorial campaign, is at number 16 with 2,107. Beg your pardon, number 17. 18 goes to incumbent Senator Dwayne San Nicolas with 2,091 votes. 19 goes to incumbent Tom Fisher with 2,031. Vic Gaza is at number 20. 21 goes to David Crisostomo. Number 22 goes to William Payne. 23, Dave Duenas. And 24 goes to second-time candidate Beaster Mendiola. Once again, let me recap these real fast. 1 through 5, Therese Terlahi, Chris Barnett, Tony Atta, Joe San Augustine, Tina Rose Munya Barnes. All right, 5 through 10, Sabrina Salas Matanani, Frank Blas, Jesse Anderson Lujan, Shelley Calvo. 11 through 15, Sabina Perez, Will Parkinson, Chris Duenas, Vince Borja. 16 through 20, Telo Taidagui, Sean Gumatautau, and Joanne Brown. Then Roy Kanata, Senator Roy Kanata, beg your pardon, Angela Santos, Senator Dwayne San Nicolas, Senator Tom Fisher, Vic Gaza, Dave Crisostomo, William Payne, Dave Duenas, and Beaster Mendiola round out your senatorial candidates. Once again, let me go over the hotly contested congressional race. That was a very, very tightly run campaign by both candidates, by both the incumbent Jim Moylan and by Ginger Cruz. The incumbent right now, Congressman Moylan, 3,202 votes with 54.3% of the vote. Ginger Cruz has 45% of the vote with 2,655 votes. We are tabulating these votes for you. We're getting them on KUAM.com right now. We're also putting them on social media so you can go over them. You can also check out gec.guam.gov to find out more. Once again, this is the very first batch of election results. 18 of 72 precincts have now been reported in the congressional race. Jim Moylan has a 54% to Ginger Cruz's 45% lead right now. So Jim Moylan, the incumbent, with a slight lead. Let me go over this real quick again for the senatorial race, 1 through 5. Speaker Therese Terlahi, Senator Chris Barnett, former Senator Tony Atta, Senator Joe Sinagasine, and Vice Speaker Tina Munya Barnes. 6, Sabrina Salas Matanani. 7, Senator Frank Blas Jr. 8, Senator Jesse Anderson Lujan. 9, first-time candidate Shelley Calvo. 10, incumbent Senator Sabina Perez. 11, Senator Will Parkinson. 12, Senator Chris Duenas. 13, Vince Borja. 14, Senator Tello Taitigui. 15, Sean Gumatautow, and then 16, Joanne Brown. Senator Roy Canata, Angela Santos, Senator Dwayne Sinicolas, Senator Tom Fisher, Vic Gaza, Dave Crisostomo, William Payne, Dave Duenas, and Beaster Mendiola round out the rest of the 25 candidates. We're going to have these for you graphically so you can take and review these and everything. We're putting that together right now. Make sure to check us out on all of our social media platforms at KUAM News. The results are really starting to come in fast and feverish. You saw like over there, like I was showing you earlier, the hand counts. They finished very, very quickly. So you're going to see a lot of activity here. The machines are really going to work hard. Once again, they can handle 300 ballots per minute. They're going to work very, very efficiently, very fast. 18 of the 72 now having been tabulated. Well, let's go back to Nick Delgado for more perspective, and he is with Tony Babauta from the Democrat Party of Guam.
All right, Jace, thanks for those results. Now back at Election Central, 18 of 72 precincts that Jason just read to you. Looks like majority of them in the top 15 in the 38th Guam legislature and the senatorial race are under the Republican Party. But the race to watch here really has been with the congressional delegate race, where it's showing the incumbent James Moylan at 54.33% of the votes, or 3,202, and his opponent Ginger Cruz with 2,655 votes, or 45.5%. Of those 18 of 72 precincts that are in. Joining us now in Election Central is the Democrat Party Chair of Guam, Tony Babauta. Half a day, Tony.
Buenas, half a day.
Wow, this is just the first batch, but it's very telling.
Starts getting exciting. I don't know how telling it is. I mean, it's 18 of 72. It's an early night. You start looking at which villages come in, the precincts that come in. I'm sure candidates are trying to figure out, especially the like the race for delegate, you know, where your strongholds are, where you think you touch the grassroots and where some of those strengths are. So I still think it's an early night.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think there's any trends here yet, but
Yeah.
so certainly we always look optimistically about it.
Too soon to count anyone out just yet, but let's go over to the senatorial race first. Right now, it's looking majority right now of the precincts that have been counted so far. The Republicans have that majority.
Yep.
Yeah.
So far, I mean, like I said, it's an early night, right? Things are going to ebb and flow throughout the night, 18 of 72. So we still have many precincts that have to report in. The larger precincts, Dededo, the most populous ones, right, is what you're really looking for to see where the needle is going to move, which candidates up or down the placement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then one thing we did have in the race was the race for the White House, where it looks like the Harris-Walz campaign got 49.99% of the votes, while Trump-Vance got 45.29%. So it's still anyone's guess.
Sure, absolutely. I think it is. You know, we'll make the asterisk that Guam has picked every president except for, I think, when Donald Trump won, we went with Clinton. So time to get back on the right track, and hopefully it's a prediction that would happen in the mainland after 4 days of counting on that side.
Really,
right?
Mm-hmm. And earlier you were able to hear the interview that Mitsuki Hirayama did with the candidate for Guam delegate under the Democrat Party, Ginger Cruz. They also had Lieutenant Governor Josh Sonorio there. What's your take on some of the things that she had to say?
I think Ms. Cruz ran a fantastic campaign. She had a great organization. I think when she says that they did everything that they could, I think I think that's exactly what she did throughout the whole campaign. I thought she strategized well. She communicated well. She knows what she's talking about from her experience in Washington, D.C., and I can say that because of my own experience in Washington, D.C. She would know how to operate in that town for Guam. So I look forward to her representing us there.
And for the past several months, you've been telling me you're going to let the candidates pretty much go out there and do what they need to speak to the voters. How has it been for you all the way up to Election Day?
I think the candidates have done a good job. I've also said that it's the electorate's responsibility to not only listen to the candidates, what they have to say, but to ask them questions about what they believe in, what they stand for, what they're going to fight for. And I would like to think that our Democratic candidates from the top of the ticket down did that, reached out to the people, participated in as many forums as possible, tried to get their message out, tried to get their record of accomplishments out, what they want to do for Guam in the future, what they want to continue fighting for. There's still a lot to do for our island into the future, and I still strongly believe that Democrats have the game plan of what this community needs.
Were you able to hit some of the polling sites today?
I did the southern swing.
Okay.
My daughter was off from school today, so we started at 7 a.m. and we went around. Actually, we started in Hagåtña, and then we went down south, and I voted in Agate, and then went on up and hit Talafofo. I think was my last village that I was able to hit before I lost attention from my 4-year-old.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. And for the most part, a good turnout from what you saw?
Good turnout. It was early, but you know, for all the Democrats in those villages, I mean, they were all very excited. Everyone's waving. Everyone's getting ready for kind of the rush hour for midday and then lunch, and then obviously there's a lot more activity after work because it was a working day today in Guam. So I know that God bless the candidates for going around and doing what they need to do and honoring those volunteers from across the island who are Democrats and otherwise who are helping out in these campaigns. Like I said, from the congressional race all the way to the mayoral race. We thank the volunteers and the poll watchers and the Guam Election Commission for the outstanding work that they do to carry out our midterm election and do so in a what seems to be a very efficient way and friendly, and I think we're just thankful to everyone involved in being able to do this sort of an election.
All right. Tony Babauta, Democratic Party Chair of Guam. Is there anything you want to say to our viewers out there, maybe to the Democratic Party that's down at candidate Ginger Cruz's camp?
We're going to win. Let's do it.
All right. Let's do it. And we'll talk to you a bit more later when we get more results in. Again, like Tony said, it's still too early to call. Thank you, Tony, so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Thanks, Nick.
Okay. And so just a quick recap here. 18 of 72 precincts are in right now. For the legislature's race, we have from the top, Therese Terlahi with 4,049 votes, Daryl Chris Barnett with 3,604 votes, Vicente Tony Ada at 3,381 votes, Joe San Augustine with 3,165 votes, Tina Rose Munya Barnes, 2,993 votes, Sabrina Salas Matanani with 2,934 votes, Frank Blas Jr., 2,835 votes, Jesse Anderson Lujan, 2,808 votes, Shelly Calvo, 2,583 votes, Sabina Perez, 2,516 votes, William Parkinson, 2,473 votes.
Oh, is it doing nothing
Chris
again?
Duenas, also 2,473 votes. Vince Borja, 2,457 votes. Telo Taidagui, 2,324 votes. Sean Gumatautau, 2,317 votes. Joanne Brown, 2,244 votes. Roy Kanata, 2,203 votes. Angela Santos, 2,107 votes. Dwayne Nicholas, 2,091 votes. Tom Fisher with 2,031 votes. Vic Gaza, 1,834. David Crisostomo, 1,488. William Payne with 1,470. David Duenas, 1,364, and Bistro Mandiola at 1,198. And also one of the races to watch here is the delegate race with, again, 18 of 72 precincts just counted. James Moylan, the incumbent, with 3,202 votes, or 54.33%, and opponent Ginger Cruz, 2,655 votes, or 45.5%. You're watching your KUAM News Decision 2024 coverage. We'll be back with more in a moment.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Now let's take a look at, if you are just joining us right now, just jumping on the live stream, we have our first batch of results. These are 18 of the 72 island precincts that have now been reported in. The hand counting is in. The tabulations are in. So here is the results, and let's take a look at the race that everybody's talking about, the race for congressional delegate. Who will represent Guam in Washington, D.C.? Right now, the incumbent, Jim Moylan, a Republican, has a slight advantage, 54% of the vote with 3,202 votes for Jim Moylan. Ginger Cruz, first-time candidate for Guam's representative in D.C. She has 2,655. So that's where it stands right now. Once again, 18 of 72 island precincts having voted in. Senatorial race. There are 25 total candidates. Let's take a look at how they are stacking up right now. Therese Terlahi, the Speaker of the 37th, she is at number 1, followed by Chris Barnett in what he is expecting to be his second senatorial term. He has 3,604 votes. He is in number 2. Number 3, former Senator Tony Atta. I believe Tony and his lovely wife Annette just came back this morning because they were attending the induction of their wonderful daughter, Allie, who's inducted into the Dartmouth Athletic Hall of Fame. So Tony back on island right now. He's doing very, very well in the senatorial race at number 3 with 3,381 votes. Incumbent Senator Joe San Augustine has 3,165 votes. He is at number 4, followed by the Vice Speaker, Tina Rose Munya Barnes, a Democrat. She has 2,993 votes to put her at number 5. Sabrina Salas Matanani, the former longtime broadcaster, is at number 6 with 2,934 votes, followed by incumbent Frank Bloss Jr. with 2,835, then followed by Jesse Anderson Lujan with 2,808. Shelley Calvo, the first-time candidate, is at number 9 with 2,583, followed by incumbent Sabina Perez with 2,516. 11 through 15 shape up like this. This is the top 15, and keep in mind, this absolutely tracks to what the students at the University of Guam Public Administration class under the tutelage of Dr. Ron McNinch were getting in their exit poll. So the exit poll and what we're seeing right now with 18 of 72 precincts now having been accounted for, lining up exactly perfect. 11, Chris Duenas, Senator Chris Duenas. 12, incumbent Will Parkinson. 13, second-time candidate Vince Borja. 14, incumbent Senator Telo Taidegui. And 15, Sean Gumatautau. That is the 1 through 15. Now let's take a look, 16 through 25. Senator Joanne Brown, Senator Roy Kanata, Angela Santos, Senator Dwayne Sinickles, and Senator Tom Fisher. So what's normally holds true in most elections is that incumbents tend to be very, very high. Remember, this is only the first batch, so a lot of these 16 through 20 spots are expected to move around a lot. But there are 5 incumbents out of the top 15 as of this juncture. 21 through 25 are Republican Vic Gaza, Democrat Dave Crisostomo, Republican William Payne, Democrat, Dave Duenas with 1,364 votes, and then Bistra Mindiola, 1,198 votes to sit at number 25. Now, of course, we told you about Senator Will Parkinson. He is an incumbent. He is sitting right now at the number 12 spot. He did talk to our Destiny Cruise earlier about what the day and the opportunity to serve you means to him.
Half a day, we're back here at Ginger Cruz's campaign headquarters in Tamaning. And joining me here now is Senator Will Parkinson. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing really good. Feeling a very positive energy tonight, and I really just enjoying the ride, right? You only live once, and this is one of the great honors of my life, being a senator in the 37th Guam legislature, and so I'm just really enjoying the process, and we worked as hard as we could in the election. Now it's just nothing but confetti left.
And now that you're running for re-election for your second term now, what are you looking forward to most if you are re-elected?
What I'm looking forward to most is, continuing the work that I've started. I had a pretty successful freshman campaign in terms of passing legislation, but I had many bills that I introduced that have still not been able to have its day and the date on the session floor. And so I'm hoping to continue pushing for those issues that we've introduced previously, but not have the time to properly address. And just do more of that good progressive work and build Guam towards a much more sustainable and prosperous future.
Right, and I know you do have some bills that never made it onto the session floor. What can you explain to our community what other policies that you would like to advocate for in the new legislature?
Well, for me, it's really about providing like justice in various forms for our people. Like one of the laws that I had introduced this year, but has not quite had its time on the floor yet, is the Bentley's Law. And Bentley's Law is one where if someone was a drunk driver was to kill a set of parents, the drunk driver would be liable for child support until that child come of age. There's lots of programs and laws like that that we have, introduced, and we're trying to get through the system. But I really believe that's important for us to invest in public safety, healthcare, and the education of our people, because those are really the backbone of our society.
Right, and Senator, I know throughout your term that you have been a very big advocate on women reproductive health rights and just women rights in general. But I do want to touch on this that happened during emergency session. As someone in there even just mentioned as we were walking out about an inappropriate gesture made towards Senator Joanne Brown. So I do want to ask you about it because your colleagues did put out a resolution addressing that. Are you concerned that this incident will affect your re-election?
No, not at all. The people of Guam know a political stunt when they see one, and they also know what kind of work I prioritize and the good work I've done for them. And so my work speaks for itself, and I'm confident that the people of Guam will be able to, invest their trust in me because, when somebody gets elected for the first time, we're kind of an experiment for the people of Guam. But I'm hoping that now that they've got to see me in action and get to see the work that I've done, the values that I hold, that I'm no longer an experiment for them, that I'm somebody that they can confidently trust their vote and their representation in our local legislature to. And so I hope the people of Guam have seen my work and see that I'm going to continue to work as hard for them in the next term, and that I'm not going to stop chopping my feet until that whistle blows.
All right, thank you so much, Senator. Looking forward to hearing more from you later.
All right, once again, the incumbent Senator Will Parkinson there looking to return to office to serve you in the forthcoming 38th Guam legislature. Once again, he's sitting at the number 12 spot right now. A former two-term senator herself is someone who joined Nick earlier, former Senator Regine Bisco-Lee. She's back with Nick for her unique perspective on what it means to serve, what tonight means from the standpoint of a candidate, from somebody who's representing the party. So let's now go to Nick and Regine for their thoughts.
Hey, Jace. Yeah, thanks so much again. Like you said, here from Election Central, again, joined by former Senator Regine Bisco-Lee. And Regine, you have been very strong advocate when it comes to the Democratic Party and the democratic process. But I want to get straight into the results for the delegate race. That's the race to watch. So let's pull up those results real quick for you. It looks like of the 18 of 72 precincts that have been counted thus far, we have incumbent James Moylan at 3,202, or 54.33% of the votes, and his challenger Ginger Cruz under the Democratic ticket at 2,655 votes, or 45.5%. You were able to hear a little bit of what she had to say as well earlier. What are your thoughts on these?
So, again, still too close to call, and we really need to take a deeper dive into which villages are reporting which precincts all of those results are from. But, it's definitely going to be an exciting race. We were able to have so many different opportunities to hear from both candidates this entire election cycle. So, yeah, it'll be really interesting to see a lot of the results as they come in. But I think one other thing that I heard Ginger Cruz mentioned earlier in the evening was just that, she feels really great about the job that she did. She was able to put her experience and all of the work that she's done before the voters of Guam, but really leave no stone unturned. And it kind of reminds me of my first time when I was running for the legislature. I got some really great advice from the late, great former Senator Sonny Orsini, like Ricky Orsini. Ricky was just back there. But Sonny Orsini had advised me, right after the primary, I didn't have that great of a showing. I think I came in like 12th out of 15 in the primary. And I was pretty discouraged at that point. And he was like, you know what? You have like maybe 70 to 80 days left until the general. Leave everything out on the field. Leave no stone unturned. I don't want to hear about a single fundraiser or a barbecue or anything going on that you know about that you didn't attend. You need to make sure that when you put your head down on the pillow on election night, you've done every single thing possible to win this race. And that's exactly what it felt like. I went out there and I did my very, very best, and I ended up, coming in 8th place in my first race, and that was exhilarating. And for a first-time candidate, never had my name on the ballot before. That was really, really exciting. But just that feeling of running a great race, knowing that you did everything that in your power to get your message out to voters, and then you leave it up to the voters of Guam and the will of the people. So that's what we're seeing now.
Yeah, so that was some wise advice, especially for you as a first-time candidate and just continuing your career in the legislature, following all that. So a lot of the newcomers have something to look forward to then, because like we've been saying, between you and with Tony, still pretty early to call.
Yeah, definitely early to call. And again, our community is very small. We want to make sure that every single vote is counted. Lots of people participating in the early voting. And again, I just cannot thank the Guam Election Commission, our GPD officers, just everybody who was a part of making the general election possible, not just tonight, but all the other nights previously, at the West End for early voting, and even those mail-in ballots that were sent back. I think that's really important that everybody participates, and, we'll see what the results are.
Yeah, even well after your career at the legislature, you still continue to watch what the senators are up to on session floor. Earlier, you just heard Matsuki speaking with the incumbent Senator Will Parkinson, some of the things he had to say. Your thoughts?
So I think what Will has done in his first term had been really incredible. He introduced a significant number of bills, but more importantly, Nick, he was able to get so many of them passed. And so when you look at that ratio of bills introduced to bills passed, his effectiveness, ratio is really, really pretty high. And so it's looking like he has a good shot to retain his seat in the legislature, and looking forward to the good work that he'll be able to do alongside, the rest of the crop in the 38th. So looking forward to all of that. But yeah, it's a really exciting night. It's an exciting time, and I honestly think every election night I think back to my first election when I was in high school in 1996, writing down the returns as they were coming in. Senator Tom Added, Frank Bloss Jr., Frank Uggan Jr., and then I ended up working with some of these gentlemen as colleagues in the legislature. That was really exciting for me, and I see some of these youth Congress folks doing the same thing, and so you never know, maybe their names will be on the ballot someday too.
Yeah, and then also one thing that's really exciting, the presidential race. The vote doesn't count towards the actual race for the White House, but it's something about the results that come out of Guam. It means something to the people across the nation.
Yeah, absolutely. So, it kind of sets the pace. It's where America's Day begins. And we're looking at Harris Walls with about 49.99% of the vote. Obviously, I was in Chicago for the Democratic National Convention, incredible energy there. And Kamala Harris and Tim Walz have certainly had a lot of momentum across the country, especially in the battleground states these last few days. So, as I know there's a bunch of people, Guamanians that are out there. We encourage them to exercise their right to vote. I'm certainly supporting Kamala Harris, and we, just encourage them to get out there and have their voices heard.
Since you were there, a lot of people were talking about the theme songs that introduced each different state and territory. Oh, yeah. We had Sabrina Carpenter, Espresso. We're never going to let that go.
No, I absolutely love that song. And I had the great fortune of being able to see Sabrina Carpenter live, actually, in Singapore. She opened for Taylor Swift. And so, speaking of which, I have my friendship bracelets on, and my friendship bracelets say, "Always vote Democrat." So I don't know if you can catch that on the live stream, but just really exciting opportunity for music and lots of entertainment, really, really great speakers, and just a really great time at the National Convention.
We have no definitive answer for why that was the choice song for the island, but people were suggesting Espresso, Wake Up, first, where America's Day begins. So
sure. We'll take it. We'll take it. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else you want to say about the first batch of results thus far?
No, but really eagerly awaiting the next batch of results. And, I just want to give a shout out to our folks in Jotnya and in Chalampago and Ordat. My primo Wayne is looking good, and so is BJ. So we're, again, just looking and trying to see where everything ends up.
We'll continue to watch alongside with you. Regine, thank you so much again for speaking with us. And I think we're going to try to head back out to Mitsuki because the results, again, in the race to watch is with the delegate race. So we want to see how the camp is feeling out there, how candidate Cruz is feeling, because it's her first time seeking political office. And you had a lot of important advice for a lot of these first-timers out there because, look, it's still too close to call. So let's toss it out right now to see what some words from candidate Ginger Cruz.
Rolling in 3,
I think the candidates have done a good job.
All right, the first batch of results are in, and Ginger, you are currently trailing behind incumbent delegate Jim Moylan you're at 45% while he is at 54%. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, it's interesting because you have to look at the different villages that were counted so far. And some of those villages are probably more Republican villages than they are Democrat villages. And there's still a lot to go, but it certainly is going to be a horse race at this point. I think that we need to see a little bit more of the results come in. But so far, that's a pretty good showing. For somebody that's not run in a race before to actually be competitive, I think is pretty good. So we're going to wait and see what the rest of the results are and cross our fingers and see if we can make it up in the South and in Dedido.
Well, and I know that you've been campaigning all across the island these past several months. And is this something you kind of expected, or is it a surprise to you?
I think it's really hard to say. A lot of times when you put a lot of effort out there, the people that you get feedback from are usually the people that are supporters. So it's really hard to tell what people are thinking and what's going on. And I think one of the things that I found most interesting about this race is there are a lot of informal chat groups and things where people talk, and it's really hard to sort of reach out to people and understand what they're saying. So campaigning has really changed. In the old days, you used to be able to get together at people's houses and you could see people face to face, and you get to campaign and hear their reactions and be able to respond to things. And one of the things I think that's interesting, it's a dynamic that you see in elections now, is that people are doing a lot more of this one-on-one, or they're doing it on WhatsApp, or they're doing it on chat groups, and it doesn't really give candidates an opportunity to answer questions that people may have, or maybe correct misimpressions that are being spread out there and that go on these different areas. So it's something that everybody's going to have to sort of look at in the future, I think, as the nature of campaigning changes, right? You're seeing it now. It's all sort of Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp. There's a lot of that goes on. So it's pretty interesting.
Certainly, and I'm glad that you are remaining hopeful, and I'm sure your supporters are as well.
Welcome back, everybody. KUAM's continuing coverage of the voting tabulation here from Election Central at the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse in Mingilao for Decision 2024. I'm Jason Salas, and thank you so much, of course, for streaming us live. We've been going over the 18 of 72 voting precincts now having been accounting for. That means that Guam is about a fifth of the way done, right? About 20% in the various races. Of course, we've been telling you about the congressional race right now where incumbent Jim Moylan has about 54% of the vote to Ginger Cruz's 45%. Remember, that was the first batch, and as I've been saying all night, the GEC made somewhat of a command decision back in the primary in September where they said rather than do a whole bunch of small piecemeal updates throughout the night and do a whole bunch of them, so rather than do 25, we're going to do 3 really, really big ones. The machines have been running very aggressively, I would guess would be the most accurate word. So we expect another batch of results very, very soon. But once again, with 18 of 72 voting precincts having now been tabulated, Jim Moylan leads 3,202 votes for Moylan, the incumbent, to Ginger Cruz's 2,655. Well, in the legislative race, Sean Gumatata is a first-time candidate. He is the chairperson of the Republican Party of Guam, and he is in the 15th spot right now, and he is also joining Nick Delgado for his thoughts on what has already been an evening full of election activity.
All right, half a day. Thanks, Jace. Sean Gumatata with the Republican Party of Guam and the candidate for the 38th Guam Legislature. How are you feeling, Sean, with the first batch of results?
I still, just like everyone that's at the venue right now, enjoying those rounds, probably waiting for the next batch of results. I think for most of us, as we see the early called the early returns, really it's too soon to tell. I think we might have a winner in the Agana race. We're starting to see a little bit more clarity on Dededo, Jigo. I think they're starting to, with those first precincts in Chalampago. For us, the 8 competitive races is where most of our attention's at tonight, outside of obviously James Moylan and our own race and my own too.
Yeah, let's talk about the race for Guam Delegate, because you just heard earlier Destiny Cruz. She was speaking with candidate Moylan out there. What's your take, as you know he's up right now in this first batch with 54.33% of the votes?
Yeah, well, I think for all of us, again, that it's this next I call it batch of data that is really going to be really telling. I think right now we're at 25% of the ballots, of the precincts already in. So we're still a little bit nervous about what the next one will bring.
Yeah. And then in the senatorial race, we were hearing from the Democrats, still too close to call. You feel the same?
I think we busted our butts since last year to get our districts lined up in terms of this effort. And I think getting the word out on early voting, which is generally speaking something that could be always reserved for our friends who are Democrats. But I think that we've had a pretty concerted effort as well. So still very exciting.
One thing that was interesting, we did get to speak with Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio down at Ginger Cruz's camp, and he said that what he's hoping for is a legislature that can work with them at Adelup.
Yeah, I think, and I've talked to many people, a lot of it on the air here at KUAM, and if elected, I think, me personally, I'll be doing that. And I think that's what the voters want to see. They want to see a 38th that can work together. It's a check and balance on 2 other branches of government, and that can help make common sense legislation that affects everyone, not just a very small few. So yes, absolutely. I think that can they work together? I think that's still something that can be done in the 30th and 38th.
And you know how important that is. You worked over with the administration under Governor Felix Camacho, so you know how much he had to fight to work with the legislature to get things done.
You know, it's interesting if you look at the history books, especially in his second term, when there was that kind of strong speaker that put everyone together. He pretty much completed both his first and second term agenda in a single, in one shot, so that it can be done. It really. If it needs to change parties in order to make it happen for Governor Leon Guerrero, then so be it, because history could repeat itself, and there could be some assistance for her in the second half of her second and final term.
Have you been able to speak with other Republican candidates out there just while you're here waiting for these results, and what's the sense that they're giving you?
I think many of them are wiped out. That's why they're at venue. I hope those
because of the excitement.
Hope the drinks are cold. But no, they're excited. But it's been a really long day. Yeah. Many of them were working since yesterday to get everything ready for this big run. Getting their supporters ready, getting all the districts complete, and I think that's much of that anticipation. Everyone just hit a wall, and we're still not done. They're still watching and waiting for the results.
Yeah, the work has really begun since before the primary, and the real work begins once they get elected.
Absolutely, and I think that obviously when we get the results tonight or in the next, it's going to be morning pretty soon, but as soon as that happens, then there's going to be a shift in how people will be thinking about what to do in the next couple of days.
Yeah. Some of the other races that came into that we're watching is the straw poll for the race for the White House. Right. Taking a look at it, Harris-Walsh, 49.99%, Trump-Vance at 45.29%. Your take?
I think it's, again, just as early as for the rest of it. Yeah. I'm very curious how this will end. I think most of us will agree that the straw polls are still very important indication of what perhaps the country might be seeing. And it's very few times where the straw poll was not as accurate. But the people of Guam are very astute to the issues that are facing our nation. And their vote really is going to tell a lot about what we could see over the next day and a half, 2 days.
Okay. Well, we'll be waiting to speak with you a bit more to hear more from the results as we wait to get that to come in. I think we're going to go back out now to the field where more of our reporters are speaking with more of the candidates and supporters. Let's take a listen.
All right, we are continuing our coverage with the Republican Party of Guam here at the venue in Hagåtña. We are now joined by Senator Frank Blas Jr. You are a senatorial candidate for the 38th Guam legislature. But with that being said, you are the minority leader for this legislature. So how do you feel seeing that the Republican candidates are now the majority in this race?
Well, I just saw the exit polls, and pretty pleased. I think that it's been the sentiment that's been expressed by the community over the last, at least the last year, and hope that it continues to hold true, and so that we, the Republicans, can regain the majority. We haven't had the majority since the first time I was in the legislature back in the 29th. And that was only for a half a term because we lost it as a result of the passing of Speaker Tony Pico. With that, I'm excited, and we'll see what comes what may. No matter what, at the end of the day, we go back to work for the people of Guam.
And also, just shifting gears a little bit, I know that you mentioned that you're a little bit tired tonight. I know we have a long night ahead of us, but I know that was, that was because of excitement from today. So can you tell us a little bit more about what your experience was like earlier today?
Well, it's I went around to almost all the precincts, met with many of the people on both parties, both camps, just to thank them. I tell you what, many of those people were out there were volunteers. They weren't getting paid, and they were out there because they believed in a cause. They believed that our democratic system needs to work. It has to work. And whether they were Republicans or Democrats, I thank them. I thank them for being there and for everything that they did, so that we can make Guam a better place to stay.
All right. Well, there you have it, Frank Blas Jr., again, Republican candidate for the 38th Guam legislature.
All right, welcome back. Behind me, there are ballots being prepared and everything, so we expect a second batch of results any moment now, but I want to show you something so once again, follow me here, and we're going to take you to what now was previously, it's not even Wednesday yet. It's still technically Super Tuesday, and the very hardworking staff of the Guam Election Commission are now folding up the chairs. They are securing the tables, and this was a bustling center of activity. Just about less than an hour ago, you had multiple hundreds of precinct officials from all of the various precincts, 72 in all from 19 different voting districts. They are actually securing those. I believe there are, looks like 3 groups that are still working on their ballots. This is unprecedented, I would say. This, as I've said many times, this is my 15th election here at KUAM. I'm very, very proud to do this for my island home. I've never seen an election run this smoothly. And this is to be commended from the many fine folks at the Election Commission, their board, their commissioners, the volunteers. Everybody is positive, everybody had a mission, and they're really, really getting it done. So good work by the GEC. Okay, also, I was mentioning early the law enforcement presence that was here tonight. It's not just GPD, right? It's also the park police, the men and women there, from the airport police also, DYA, the many from the Customs and Quarantine agencies, and am I missing anybody, Sarge? Port and the port police, of course. We can never forget the port police. Yeah, so many of Guam's law enforcement community were here, making sure that not only was everybody motivated and everybody was doing everything by the numbers, but everything was going through very, very efficiently. And once again, they were literally walking the precinct officials out in a very professional manner outside the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse just to at the end of their day. So from the moment they showed up to their various precincts this morning until they finished their hand counting, submitted their reports, and turned everything in, GPD, Port Police, Airport Police, Park Police, Customs, DYA, they were with them all the way. So so hats off to our men and women in uniform here who've had a very, very long day themselves. Not even midnight just yet. It's about 5 minutes until midnight. But I'm going to go ahead and recap once again with 18 of 72 island voting precincts now having been tabulated. That's about 20%, or about a fifth of the way done. When this next batch does come in, you see the gentleman over there off in the distance. That is Pat Seville. He is a member of the Guam Election Commission's Board of Directors. He's been doing this a very, very long time, a very well-respected lawyer, a very, very good attorney, but it's usually his honor to allow all of us right here on Press Row. If you want to get a nice panning shot of this, there are various members from the two political parties here. You see Sean Gumatauta over there. To his left is Shelley Gibson, of course, a member of the Republican Party of Guam. Further down, you see former Senator Regine Bisco Lee. Attorney Jay Ariola is way on the side, if you can see him all the way there. But they are being joined by not only members of Guam's media corps, including us here at KUAM, but people that are doing their own analysis, calling back and reporting. As you see, Sean is really, really working the phones, not only for his own campaign, but also, of course, as the chairman of the Republican Party of Guam. All right. As for the results, for the 18 precincts that have now been tabulated, of these 72, it is incumbent Jim Moylan in a congressional race. 3,202 votes. If you've been with us all night and you have not swiped up, gone past us and everything like that, it's been the same. Jim Moylan has 54% of the votes in the congressional race to Ginger Cruz's 45%. In the senatorial race, here are the number 1 through 8 spots. Speaker Therese Terlahi, number 1. Senator Chris Barnett, number 2. Former Senator Tony Atta, number 3. Senator Joe Sanagasine, number 4. Vice Speaker Tina Rose Munya Barnes, number 5. Former broadcaster Sabrina Salas Matanani, number 6. Senator Frank Blas, number 7. Senator Jesse Anderson Lujan is number 8. Number 9 through 15 are as such. Shelley Calvo is number 9. Incumbent Senator Sabina Perez is number 10. Senator Chris Duenas is number 11. Senator Will Parkinson is number 12. And thank you to my friends out there, friends and colleagues that I've had the distinct pleasure and privilege of interviewing over the years. They've been messaging me, telling me that Vince Borja, this is his 3rd senatorial campaign. So thank you for the supporters of Vince and of Angela Santos for correcting me. I was saying that it was both Vince and Angela's 2nd campaign for each of them. This is actually their 3rd. So keep sending in the corrections, guys. I really appreciate that. Seriously, thank you, guys. All right, Vince Borja, number 13. Senator Tello Taitigui, number 14. Sean Gumatauta, the aforementioned, number 15. 16 to 20 are 16. Senator Joanne Brown, 17. Senator Roy Kinata, 18. The aforementioned Democrat Angela Santos, 19. Senator Dwayne Sinicolas, and 20. Senator Tom Fisher. 21 through 25, there are, of course, 25 candidates in all in the senatorial race. The 21 spot goes to Republican candidate Vic Gaza. 22 is a Democrat, Dave Crisostomo. 23, a Republican, William Payne, beg your pardon. 24 is Dave Duenas, a Democrat, and then 25 is Republican candidate in her 2nd senatorial campaign, Bistra Mindiola. Taking a look right now, it seems, if you can see foreground there, of course, Attorney Pat Seville, he is the gentleman in the red sweater right there. So they tend to be deliberating over those machines. Those machines he's sitting in front of with the big digital displays, those are the ones that finalize the ballots after they come off the tabulator. So once again, it's a 3-step process. You already saw phase number 1 over here. That's pretty much closed down right now. There are a couple of groups that, there are a couple of groups, if you can see, that are making some, it looks to be last-minute changes. I'm going to try and find out if there are any discrepancies, anything noteworthy for that. But there is one group all the way off in the back. There are a couple members of the Guam Election Commission who are giving them some guidance, some assistance there. And then, I don't know if you can see that, but off around the corner, our camera might not be able to get a shot of that, but Attorney Vince Camacho, who is a member of the GEC, he was their legal counsel too, I believe. He is providing some guidance to a group there. So that's phase 1. That's where the volunteers all come in and they hand count all the ballots, tabulate everything, meet amongst themselves, and then write out a report. They turn that in. It goes on those boxes right there. So maybe we can get a close-up. Maybe we can zoom in, get a shot of those boxes right there. Now, I know if you're looking at that on a 2-dimensional screen, I know you can see that there are 3 rows of 4 boxes each. What you can't see, because you're probably not as tall as I am, Those boxes go about 4 deep, so there are a lot of ballots contained in those, and those are the ones that have already been collected and accounted for. So again, I want to say and go on record that the pace and the tempo of tonight's balloting is simply unprecedented. This is actually quite remarkable, and in very, very positive ways. And again, all a testament to Executive Director Maria Pangilinan and her incredible staff, many of whom have been with Maria for a very, very long time. She has taken a lot of these young professionals under her wing and really brought them up in the governance of running an election, in the policy and the procedures that have to be complied with and everything like that. This kind of thing is not easy. It's a lot of logistics. It's a lot of rules you have to follow. Everything has to be done by the book. And Maria has been doing this a very, very long time. Let me ask Dr. Ron McNinch. Hey, Ron, is Maria the longest sitting? Okay, let me bring in Dr. McNinch now. Okay, so we're going to share mics here, impromptu. Yeah. So. Your thoughts on Maria Pangilinan, because over the years and in the years that we've been working together covering Guam elections, our island has been fortunate, and we have as a community to have some very, very good people run this agency. Maria's right at the top.
Yeah, she's very capable and very competent, and also she's very stable. So so she's able to plan well. Most people don't see all the hidden stuff that goes into Guam elections. So there's a huge amount of stuff that goes on that a lot of the public doesn't see very well. But this is really a mass organization kind of event. But yeah, I think she is probably the longest serving director, if I recall.
Because prior to Maria, it was Jerry Taitano was doing it?
Right.
Yeah.
And
Jerry was very, very good too. Yeah, Jerry was an excellent executive director for the GEC.
Right. But no, Maria's doing a great job.
Okay. What are some of the things, Ron, about the particularities of this job? Some of the things that don't, immediately show, like if people are watching like a live stream or, they pay maybe fair weather attention to elections, about what it really means to run this agency and keep these elections running smooth.
Sure. So I was on the Election Commission for 3 years, and I learned a lot while doing it. You're under intense pressure and scrutiny all the time. People are always looking at what you're doing, and they have a right to look at what you're doing, and that can be unnerving sometimes.
And of course, you are running the agency like itself, so you've got a lot of people underneath you, you've got a lot of decisions to make, you've got a budget to deal with and everything, but at the same time, you have to answer to a board.
Yeah, also you have a lot of unhappy candidates that don't make it, and they can always be a headache too.
Okay, what is her legacy going to be? Because I remember when Maria first took office, and we're here at the University of Guam, of course, where Maria taught, and she taught business, mentored hundreds of people that have now gone on to public sector, private sector, and everything like that. They all say what an incredible teacher she was and everything like that. How is she going to be remembered? For her time here and her leadership?
Well, I think she's just a major organizer, and she brought a lot of stability to the Guam Election Commission. They moved their offices. They've had constant changes in federal law related to elections. They've had updates in their equipment. So she's done a very good job managing a lot of change.
Okay, now you knew I was going to talk about the technology. Right? Okay, the man is wearing a Darth Vader shirt. We might as well talk about tech stuff. That's a really nice shirt, by the way.
Thank you.
Okay, in the time I've been doing these elections here at KUAM, the tech has changed considerably, but I mean it's not like a night and day thing and everything. A lot of these are still manual process, double checks upon double checks upon double checks and everything. Why is that so important to make sure that it's like, okay, it would be great if we could always get out of here at like 1 a.m. and everything like that, but right is better than fast.
Sure. So we've dabbled in all machine voting where there's no paper ballot. We've dabbled in that. We kind of discarded it.
I remember those days.
Right. And also the machines and the capacity of the machines to process the paper is very, very important. I think people like tangible paper ballots. I think they like marking them. And also the nice thing about paper ballots is you bring your kids with you and your kids can see you mark them. And so there's that angle to it. But I think in general, just getting the paper ballot processed, there's some better ways to do it. And I think that probably the Election Commission can look at doing it, because right now we have a decentralized location, and then at the end of the day we all have to do this is one thing a lot of the public doesn't see, a major transport effort to bring everybody here to one place to have all the ballots counted in one place.
There's all these school buses that bring those very boxes and the people that manage them all day long to here. And now let's contrast that because just a programming note, everybody, if you want to stay on top of what's happening in the CNMI with the election, my good friend and my colleague, Tomas Manglona, is covering the CNMI election. He's over on TV 11 right now, and you can check out what he's doing on YouTube. Just go to our Facebook timeline. You can find Tomas's links right now. But he was actually telling me, I didn't even realize this because, the CNMI is not just Saipan, Rota, and Tinian. It's also the northern islands of that. So they actually fly the ballots in for, by helicopter. I didn't know that. Oh, and then they bring.
One time they did. Yeah.
Okay, he was saying they bring them by boat today.
Yeah, maybe boat also, but I remember back in 2004 they were flying them up, I think in helicopter. There's some outlying islands that they fly them up to.
So what does the future hold for elections in general, maybe Guam elections as far as the process and maybe, because everybody says, we should be able to vote on phones and we could get more young people to participate in the electoral process if we could just hit them and, that little supercomputer that they're always carrying around literally in their shirt pocket. But that's not easy to do because you've got privacy, you've got security, you've got, authentication, you've got a whole range of things you got to worry about.
Sure. I think 5 to 7 years from now, we're going to be totally back to paper. There's not going to be early voting. There's not going to be a lot of the things that we see today because there are so many trust issues in a lot of other locations nationally, and there'll be federal laws to help us govern our local elections a little bit across the country in terms of they won't allow vote bundling, which is a bad practice that some places use. They won't allow a lot of mass mail-in ballots and things like that. And absentee ballots would only be used specifically for when people are deployed in the military or when people are off island for medical treatment or things like that. We'll probably have a lot more stricter regulations on them in the future than we have today. So in a way, we're moving away from the technology, not toward the technology. Other than the machines, which are very good now, there's this strong preference now for paper ballots, marked ballots.
Okay, because again, the most important thing is that we get this right. I mean, I remember, what was it? It was and I believe that was one of the first elections that you and I worked together. It was the ill-fated election of, 2006, where I remember we went live on the air in 2008 with Sabrina Salas Matanani, now a candidate for senator. We started at 8 p.m. We didn't get off the air until 9:30 the next morning.
Right. Yeah.
That was a long one.
Right. And in Taiwan and in a lot of locations, when you vote, you put your ballot into the counting machine. So then at the end of the night, it just sends all the data up, and within 10 minutes, they have the results. So the polls close at 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock. Bam, 10 minutes later, you have all the results, which is a nice way to do it. And so we could practically, there's some ways that we could look at redoing the way that we do our elections here so that we don't have these long bus rides for everybody. And it could be that maybe we should limit our polling locations to 4 locations, 1 per machine, and then just handle things on a more massive scale on those days. But we'll see.
There you go. And again, this comes down to the person, the man or woman. It has currently been a woman. And again, Maria Pangilinan. If there is a Mount Rushmore of people that have led the Guam Election Commission in that agency's long and storied history, she's absolutely going to be the first one on there because she has done a absolutely magnificent job.
Absolutely. And also, anytime you try to change anything, people get upset with you. So especially with elections, if you try to change anything, people are going to get upset. And so that's one of the constant things that the Election Commission has to deal with is people getting upset with them all the time. And so that's one of the other side things. Also, maybe in the future we can have better, a relook at the kind of paperwork we have candidates do. So for example, I ran for the Guam School Board. Every month or two I have to file a 100-page document, probably 100 pages, that has all zeros on it because I never raise any money. And they constantly want to know how much money I raise. And so there might be ways to make that process more efficient. But the law would have to be changed.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, even if they are really good ideas, they may be innovative, they may be interesting, they may be the will of the people, but you got to go through a certain protocol to make that happen. You can't just snap your fingers and say willy-nilly we're going to make this happen.
And senators have to be interested enough in wanting to help make some of those changes, and not all senators are that interested. They dabble in things that don't matter, And so hopefully we can have some looks at some of the questions that we have. But I'll tell you, Maria Pangilinan absolutely has done a wonderful job. And you know, all of the Guam Election Commission staff work really hard year-round.
They do, yeah.
And they do a great job also.
All right, so shout out and tip of the cap to all of you at the GEC. So that's Dr. Ron McNinch doing some amazing work. Ron, let me let you sit after I've bent your ear for a little bit because I want to recap everybody here on the. Thank you, Doc. Okay. Once again, an interesting side note to mention as Ron walks off there. You saw Nick was talking to some of the Good Doctor students earlier, and the fact that they ran a exit poll earlier. Jen, can we bring up that exit poll graphic? Because, oh, okay. I do know off the top of my head there were 300 pollsters. Members of the community that when they left the various polling stations, and I believe some of the students were telling me they were over at Liguan Elementary School today up in Dedido. When they were surveyed by these students, there were 300 of them that participated in the congressional race. They said it was a split, just basically straight down. It was a difference of only 3 votes, but basically 50-50. It was not definitive for the congressional race between Moylan or Cruz on who would take that race. Also interesting, as Ron was noting, the top 15 spots, as we're now seeing with 18 of 72 precincts now having been tabulated, absolutely parallel and line up with what his students were able to do. And again, historically, it has been Dr. McNinch's exit polls that have given us not only a prediction of how close the races will be, but exactly who's in what position and everything. I mean, yeah, there's going to be like a little bit of movement from some positions. Maybe a incumbent or two may fall or rise a couple slots and everything like that, but very, very accurate to that. So very good work there by Dr. McNinch's students. All right, he was mentioning some of the other races that we have, and there are several. I want to talk about the non-partisan race, if I can find it on my paper. Now remember, please go to KUAM.com or check out any of our social media platforms because our digital team is putting together the results of all the races if you'd like to share them with your family and friends. If you are just joining us now, as it is 12 minutes past the hour of midnight. The hour of midnight? 12 minutes past midnight here, so we are now in Wednesday, as Super Tuesday has now become Super Wednesday. I'm going to try and find that the results of the, okay, here we are. The Guam Education Board. In the Education Board, there are 6 candidates and there are 6 positions open, so everybody makes it. Now, Dr. Mary Okada, she's currently at the Guam Community College right around the corner from us. She is leading with 2,836 votes. So Dr. Mary Okada in position number 1, former senator, former police chief, longtime professor here at the University of Guam, Dr. Judy Guthertz, is number 2 for the Guam Education Board. Ron, Dr. Guthertz was also on the Education Board. Long time too, yeah, of course, everybody knows that. Everybody but me, apparently. Okay, no, we know Dr. J was on the Education Board. All right, Angel Sablan, previously the executive director of the Mayor's Council of Guam. He is at number 3. Aforementioned Dr. Ron McNinch, the University of Guam Public Administration professor, he is at number 4. Peter Alexis Atta is number 5, and then Maria Gutierrez, she is of course a longtime incumbent. She has been there. She is number 6. So again, Dr. Mary Okada, Dr. Judy Guthertz, Angel Sablan, Dr. Ron McNinch, Peter Alexis Atta, and Maria Gutierrez round out the top 6. That was in the race for the Guam Education Board. All 6 make it. Can I? Oh, you want me to read the CCU? Okay, tell you what. We're going to get to the Consolidated Commission on Utilities now. That race is going to be very hotly contested because the top 2 make it. We'll get to that when we come back from this break.
Ginger Cruz's camp in Money, and we are doing the electric slide. I am still learning how to do the slide, but the night is in full swing over here at Ginger Cruise's camp once again. Now, I'm gonna continue dancing, but I am just going with the flow. I'm not sure if I'm doing this dance right, but... Well, I'm gonna continue dancing, so we'll see you guys later.
Hafide, everybody. We're coming to you from the venue in Hagåtña. This is the place for the Republican Party of Guam. Candidates and supporters are slowly trickling in, and among them are senatorial candidate, he's the Republican candidate, Vince Borja. Vince, can you tell me a little bit more about what your experience was like at the polling sites today? Where were you?
Well, we started at JFK, and then we worked our way down through all the precincts in the South, and then made it to Central, and then I was only able to get part of like Dedido, just because of the time. But yeah, it was pretty eventful. You know, Agate always, that's where the party's at, but for the most part, it was pretty steady throughout most of the precincts that we went to throughout the day.
Right, and you've been basically all over the island this morning. So can you tell us what issues did voters bring to your attention?
You know, of course, the biggest thing is crime. You know, but when they talk about like the legislature as a whole, you know, if it's one thing that's very clear is they definitely want to shake up the majority. And you know, if it's one thing everybody says is they just want, you know, a set of new faces with different ideas and hopefully, you know, people that can work together, because that's one of the biggest things is that we have a legislature that is always fighting.
Right,
Yeah.
right. And with that being said, if elected into the 38th Guam legislature, are there specific issues that you're looking to address? You just said crime, but on a policy level, what are you looking to address?
I think one of the biggest things is ensuring that our schools are ready every school year. Definitely the maintenance, and so working with like the school board and GDOE to ensure that they get the funding that they need, and of course ensuring that not just getting the funding, but they have things in place that are sustainable for the long term versus a lot of the band-aids that they do to get the schools open. So definitely focus on that and ensure that we have like a long-term maintenance program for the schools.
And last question for you, is there a message that you want to share with your supporters out there?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, thank you to the people of Guam for even just the opportunity, the journey, really just going out there and talking to people, and just being able to listen to the things that are.
Nick Delgado here, coming to you from Election Central with the latest, the second batch of poll results. We have 39 of 72 precincts that have come in so far. Let's go to the race for Guam delegate first. Again, it is 39 of 72. All right, here we go. James Moylan with 7,898 votes, or 53.46%. Ginger Cruz, 6,802 votes, or 46.4%. Again, incumbent James Moylan under the delegate race, 7,898 votes, or 53.46%. And Ginger Cruz with 6,802 votes, or 46.4%. In the senatorial race, again, 39 of 72 precincts that have been counted thus far. From top to bottom, we have Therese Terlahi, 10,056 votes. Chris Barnett, 9,064 votes. Tony Atta, 8,377 votes. Joe Sinagostine, 7,732 votes. Sabrina Salas Matanani with 7,368 votes. Tina Rose Muñoz Barnes with 7,362 votes. Frank Blas Jr., 7,060. Jesse Lujan, 7,035 votes. Shelly Calvo, 6,558 votes. Will Parkinson at 6,181 votes. Chris Duenas, 6,153 votes. Vince Borja, 6,087 votes. Sabina Perez, 6,042. Tello Taidagui, 5,798 votes. Sean Gumatauto at 5,722 votes. Joanne Brown, 5,625. Roy Kanata, 5,578. Dwayne St. Nicholas at 5,397. Angela Santos at 5,196. Tom Fisher, 5,025 votes. Vic Gaza, 4,479 votes. Dave Crisostomo, 3,701 votes. William Payne at 3,664 votes. And 3,244 votes for Dave Duenas. Finally, Bishra Mendiola with 2,889 votes. Again, if you're just joining us, you're watching KUAM News' live Decision 2024 coverage. Nick Delgado coming to you live from Election Central with 39 of 72 of the precincts that are in so far. And we just went over the senatorial race again. In the delegate race, it's James Moylan at 7,898 votes, or 53.46%, and Ginger Cruz at 6,802 votes, or 46.4%. In the mayoral races, we have Michael Gumatautau with 147 votes and 73 write-in votes. In Asan Maina, still no results there, but in the village of Pidi, Mayor Jesse Alec with 478 votes. In Haget, it's in a contested race, Kevin Sasuiko, the incumbent, with 336 votes, followed by his opponent, Mark Charfris, at 95 votes. In Santa Rita Sumai, another contested race, we have Del Alvarez Jr., the son of the incumbent, with 326 votes, and his challenger, Janalu Salvador, 305 votes. In the village of Humatak, Johnny Kanata, 239 votes over his challenger, Gilbert Uggan, at 91 votes. Still no results for the mayoral race in Malesu, as well as in Alahan and Talifo 4. We're waiting for those results. But in the village of Zonya, another contested race, we have Brian BJ Terlahi at 760 votes and Debbie Lujan with 519 votes. In Orat Chalampago, Wayne Santos, 994 votes, and Timothy Flores with 701 votes. Again, this is for 39 of the 72 precincts in so far. In Sinahanya, Robert Hoffman, uncontested with 467 votes. In the village of Aganya Heights, we're still waiting for those results, though that has yet to be filed. In Mongmong Toto Maiti, Rudy Paco, uncontested with 355 votes, as well as in the village of Barragata, the mayor there, June Blas, 1,194 votes in that uncontested race. In Manila, another uncontested race with incumbent Alan Ngata getting 1,949 votes. Same for mayor of Tamaning Tumon and Harmon, Luis Rivera, 1,019 votes. In the mayoral race for Dededo, we have Peter John Beneventi with 2,009 votes and Elena Garcia with 905 votes. In Jigo, Francis Lozama, 732 votes, followed by Anthony Sanchez, that's the incumbent, with 457 votes. Over in the vice mayoral race for Haget, we have Chris Farron, 280 votes, and Ruben Herrera, 153 votes. In Barragata, the vice mayor there, uncontested race, Jesse Bautista, 1,186 votes. Same for the vice mayor in Manila, Ed Tosco, with 1,732 votes. The vice mayor race in Tamaning Tumon and Harmon, 896 votes for Albert Toves and 50 write-ins under there. In the vice mayor race for Dededo, a contested race, we have Ann Leon Guerrero, 1,785 votes, and we have Renee Helit with 781 votes for the vice mayoral race in Dededo. The vice mayoral race in Jigo, Pedro Blas, uncontested with 732 votes, but there are 239 total write-ins so far. Over to the public auditor race, uncontested race for the incumbent public auditor, BJ Cruz, getting 12,430 votes. In the CCU, I'm just going to do a quick rundown of the candidates here. We have Melvin Duenas, 5,053 votes. Pedro Martinez, 4,946 votes. Chuck Atta with 4,518 votes. Evangeline Cepeda, 3,548 votes. Nonito Blas, 3,196 votes. Over to the Guam Education Board race, Mary Okada tops the votings with 7,047, followed by Dr. Judy Guthard, 6,257. Then Angel Sablon, 5,444. Ron McNinch with 4,549. Peter Alexis Ada, 4,410 votes. Maria Gutierrez, 3,616 votes. In the judge retention ballot for Justice Torres, we have 11,320 votes for yes, 1,460 votes for no. For Judge Iriarty, 10,139 votes for yes, 1,683 no. For Judge Perez, it's 11,509 yes, 1,203 no. In the race for the White House, we have the campaign team of Harris Walsh under the Democratic ticket with 6,820 votes, and under Trump Vance, 6,366 votes. Again, this is 39 of 72 of the precincts that we have thus far. So nearly halfway there. But again, in the race for Congress, it's James Moylan, 7,898 votes, or 53.46%, and Ginger Cruz at 6,802, or 46.4%. If you ask any of the Democratic Party members, as they said after the first batch came out, still probably too close to call. But down the line, we have, again, for the top legislative votes from top to bottom, Therese Terlahi, Chris Barnett, Tony Yada, Joe San Augustine, Sabrina Salas-Matanani, Tina Rose Munya-Barnes, Frank Blas Jr., Jesse Lujan, Shelley Calvo, William Parkinson, Chris Duenas, Vince Borja, Sabina Perez, Telo Taidagui, Sean Gumatautau, Joanne Brown, Roy Kanata, Dwayne Siniclas, Angela Santos, Tom Fisher, Vic Gaza, Dave Crisostomo, William Payne, David Duenas, and Bishra Mendiola. We, of course, here at KUM will work on getting the graphics to you and the actual results. If you want to take a look for yourself on KUAM.com, as well as at KUAM News on our social media platforms on Instagram and Facebook, we'll have those results there, as well as continue to speak with some of the supporters and candidates out there at both the Republican and Democrat camps. But while we wait for those results to come in, we also have Jason Salas standing by, because he too will lay out the results as those numbers continue to come in. Earlier, we did hear from some of those candidates after the results came in, including candidate Ginger Cruz, who Mitsuki Hirayama spoke with as well. And what she was saying from the get-go is that she did her best to put on a good campaign, to really listen to the people. Similar words that were echoed from the incumbent James Moylan as Destiny Cruz was speaking with him over at the venue, where many of the GOP members, the party members right there, have showed up to just kind of show their support and are probably watching right now. But again, if you're just joining us, the race to watch really has been the delegate race to Congress here in Guam, with James Moylan at 7,898 votes, or 53.46%, and Ginger Cruz at 6,802 votes, or 46.4%. Jason Salas is standing by right now just outside here at Election Central with more on the latest with these results. Again, we have 39 of 72 precincts. Jace?
All right, everybody, here we go. And as Nick was just mentioning, we now have 36 of the 72 voting precincts that have now been completed. So we are halfway done, right? 36 of 72. All right, this is what you've been waiting for. Again, not even 12:30 on Wednesday. So in the race for congressional delegate, it is the incumbent Jim Moylan with 7,898, leading Ginger Cruz, who has 6,802 votes. Once again, Jim Moylan, the incumbent, the Republican, 7,898 votes. Ginger Cruz, the Democrat opponent, with 6,802 votes. Let's take a look now at the senatorial race. Not many changes from the previous batch. It is incumbent Speaker Therese Terlahi with 10,056 votes. She is, of course, the first candidate to hit the 5-digit mark, so she has 10,056 votes. Well done, Madam Speaker. Freshman Senator Chris Barnett looking to make it a second term. The Democrat has 9,064 votes. He is in place number 2. Third place is former Senator Tony Atta with 8,377 votes, followed by 4 through 8. Senator Joe San Augustine, Vice Speaker Tina Rose Munya-Barnes at number 5, Sabrina Salas Matanani at number 6 with 7,368, Senator Frank Blas Jr. at number 7 with 7,060 votes, and Jesse Anderson Lujan in the 8th place with 7,035 votes. Shelley Calvo, the first-time candidate, a Republican, has 6,558 votes. That puts her at the number 9 spot. Incumbent Senator Sabina Perez, a Democrat, is at number 10 with 6,042 votes, followed by number 11, Senator Quitz Duenas, number 12, Senator Will Parkinson, number 13, Vince Borja, a Republican, number 14, Senator Tello Taitigui, and number 15, Sean Gumatauta with 5,722 votes. 16 through 20, not much changes there, as incumbent Senator Joanne Brown is number 16, Senator Roy Kanata number 17, Angela Santos in her 3rd senatorial race, the Democrat, is in 18 with 5,196 votes. Senator Dwayne St. Nicholas, the incumbent, has 5,397. That puts him at number 19. Then number 20 is Senator Tom Fisher. The incumbent Republican has 5,025 votes to put him at number 20. Vic Gaza is at number 21, followed by Dave Crisostomo at number 22, William Payne, number 23, Dave Duenas, number 24, and Beaster Mendiola at number 25. I'm going to try and cycle through some of the mayoral races now, because there are, of course, 19 voting villages, I should say. Then you've got combinations of villages like Mongong Totomaiti, Asan Maina. Some of the ones are combined. So even though Guam has 30 villages, there are 19 voting precincts. So here is the first one that we have. Of those 19, eight of those villages, I should say, are running opposed. So in the race for the mayor of Ordet and Talampago, Wayne Santos, the Democrat, is leading Timothy Flores. 994 votes for Wayne Santos. Timothy Flores has 701. Of course, in Ordet Talampago, longtime mayor Jesse Gogui is not running. In the race for the mayor of Dedido, Peter Beneventi, currently the vice mayor of the most populous village on the island. He has 2,009 votes. He is leading Elena Garcia, beg your pardon. She is a Republican, and she has 905 votes. So Peter Beneventi, 2,009 votes. Elena Garcia, 905. In the race for the mayor of Haget, it is incumbent Mayor Kevin Siswico, the Republican, with 336 votes. He is leading Mark Charfers with 95 votes. In the race for the mayor of Humatek, the island's southernmost village, incumbent Mayor Johnny Kanata has 239 votes. He's leading Gilbert Uggan 91. Trying to take a look at these votes right now. Okay, here we are. The mayor of Jigo, the incumbent mayor, Tony Sanchez, currently trailing Francis Lazama. The Democrat is leading right now, 226 votes to Tony Sanchez's 161 votes. Whoops. All right, so once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's go over some of the big race. I'm gonna cycle back right now. So incumbent Jim Moylan in the congressional race, the Republican, wants to return to his seat in Washington, D.C. He has 7,898 votes. Ginger Cruz has 6,802 votes. If you're wondering in terms of the percentage, can get that for you real quick. Again, 36 of 72 votes, voting precincts, I should say, are now in. So we are halfway done. I can hear the bustling activity behind me. Not sure if that's coming through on the microphone, but there's a lot of activity. It sounds like from the amount of ballots that are being tabulated, we will have what essentially would be our third batch coming very soon. But Jim Moylan's 53.46% leads Ginger Cruz's 46.04% in the congressional race. So once again, the incumbent is leading 7,898 votes to Ginger Cruz's 6,802 votes. All right, let's run you through real quick in the senatorial race. Speaker Therese Terlahi, number 1. Okay. All right, here we are. Graphics are always nice, all right? Speaker Therese Terlahi, number 1, with 10,056 votes. Senator Chris Barnett, 9,064 votes. Number 3 goes to former Senator Tony Atta, looking to return to the legislature. This would be the 38th legislature, of course. He has 8,377 votes. Senator Joe Sinagasine as number 4 with 7,732, followed by Vice Speaker Tina Rose Munya-Barnes with 7,362 votes, followed by first-time candidate Sabrina Salas-Matanani, a Republican, 7,368 votes. She is followed by Senator Frank Blas Jr., Senator Jesse Anderson Lujan, and first-time candidate Shelley Calvo. They are followed in the 10 through 15 spots by incumbent Senator Sabina Perez, Senator Chris Duenas, Senator Will Parkinson, Vince Borja, Senator Tello Taitui, and Sean Gumatautau. 15 through 25 are thus Senator Joanne Brown, Senator Roy Kanata, Angela Santos, Senator Dwayne St-Nicholas, and of course, Senator Tom Fisher. Vic Gaza is a Republican candidate. He is in the number 21 spot. He has 4,479 votes. David Crisostomo is at number 22 with 3,701 votes. William Payne is a Republican. He is at number 23 with 3,664 votes. Dave Duenas is at number 24. He has 3,244 votes. He is number 24, as I said. And then number 25 is Bistra Mendiola, the second-time candidate. She is a Republican. She has 2,889 votes. Well, taking a look at the top 10, the candidate in the 6th spot right now is a former broadcaster, Sabrina Salas-Matanani. This is her first run at senator. She is running under the GOP, and she spoke to our Destiny Cruz about her experience running for senator. Okay, we'll have that for you momentarily. Of course, Destiny and Matsuki are both stationed at the various party headquarters tonight. Nick Delgado is going to join me momentarily. We welcome those of you who are joining us from the mainland if you're just getting up on what is essentially your very, very big day. Of course, the presidential election is happening in the States as we speak right now on the East Coast. So hafide and good morning from home to those of you joining on the mainland. A very, very big day. It has been a day of exceptional emotion here on the island as we have elected the leaders who will formulate policy for us, attempt to address some of the long-standing and lingering issues that our island has in the economy, in healthcare, in law enforcement, in education, the litany of things that we deal with as islanders. Several of your neighbors, of course, have thrown their hat in the ring to run for public office and want to represent you for the congressional delegate race. They want to be in the nation's capital. Over here, they want to be at the Guam Congress building as members of the 38th Guam legislature. So hats off, first of all, to anyone, as we are now in the wee hours of Wednesday morning, for making the conscious decision to run. Certainly not an easy thing to do, very, very taxing financially, emotionally, in terms of the time investment you have to make. So from all of us here at KUAM, you have our utmost respect for making the choice and for doing such an honorable and noble job this election season. Once again, we got some more interviews for our Destiny and Matsuki, and we're going to have those for you. Let's go take a real quick break, and we'll have those for you right after this.
Is November too early for Christmas music? Not here at Breeze 93.9 FM. Set your radio to 93.9 FM or listen to us via KUAM.com or the KUAM News app for holiday music every hour with Holiday Head Start. It all leads up to our holiday music takeover on Black Friday, November 29th, where we're playing Christmas music 24/7. From beloved tomorrow hymns to holiday classics and essentials from Mariah to Bublé. We're getting the season started early with Holiday Head Start. Happy Holiday Head Start from Breeze 93.9 FM. Now streaming on the KUAM News app or KUAM.com. Holiday Head Start is brought to you by Taco Bell. Live Moss.
All right, we are continuing our coverage here at the venue with the Republican Party of Guam. I am now joined by no stranger to our airwaves, especially on KUAM News, Sabrina Salas Matanani, again, Republican candidate for senator. Sabrina, you are ranking number 6 on the senatorial candidates. So how do you feel hearing this news?
Well, I didn't see it on my way over here, but if you say I'm number 6, I guess I'm excited about it. But it's still early. I believe it's how many precincts?
18 out of 72.
18 out of, okay, yeah, it's still early. Do you know what villages?
We're still figuring that out. We're still waiting for big ones like Dedido to Muning to roll in. But again, 18 out of 72. And I just want to shift gears a little bit because, like I mentioned, you're no stranger to our airwaves and you have served the people of Guam reporting on critical issues. But if elected, you will serve the people of Guam on a policy level. So what are critical issues that you're hoping to address if elected into the 38th Guam legislature?
Well, as you know, there's so many issues that are happening on our island, and some of the issues that are still happening are the ones that I reported on, that you're still reporting on now. The next generation, whether it's healthcare, education, and public safety. Schools didn't open on time. I think they haven't opened on time in quite a while. We haven't seen resolution to the problems that the hospital faces at GMH. Public safety, so many people still feel unsafe. So, of course, those are my 3 top priorities. But other issues I am interested in working on, workforce development. I've said that throughout the campaign trail. Whether it is, I work in the construction industry, and I know that we rely on a lot of foreign workers, and that's because we need more of a local skilled workforce. And you have the Guam Trades Academy. We need more of our local people to learn the trades, but also jobs in technology, training in technology. I see that for our future. Those are our jobs for tomorrow. I'd like to work on that. As you know, we have the BEAD funding, the grant funding, $156 million is coming to Guam to provide affordable access to internet. So I think we need to train up our people in technology. We also need to work on healthcare professionals. I plan on working with the Guam Medical Association, as well as GMH, to figure out how can we recruit more of our doctors, our nurses, our specialists to come and work on Guam.
And, as I mentioned earlier, you are number 6 right now. And I know it's still early. We're still waiting for other precincts to be accounted for. But number 6, that goes to show that our island voters are really taking to you. So what are some, or maybe a message that someone has relayed to you earlier today that really stuck with you?
I think the message that I heard, not only just today, but throughout this journey for me, has been how people want change, how people want new voices, new people, new blood. They're kind of tired of seeing our island being stagnant. They're not seeing, everybody says healthcare, education, public safety. And
Off the day, everybody. I'm Jason Salas with KUM. You're watching our continuing coverage of the general election, the ballot tabulation process here from Election Central at the University of Guam Calvo Fieldhouse in Mangilao. There is a lot going on as we are now halfway through. 36 of 72 island ballot precinct stations have now reported in. Many more are being tabulated right now, being finalized. But let's go over to Nick Delgado, worthy candidate who is in the senatorial race in the 15th spot. Is a former colleague of ours here at KUM, Sean Gumatao. He's with Nick.
Hey, Jace. Yeah, actually, with Sean here, the Republican Party of Guam chair and candidate under the senatorial race, I mean, excitement is just there's much more than just saying you're excited tonight.
Well, you know, I've been a part of elections for nearly 20 plus years, so I'm still waiting. I'm cautiously optimistic. I still think that there's still some big precincts that need to be reported, including my home district of Talafofo and others. In Arahan, we still have other races. We're still waiting to conclusion for Agate or Haggett, and again, Heights hasn't reported yet. So, I mean, again, with 8 competitive races, all of our focus is on there. Just a big point, if I'm not mistaken, with the uncontested races, that makes about 41% of the total votes cast. So that still leaves such a big number out there for us to be watching for the balance of the night, or actually now in the morning.
Yeah, huge number, huge gap still. But looking at the results thus far of the precincts that were able to come in and the votes that were counted so far, it puts you at number 15. How are you feeling about that?
I'm still very excited, but also watching closely. Just that it's been 2 reports, seeing it just kind of very steady, and so I'm just kind of watching like everyone else is, and still excited about how the impact of the other districts will have on those final numbers.
Yeah, the latest numbers still showing in the delegate race, the incumbent James Moylan still in the lead, 53.46% over his challenger Ginger Cruz at 46.4%. Have you heard back from them?
I've been here. Everyone's been more focused on the number, listening to you all on KUAM, and then trying to process what they just heard. And then they're looking around and say, okay, which villages are reported? And the importance of that, Nick, is that these other districts with larger, vote column or ballot, very ballot heavy, we're still waiting for like Dededo, Jigo, and the others. But like I said, some of the southern districts have yet to report.
Yeah, what was really interesting to see here too, Sean, is looking on the other side of the curtain from the tabulation machines. A lot of, I think all the precinct officials, they've since wrapped up. They wrapped up the tables, and normally we see that usually 2 in the morning. So we're seeing a quicker process in tonight.
Well, I was talking to some of the GEC officials, and what they were saying was because of this effort to bring in University of Guam students have been, for the most part, this whole semester preparing for this election. We're not saying that the folks before were not great, but somehow in that education process, the process has now gotten more efficient. So now with these students who are maybe their grades at stake, right? Like, okay, you get a B for not doing it by 1 a.m., whatever the case might be, right? So with the way that this has been going, the students have now brought a different level of efficiency to a process that is, in the past, as you mentioned, we've been around these elections a long time. It's made it a little bit tougher and slower.
Yeah. I want to also visit the numbers in the presidential race. Sure. It's still showing, it's still close, very, very close. Harris Walz, 49.44%, Trump Vance, 46.15%. How are you feeling as a party chair?
I think as a party chair, I'm still waiting for those other very conservative Republican districts to report, and this number will probably shift as we get closer to the end of this. And it's too early. I think that's one of the great things about the straw poll. And can I just tell you that, and they're probably watching, but the Republican National Committee and the Trump Organization, they are monitoring this election and the broadcast as we speak, because obviously this sets a tone of what we can expect to see in Washington. And I think their polls are opening very soon too. So that's why this is becoming that much more important, because this is really where America's Republican wins are going to begin. Will begin right here.
What would you say to your colleagues out there, the fellow candidates who might be in the lower percentage or under past the 15th mark?
I think that for all of us, we've been working really hard in this cycle, and we're getting a lot of help from our districts. So this is really that culmination in of that effort. So that's why it's too early for us to say, okay, great, let's start, popping the champagne. And by the way, if you guys bought champagne at the venue, I'm going to be pretty irritated by it because I didn't get to try any of it.
It's under your tab?
Yeah, well, no, I hope they got the beers out of the tab for me. But if they're celebrating too early, then I think that's going to be the problem that we're going to face. So I think we got to be this has always been about one election at a time. And so it's been kind of exciting since we started talking about this over a year ago, that this is kind of, again, that result.
And I've seen the Republican candidates out there just as much as all the other candidates waving and doing their final pitches to the voters.
At
And
6:30 in the morning, bro.
why not, right?
Okay.
The news never sleeps. You know this.
Oh, okay, one second. If you're up at 6:30 in the morning, I didn't see you, but I know I was up.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, just walk us through the campaign trail for you.
Yeah, well, for me personally, it really has been every morning at 5 o'clock, monitoring the news, seeing where we're at in terms of getting out to the different locations and just getting out and giving a good morning to everybody. It's been awesome. The afternoon as well, especially in the final 30 days. But most of us have been working together as best we can. Everyone's schedules are different. We have people who've got, I hate to say it, but they got real jobs, right? They're running life. They got families. They got business to attend to. So these times have been really tough. We've been having lunch every other week, saying, hey, what's going on? So we kind of we're mustering up at GPO, just enjoying time and just seeing how everyone's doing, because this is more of the welfare check. Are you guys doing okay? Yeah, it's been pretty cool. So it has been all 13 of us, but it's been a good chunk almost every single time.
Okay. And then the voters that are still awake with us, waiting and watching the results. Any words you'd like to say to them?
Yeah, just stay tuned to KUAM. We're expecting the results to come again, and we're hoping that it'll be a positive blip for all of us, especially in the Republican Party of Guam.
Okay. Shanga Matato with the Republican Party of Guam and making the top 15 so far.
Still in there.
Right? So good luck, Sean, and thank you for your time.
All right.
Appreciate it. Okay. Again, you're joining KUAM News here with Decision 2024 coverage live from Election Central at the University of Guam Calvo Fieldhouse in Manilao. Real quick, about 36 of 72 of the precincts have come in thus far. I'll just go down the line from top to bottom from most votes of those precincts in here. From the top, number 1, Therese Terlahi, Chris Barnett, Tony Atta, Joe San Agustin, Sabrina Salas Matanani, Tina Munya Barnes, Frank Blas Jr., Jesse Lujan, Shelly Calvo, William Parkinson, Chris Duenas, Vince Borja, Sabina Perez, Tello Taitagui, Sean Gumatauto, Joanne Brown, Roy Kanata, Dwayne Sineklis, Angela Santos, Tom Fisher, Vic Gaza, David Crisostomo, William Payne, David Duenas, and Bishra Mendiola. And again, in the race that many have been watching for this midterm election has been the race for Guam delegate. James Moylan at 7,898 votes, or 53.46%, and Ginger Cruz with 6,802 votes, or 46.4%. With that, we're going to toss it over now to Mitsuki Hirayama. She has another interview with candidate Ginger Cruz. And we'll get to that in just a moment. But again, the numbers for the delegate race is James Moylan, 7,898 votes. Ginger Cruz with 6,802 votes. This is just 36 of 72 precincts that have been counted through those tabulation machines. And we're seeing really the proof and how much faster those machines can run those ballots through, 3 times faster is what the Guam Election Commission, really a record-breaking season that we've noticed this election cycle for all that have been involved, including for the Election Commission. But again, we're going to toss it over to candidate Ginger Cruz's camp, where our Mitsuki Hirayama spoke with her.
All right, the second batch of results are now in, and Ginger, you are now closing the gap by 1%. What are your thoughts on this second batch now?
Well, usually when you have 2 batches, that starts to set a trend. So at this point, it's looking like the Republicans really did come out. I'm sure that is in part spurred by the fact that they wanted to take back the Guam legislature. And so it's interesting to see the results, but I think we're starting to see a trend. So it's pretty much likely at this point that the incumbent is going to win, which, is, it's not exactly a complete surprise, given the fact that, like I said, I had never run for political office and I was gone for Guam for 20 years. So just being back 5 years in the middle of COVID, it's hard to get your name out and to do those things. But, I think the important thing as we're looking at those results now is that I did manage at this point to get 6,802 votes. And that is 6,802 people who believed in me, and who saw the movement that we started and who heard the message and were really excited. And I know that all the voters out there that did vote for me have that passion to make Guam better. And I really think the thing that this election comes down to is it is a battle between people who are afraid, people who want the status quo, because they think that if they try and disturb the status quo or try to reach something more, that they might lose something. And so to me, I think that there is that sort of, we're happy where we are, we're safe where we are, and so there's that goes into it, right? And then there's a group of people that really believed that there could be change, and that was a large part of the voters that voted for me. So if Guam is not ready for change, and the voters are not ready for change, then that is their decision, and I totally respect the decision of the voters of Guam. But at the same time, I think it's going to be interesting in the next couple of years to see what we can do with this movement that we've started. Because the one thing that I will say is now that I've run, I believe I have a responsibility to all of the people who have put their heart and soul and time into this campaign and who voted for me. And so, I continue to want to be in the mix, making sure that those things where I have an opinion and I can help out and we can do something for the people of Guam, that we'll be able to do. So I want to wait and see if we got like one or two more, because there's a bunch of villages in the South, and I know that the South was pretty excited about, the votes coming in. So let's see what those voter trends are going to look like. But for right now, I mean, I'm extremely overwhelmed by the people who did vote for me. And, I want to make sure that I do good by them and by all the people of Guam.
Right. Thank you, Ginger, and good luck to you. And I know your supporters are still remaining hopeful. I did overhear one of them say, "You're still in this race, and we've only reached about half of the precincts. There's still half left to go. So we'll continue to be here all night long until the final batch of results are in."
Wow, what an interview right there. Dr. Ramanich joining us again here in Election Central. Hearing from candidate Ginger Cruz already after seeing only the second batch of results, it sounded like she conceded already to the incumbent. That was clear. Your thoughts?
Well, it's over half of the numbers are in now, and certainly Moylan does have a substantial lead, and I think that it's very noble when candidates always concede when they see that there's not going to be a lot of change in the direction. There's certainly no change in the direction where the numbers are going. And this was always an interesting race. It's always hard to run against an incumbent. It takes a lot of courage to run against incumbents because there is a certain power that incumbents have. On the other hand, both of them ran very good, strong campaigns.
Very strong.
They contrasted their views well. They were nice to each other, appropriately nice. And respectful of each other, which is refreshing in this day and age in politics.
Really?
So I think that it was a very well-run race, and Ginger had a good organization. Her people strongly supported her. It's just it's tough to run for that kind of position. And unlike running for the legislature, where there's a whole herd or group of people running, often for the Congress it's two people, and it's a tough head-to-head race.
Yeah.
Different format, like running for governor almost.
So, just in your experience, Ron, we're still waiting for a good chunk, though, of the precincts to come in. You don't think that this could change?
Not that by that much, not with that direction. I don't see it really changing that much. It might change somewhat by percentage point, but it will not go below probably 52% for Moylan at this point. I think that would be the base number. On the other hand, it could spin up above 54% for him either way.
Okay.
So I don't see it change. I don't see it changing to the point of changing positions at all.
Pretty similar to also the exit poll that your students had participated in.
Right. And, our exit poll, it was a very small sample, and it showed that they were that Moylan had a 1% up, but we viewed it as a virtual tie because the sample was so low. And so that was a race we didn't want to make any commitments to. On the candidate placement for the 15, we've done pretty well, and I think those numbers are pretty consistent and have held, and so we're pleased with that. And by the way, it's very hard to take a to sample and try to create an estimate for the 15 top candidates among 25, and I think we've pretty much done a pretty consistent job on it, so we're happy with that. It helps us to have confidence in our methods when that happens.
I think a lot of the candidates and campaigners out there, they suspected they might see a Republican majority, considering the amount of candidates that are running in this election. Majority of them are from the GOP. But would you make the same argument then that these results could be pretty much set for at least the top 15 in the 38th?
Well, I think at least 13, the top 13, and you can always have some wobble right at the end for the 14th and 15th, either way. I have to say, there's a key point that sometimes people will overlook, and that is a person who's in the legislature that's an incumbent, if they're particularly a Democrat and they're in good standing, if they fall out, they always have an executive job they can fall back on. Whereas the Republicans really have to make sure they get elected because they don't have that fallback as easily. And so there's that motivating factor. And traditionally, the legislature, when the governor's a Democrat, it'll turn Republican and vice versa. So.
Yeah, I mean, you made a good point just about how difficult it is to unseat an incumbent, but it looks like just in the batch that we have here, 36 of 72 precincts, 4 of the incumbents could be unseated.
Very true, and that's the unfortunate part about politics. And if you look at the margins, they're very, very thin margins.
Yeah,
they're not, especially you'll see them bunched up. And so one key thing is you'll see some candidates have a whole bunch of votes, and that means that the public is only voting for that person and just a couple of others. And so when you have a Democrat getting a whole bunch of votes, and then you have a bunch of Democrats falling out, because that practice is in existence, they're being denied. They're shooting their own majority in the foot, because a Democrat majority could have happened if they had shared votes more. And unfortunately, that didn't happen here for the Democrats. And it's for the good fortune of the Republicans. And there's going to be a Republican legislature. It's going to be Republican-led, and it's going to have Republican leadership. It's going to be a very different legislature than our past legislature.
And one point, because our reporter out in the field, Mitsuki, she did speak with the Lieutenant Governor, Josh Tenorio. I think a point to bring up again, he said he just wants a legislature that the administration can work with. He didn't say a majority Democrat, because they are a Democrat administration. But he just said one that we can work with.
Yeah, and I think that it's very interesting how often, and you see this all the time in Guam politics, the Republican legislature doesn't want to work with the Republican governor, and then the Democrat legislature doesn't want to work with the Democrat governor. Yeah. But sometimes when you have a Republican governor or a Democrat governor and the opposite party in the legislature, they work better together. And it could be that they want to one-up each other and show each other how good they can do. So we'll see if that'll play out.
Well, I would say that's the best option for the people, huh?
I think so. And also it's going to be good that there's no more coalition. That coalition system they had in the last legislature was horrible. And I hope that the Republicans play on the point that they can control things now in a lot of ways. They haven't had control in many years. And so we have a lot of Republicans that want to be speaker. That's going to be an interesting shuffling around to see who's going to be the speaker in this group.
Yeah.
I have a feeling I know who. We'll see if it turns out.
You want to tell us any guesses?
No, because I don't want to play politics, but it'll probably be somebody with experience.
Okay. All right. Interesting take, Dr. Rahman Inch. Thank you so much. It's interesting to see as well how the actual results thus far has pretty much mirrored the exit poll as it's done in election past. So good job to your team on doing such a good job there. Any of the other races that you've been eyeing? Because I know there are a few contested mayoral races, and the villagers, they're always keen on that.
Yeah, those, if Guam really wanted to experience heavy-duty politics, we should elect a sheriff. You want to see crazy politics?
I've worked in places with sheriffs. Yeah.
When you have sheriffs, it's really dynamic. The next best thing for Guam is to see the rough and tumble mayoral races, because those can be really interesting in their own right, because they're very intense, very emotional, and kind of fun. And I gotta tell you, mayors are some of the hardest working elected public servants we have. And a lot of their jobs, a lot of their heavy duty work is overlooked, and they get blamed for a lot of stuff, and they have a lot of responsibilities in their own villages. I think that we should relook how we look at our mayors. On another race is, I guess, the school board. I was critical of the elected school board this time because there's no competition.
Yeah.
And I think if that's the case, every school board member should go through and have a hearing on their service to the school board, just like appointees have, given that there was no competition or scrutiny outside of there. We have to change the way we select school board members, I think, to make it more competitive and to open it up. The paperwork to run for the school board is oppressive. I mean, it takes a lot of time.
And you know, you're on the ballot.
Yeah, I'm on the ballot. Gosh, who would vote for me? But you know, the thing.
Well, let's say it's 4,549 people voted so far.
Well, I know my wife voted for me. That was the. But the thing is, I think that we want mothers and fathers to run for the school board. We got to make the paperwork easier to run, and stop making it so hard for people to run for the school board. And the clearances you have to have, and it takes several $100s just to even put your name on the ballot. And it shouldn't be that way. It should be a much more accessible system if we elect them. On the other hand, I think that maybe all 9 should be appointed and approved. And another thing is, I think that the governor should have more control of education than the governor currently has. But that's my own opinion. And
I mean, you've had the experience and time with the board thus far, and so you think that would change, especially how we've been seeing the schools operated with delays, with being shortchanged on their budget, you name it.
Absolutely. If the governor had more direct controls, I feel the governor should. It's easier. They have more resources. They're able to hold things more accountable. I think that there's some advantages to that kind of system, and we should take another look at it and see if that kind of system will help us. Also, I'm a big fan of having an education commissioner, kind of like the CNMI has, rather than having like the superintendent kind of system. I think that the head of education should work for the governor, and they should be held accountable by the legislature through that process.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, well, the voters also had an opportunity on the retention of Justice Torres, Judge Iriarte, Judge Perez.
I got a lot to say about that.
Let's go.
Sure. Unlike other public officials, judges cannot defend themselves in public. And that's unfortunate, because actually judges are the most trusted public officials in the United States. They're the most trusted public officials on Guam. It's a hard job. A lot of times judges don't have very many friends. It's hard to have friends when you're a judge, because you're under all these conflict rules and things like that. I think that judges do some of the hardest servants on Guam that has its own set of pressures, and I would certainly encourage the public to always support our judges and know that judges can't always speak up for themselves. And we need to understand that they have hard decisions to make that aren't always popular decisions. And that's the downside of having these approval votes. I'm not in favor of these public approval votes for, at least on a small island, for judges. I think that simply having a review process using the Guam Bar or the legislature would work better and be more fair to the judges, because judges shouldn't have to feel like they have to go through a popularity contest.
Yeah, court of public opinion, always a strong one out there, especially in a case that is high profile.
And often public opinion, the court of public opinion is a kangaroo court. It's not a real court. It's one that is dominated by social media and people talking about things they don't understand. It's very, very hard to be a judge and to be a good judge and to be a fair judge. It's not easy. If it were easy, we would have a lot more people be judges for a longer time than they are.
I want to also highlight the uncontested race for public auditor of Guam. Why do you think that we don't see much interest of others wanting to take on this position?
Oh, I'm interested. I want to run for public auditor.
You heard it here.
But BJ Cruz is such a good public auditor. Who would want to run against him? I think that's the, and you know, he's a very fine gentleman. He's an absolute wonderful public servant. He's led 2 major branches. He headed up the courts as Chief Justice. He was Speaker of the Legislature. You know, he had the courage to do unpopular things when he was in the legislature. He never got credit for those things. And he genuinely exercised courage in a way that many legislators never did. And I have to say, the public may not know about that, but I know about it. And he deserves that good credit, and he deserves that certainly respect from the public. I think that he didn't have any competition simply because he's respected so much. Okay. And it's not easy to be public auditor. He's had some heavy duty reports that he's turned out, and many people forget this. When he was first appointed to the bench many years ago, there was a huge public outcry, just total prejudice against Public Auditor Cruz to even be a judge, and he overcame that. And he deserves certainly good credit for having resilience and having the true devotion to our community that he has.
So would you say a track record that especially a lot of the newcomers in the 38th should really look into and invest in?
Yeah, I think we have a bunch of wannabes a lot of times in our government positions, and people who care more about themselves than they care about the public. I'll tell you, if you want to know someone who cares about our youth and cares about our young people, former Chief Justice B.J. Cruz is now our current public auditor, absolutely has, he's probably the most caring public official I've ever seen in my life, and here on Guam in public life.
Okay, and another race, the CCU.
What do they do anyway? God, I mean,
they tell us when our rates are going up. That's what I look out for all the time.
I mean, CCU. I mean, no offense. Who's winning in that race anyway?
So we have Melvin Duenas with 5,053 votes, Pedro Martinez 4,946, and Chuck Atta 4,518. But it's the top 2.
I have to say, Pedro Martinez, a wonderful gentleman. I've known him for many years. Absolutely, totally devoted public servant. I know Chuck Atta also is a very fine, capable manager. He was in Civil Defense, Homeland Security for many years. 100% the real deal for that policy area. Now, the other gentleman, Melvin Duenas, I don't know, but I have to say, the CCU has a lot of heavy-duty pressure that they have to deal with because everybody complains all the time about CCU issues, and often we can easily forget what a tough job they have. So, and being on that board is not easy. I think, it's an interesting area.
Okay. Finally, last but not least, the presidential race. I mean, it's looking like Guam may just pick Harris Walls.
I didn't pick Harris Walls, I have to say. I picked Trump. And I have to say my good friend Judy Guthers picked Harris Walls. And it's kind of fun. I think it's fun to be a part of these straw polls. I have to say, I tell everyone, if they want to know Donald Trump, read The Art of the Deal, Chapter 2, and it gives his playbook for how to be a leader. I think the problem with Harris Walls is there was so much controversy over how Harris kind of took over the position from Joe Biden, how they kind of shoved him to the side. I think there's some drama there. Also, to be blunt, I don't have a lot of respect for Walls, given some of the shenanigans he was involved in. I tend to be more critical of leaders than others in that regard. I'm not all that partisan. I think that there is truly a Trump derangement syndrome. One day we'll have to talk about more in depth.
Okay.
I think some people take it out of context in terms of what Trump is. Trump's pretty pragmatic, and he just likes to make deals. And I think if people understand that, then they'll accept it more. We'll see where that goes. You know, while we had our own straw poll election here that doesn't really change the electoral process, that's going to be a turbulent race in the mainland for the next 2 months. And that's something that certainly it's going to be chaos in some places in the U.S. mainland.
Yeah, Guam has usually predicted with its straw poll what the outcome is there, and then the percentage is pretty close, 49 and to 46.
Yeah, so we'll see. And then one other key thing is, and this is the interesting thing, I noticed like 3 percentage points voted for Robert Kennedy. So Robert Kennedy's with Trump, so it looks to me like it's almost even, 49-49 if we do some creative math.
Okay.
It's very interesting to see the dynamics in the U.S. national politics related to the presidential race, and just the heavy hatred so many people seem to have with that race. That's why me and Dr. Guthers, we put on our shirts and took our picture and waved the flag for a couple of hours just to show people, get over it, and politics can be fun and playful. But you know, politics is also a serious business, and our community needs to expect more out of our elected leaders. Hold their feet to the fire. 100% complain about public officials when they don't do their job. You know, we have a community of cowards here. Everybody is afraid of criticizing anybody else. Start criticizing our leaders and letting them know that when they're not doing their job, because some of our leaders are so narcissistic and arrogant, they forget that it's about the people, and it's about our young people in this community, it's about parents in this community, it's about our voters, and our true community supporters should be our elected officials who are working in these jobs for noble purposes, not for ego.
And I was hearing from some of your students earlier, that's how they're making their decisions, because traditionally, growing up here on Guam at this young age, it's about really who you know, who your alliance has been with, or who your grandma and your grandpa has voted for. It's just as simple as that, really.
Sure. Hopefully, when I'm in my classroom with my students, I try to teach them to be a bunch of loudmouths and start expecting more out of our public leaders. Expect more out of them. Don't put up with them not opening up public schools on time. There's no excuse for that. There's no excuse for not doing the things that we should be doing. And also our elected leaders, particularly in the legislature, they need to know, they need to go through the Guam Code and start looking at the laws that exist on the books that aren't helpful. We need to look at the procurement process, which is a total zoo. We need to really take care of these things. And we don't have any sense of urgency to do so. Yeah. Every senator doesn't view it as their problem, and I hope that the Republicans will change that. Make all of Guam's problems their problems and deal with them. That's what I hope they'll do.
Well, it looks like the current speaker, she has been the top vote getter in this race so far for the 38th. Teresa Lai, 10,056. Very wide stretch from majority of those, even in the top 15. It goes Chris Barnett, 9,064. Tony Atta, 8,377. And then it goes 7,000, 6,000, 5,000, all the way down for the rest that have continued to make in the rankings to be on the 38th. I mean, still anyone's guess. Sure. For the 14th and 15th spot, you said.
Sure, but if you look at the range, you have 10,000 at the top and 5,000 at the lower limit. That's 5,000 votes spread between the first and the 15th. There's a lot of dynamics going on there. And if you look at the first to second spot, there's over 1,000 votes gap. That means that there's some very unhealthy vote or ballot marking going on when people are not using their votes and voting for a sufficient people. And it really hurts the party when people only vote for limited numbers of candidates. And the public needs to start knowing that, especially if they want their people to be in office.
Okay. Dr. Ramanich, thank you always so much for your insight. And again, like we heard from the candidate Ginger Cruz's camp earlier, pretty much she's conceding already to the incumbent, but the results, they were still waiting for them, 36 of 72 precincts. And so
And she did a very good race. She did a very good job. I listened to several of her public discussions, and I thought she did a great job on trying to make her case. And I think that Jim Moylan should talk to her some more and try to work on some of the things that she can help him bring to the table in the next 2 years. I think that would be the Guam way, really.
I was going to say what the possibility of that is, seeing as they're from opposite parties, but I mean, the Guam way is a great way to explain it.
Right, and I think we need to be pragmatic in that regard. And, do you mind if I say one other thing?
Sure.
Fight, fight, fight!
Dr. Rahman, thank you so much again for your time. Really appreciate it.
I just had to
Yeah.
say it.
Well, we're not done with you yet. We still have more precincts to wait for throughout the night. Hopefully it's a quick one, right?
We'll be done soon.
Okay. We'll be done soon. I think he's my favorite interview that just for those words. But Dr. Ramanich, thank you so much for your insight again. 36 of 72 precincts in so far. We've been bringing you the results on KUAM.com and all our KUAM News social media platforms. Just a quick rundown again, if you're just tuning in. Incumbent James Moylan, 7,898 votes, or 53.46%. His challenger, Ginger Cruz, 6,802 votes, or 46.4%. In the senatorial race for the 38th Guam legislature, I'm going to name to you the top 15 candidates thus far, with Therese Terlahi being the top vote getter, followed by Chris Barnett, Tony Atta, Joe San Augustine, Sabrina Salas Metanani, Tina Munya Barnes, Frank Blas Jr., Jesse Lujan, Shelley Calvo, William Parkinson, Christopher Duenas, Vince Borja, Sabina Perez, Tello Tadagui, and Sean Gumatautau. And we have the full results already for you right now on KUAM.com. You can continue to watch us here live from Election Central as we wait for the rest of the precincts to come in. We do see that all of the precinct officials that have been working throughout the day at all the polling sites have pretty much wrapped up in reconciling the ballot boxes before they headed over to the tabulation machines. And so right now we're just waiting for the third batch. And I think during the primary they were expecting about 4 or 5 batches. So let's see if it mirrors about the same account for tonight. But we have more to bring you here with Decision 2024 coverage in a moment. Keep it here.
November is not just a time to prepare for the holiday season. It also marks Movember, a month that's dedicated to raising awareness about men's health issues, including cancer, chronic illnesses, and mental health and wellness.
Movember is more than just growing a mustache. It's a movement that encourages men to take charge of their health and to have important conversations about what's going on in their lives.
Did you know that 1 in 9 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer in their lifetime, and that men are significantly less likely to seek help for mental health issues than women? This month, we're encouraging all men to take a proactive approach to their health.
Simple steps like getting regular checkups and screenings, talking to your friends and family about your feelings and symptoms, and exercising regularly can make a big difference. Join us this Movember to raise awareness and support one another, and take action with our health and well-being.
Is November too early for Christmas music? Not here at Breeze 93.9 FM. Set your radio to 93.9 FM or listen to us via KUAM.com or the KUAM News app for holiday music every hour with Holiday Head Start. It all leads up to our holiday music takeover on Black Friday, November 29th, where we're playing Christmas music 24/7. From beloved tomorrow hymns to holiday classics and essentials from Mariah to Bublé. We're getting the season started early with Holiday Head Start. Happy Holiday Head Start from Breeze 93.9 FM. Now streaming on the KUAM News app or KUAM.com. Holiday Head Start is brought to you by Taco Bell. Live Moms.
Docomo Pacific is on a mission. Whether you're a small business or a large enterprise, we believe fast internet's no longer just an option, it's a necessity. That's why we're committed to bringing fiber to everyone. As your business needs expand, we're working to bridge the digital divide by making strong, swift connections scalable to any business, ensuring you have the connectivity required and then some. Building for tomorrow's needs today. Fiber for everyone. Docomo Pacific Business.
For our women in business, the Women's Chamber of Commerce.
Sujusmasi to KUAM and to the candidates. Hafide, I'm Regine Biscoli with the Guam Women's Chamber. Recognizing that deciding to have children is a major life choice for women, what are your thoughts on reproductive rights? If elected, outline the steps you will take to ensure access to comprehensive reproductive health care, including family planning services for women on Guam.
Candidate Cruz.
Thank you very much for that question. Well, women's reproductive rights is really the issue of this election, and we have to ensure that all of the troubles and problems that we are seeing evidenced all across our country today, with women who are having miscarriages, ending up dying because they're not able to get the health care that they deserve and need. We have to revisit this issue, because leaving it with the states, by simply saying let's leave it with the states, or even worse, by the federal government intervening and trying to tell a doctor or a woman what they need to do in every single circumstance, is not something that is working out for our people. As a result, IVF is getting cut off for people that want to have families. So we need to make sure that as much as we can, that safe contraception is available to every single woman. We need to make sure that we leave the decision up to doctors, because God forbid that there is an accident somewhere out there on Marine Drive and some doctor is prevented from doing some kind of care to a woman who happens to be pregnant. That has to be protected and left with the doctors.
Thank you, Candidate Cruz. Congressman Moylan.
Regine, thank you for the question. That's very important. And that decision, of course, should be the decision necessary, made by the physician and the female. But what's more important to me is the ability to have the proper medical care on the island. Our hospital facility needs work. I've been to many births at the hospital as well, and the condition of the birthing room is very sad. It needs a...
All right, so we have the third batch of results to bring you right now. 59 of 72 precincts coming in with incumbent James Moylan under the delegate race, 12,085 votes, or 52.54%, and his challenger Ginger Cruz, 10,804 votes, or 46.97%. This has been the race to watch throughout this midterm election season. Again, James Moylan, 12,085 votes. Ginger Cruz, 10,804 votes. We did hear from both candidates just moments ago of what they think of the results, as well as some insight from Dr. Ron McNinch here tonight. But now over to the race for the 38th Guam Legislature. Again, 59 of 72 precincts counted so far. We are going to go down the list from top vote getter Therese Terlahi, 15,735 votes. Chris Barnett, 14,131 votes. Tony Yatta, 12,934 votes. Josen Augustine, 12,198. Tina Munya Barnes, 11,483. Sabrina Salas Matanani, 11,451. Jesse Lujan, 11,087. Frank Blas Jr., 10,976. Shelley Calvo, 10,365. William Parkinson, 9,876. Chris Duenas, 9,547. Sabina Perez, 9,525. Vince Borja, 9,494. Telo Taitagui, 9,091. And Sean Kumatauta rounding off the top 15 with 8,953. Also, the numbers for the rest of the senatorial candidates, we have Roy Kanata, 8,819 votes. Joanne Brown, 8,704 votes. Dwayne St. Nicholas, 8,683 votes. Angela Santos, 8,153. Tom Fisher, 8,001. Vic Gaza, 7,098. Dave Crisostomo, 5,947. William Payne, 5,646. Dave Duenas, 5,222. And Bistra Mendiola, 4,529 votes. In the mayoral races, we have, for the uncontested race in Hagåtña, Michael Gumatauta, 147 votes and 73 write-ins in that village. Asamaina, also uncontested with Frankie Salas at 209 votes. PD Mayor with 478 votes. In the contested race of the village of Hagat, we have Kevin Siswico, 336 votes. Mark Charfris, 95 votes. In Santa Rita and Sumai, Del Alvarez, 326 votes, followed closely by Janalu Salvador, 305 votes. That, again, is Del Alvarez with 51.58% and Janalu Salvador with 48.26%. In Humatak, it's Johnny Kanata with 239 votes and Gilbert Uggan, 91 votes. In the village of Moleso, we have Franklin Champaco, 274 votes. That's an uncontested race there. In Alahan, uncontested as well, but we're still waiting for those results for candidate Anthony Chargloff. The results are in for the village mayor of Talafofo, Vicente Taitagui, 821 votes. In Zotnia, the contested race between Brian B.J. Terlahi getting 1,001 votes, Debbie Lujan, 668 votes. So Brian has 57.46% of the votes so far in Zotnia, followed by Debbie Lujan, 38.35% of the votes. In Orat Chalampago, Wayne Santos, 994 votes. Timothy Flores, 701 votes. So Wayne Santos in the lead with 58.50%. Timothy Flores, 41.26% of the votes. Again, this is the third batch that we've gotten thus far. It is 59 of 72 precincts that have been counted. If you're watching for the village of Sinahanya, incumbent mayor Robert Hoffman has 906 votes. For the village of Agania Heights, between Richard Arroyo and John McDonald III, still waiting on those results. No results yet for Agania Heights. Mongmontoto Maiti, an uncontested race with Mayor Rudy Paco, 355 votes. June Blas and Barragata, uncontested with 1,963 votes. In Manila, uncontested race for Mayor Alan Ngata, 1,949 votes. Uncontested race in Tamuning, Tumon, and Harmon for Luis Rivera, 1,019 votes. For the village of Dededo, this is a contested race with the current vice mayor, Peter Beneventi, garnering 4,036 votes over Elena Garcia, who got 1,848 votes. So Peter Beneventi so far getting 68.14% of the votes over Elena Garcia of 31.20%. In Jigo, another contested race, we have Francis Lazama getting 1,934 votes over the incumbent Anthony Sanchez, who has 1,223 votes. So Francis Lazama in Jigo so far getting 60.70% of the votes over Anthony Sanchez, who has 38.39% of the votes. In the vice mayoral race for Hagat, Christopher Farron, 280 votes over Ruben Herrera, 153 votes. The vice mayor of Barragata, uncontested for Jesse Bautista, getting 1,945 votes. Uncontested race as well for Edward Tosco in vice mayor race of Manilao, 1,732 votes. Same for the vice mayor race of Tamuning, Tumon, and Harmon. Albert Tovis, 896 votes. In the vice mayor race in Dededo, it is Ann Leon Guerrero getting 3,607 votes over Rennie Halit getting 1,561 votes. So Ann Leon Guerrero having 63.37 votes over Rennie, who has 27.42% of the votes as vice mayor of Dededo. Uncontested race for the vice mayor of Jigo, Pedro Blas getting 2,029 votes. And that's for the vice mayoral races. For the public auditor race, uncontested race for BJ Cruz getting 19,468 votes. Under the Consolidated Commission on Utilities, the top two vote getters are Melvin Duenas, again, 8,021 votes, and Pedro Martinez at 7,546 votes. This is followed by Charles Atta getting 7,033 votes, Evangeline Cepeda with 5,643 votes, and Nonita Blas with 4,915 votes. In the Guam Education Board race, we have all 6 of these candidates already getting a slot on the board, but it's Mary Okada with the most votes at 10,668, Dr. Judy Guthers 9,705, Angel Sablon 8,511, Ron McNinch 6,958, Peter Alexis Atta with 6,740, and Marie Gutierrez with 5,558. There were 17,641 people who voted to retain Justice Robert Torres, 15,821 who voted to retain Judge Elise Iriarte, and 17,858 who voted to retain Judge Vernon Perez. In the presidential race, the straw poll still has Harris Walsh in the lead with 10,628 votes, or 49.45%, and Trump Vance with 9,942 votes, or 46.26%. So it really shows you just how much of the voters were actually wanting to participate in that straw poll vote, even though the vote really doesn't count towards the electoral process that happens stateside. But the proof is really in the results we see for the Guam legislature. Again, Teresa Lahi getting 15,735 votes, and then on down, it's in the top 15, Chris Barnett, Tony Addett, Joe San Augustine, Tina Munoz Barnes, Sabrina Salas Metanani, Jesse Lujan, Frank Bloss Jr., Shelly Calvo, William Parkinson, Christopher Duenas, Sabina Perez, Vince Borja, Telo Taitagui, and Sean Gumatautau. We will have the results for you to take a look at on KUAM.com and on KUAM News' social media platforms. We also have our Jason Salas standing by with more on the results, and then we'll get to the party caps to hear more reactions with Mitsuki and Destiny. Jace?
All right, let's recap all of those races again. Let's look at these graphically. As now we are 59 out of 72 precincts. We are 82% of the way done. I was actually talking to Attorney Pat Seville, as I've been mentioning this evening, a long time member of the Guam Election Commission. That was the third batch, all right? The next batch is going to be the final batch. So here we are about 1:38 in the morning on Wednesday, and the next batch that is being processed right now will be the final one. In the congressional race, it is Jim Moylan, as Nick Delgado was just telling you. He is the incumbent, he is a Republican, and he does have 12,085 votes, besting the vote total so far of Ginger Cruz, the Democrat opponent, with 10,804. In the senatorial race, a couple of rank changes, but pretty much it has been this way all evening long since the first results came in. Speaker Therese Terlahi, number one, yet again, 15,735, followed by incumbent Democrat Chris Barnett with 14,131 votes. Former Senator Tony Atta at number three. For the Republican side, 12,930 votes for Tony. Incumbent Senator Joe San Augustine, a Democrat, 12,198 votes, followed by the Vice Speaker, Tina Rose Munoz Barnes, 11,488 83 votes. Number 6 goes to Sabrina Salas Matinani with 11,451 votes, followed by Senator Jesse Lujan with 11,087. Number 8, Senator Frank Blas Jr. at 10,976. Number 9 goes to Shelley Calvo with 10,365, followed by number 10, incumbent Senator Will Parkinson, a Democrat, with 9,876 votes, followed by fellow incumbents Chris Duenas and Sabina Perez at the 11 and 12 spots respectively. Vince Borja, who is in his third senatorial race, he is a Republican. He has 9,494 votes, and he is in rank number 13, followed by Senator Tello Taitigui at number 14 at 9,091, and then Sean Gumatao, the chairman of the GOP, and of course a first-time candidate. He is in number 15 with 8,953 votes. With one batch process left to go, again, 59 out of the 72 island voting precincts have now been accounted for. Here is who is on the outside looking in for the moment. Incumbent Senator Roy Kanata, a Democrat, 8,819 votes. He is at number 16. Number 17 is Senator Joanne Brown with 8,704. Senator Dwayne San Nicolas is at 18 with 8,693. Angela Santos is at number 19 and 8,153 votes. And Senator Tom Fisher is at number 20 with 8,001 votes. 21 through 25, pretty much the same all evening long. Vic Gaza, 21. David Crisostomo, number 22. William Payne, 23. Dave Duenas, number 24. And Bister Mindiola, number 25. Shall we take a look at some of the mayoral races? In Chalampago, Ordet, it is Democrat Wayne Santos leading Timothy Flores, 994 to 701. Once again, with the retirement of longtime Mayor Jesse Gogui, a Naval Academy graduate. Mayor Gogui is very, very honorable man. He has served the Central Village very, very well. So Wayne Santos looking to be Mayor Jesse's successor. In Dedido, the vice mayor of the largest and most populous, or the most populous village on the island, Peter Beneventi, has 4,036 votes, topping Elena Garcia, the Republicans, 1,848 votes. For the mayoral race down in Hagat, incumbent Kevin Susuiko, a Republican, has 336 votes, compared to Mark Charfaris's, the Democrat, 95. So the incumbent has a strong lead right now. Kevin Susuiko, the mayor, is leading Mark Charfaris, the former senator, 336 to 95. Down in Humatek, it is Mayor Johnny Kanata. Mayor Johnny Kanata has 239 votes. He has more than Democrat Gilbert Uggan with 91. And in Santa Rita Sumay, Santa Rita Pete is wanting to know this. Dale Alvarez Jr. has 326 in a very, very close race. The Republican, Jana Luz Salvador, has 305 votes. Very, very large municipality there. The good folks of Santa Rita have been known to sway elections in years past. So keep an eye on this one. This one is going to be big. Speaking of big, the largest village on the island in terms of landmass and square footage, that would be up in Jigo, the island's northernmost village. The Democrat Francis Lizama right now more votes than the incumbent Tony Sanchez. Francis Lizama has 1,934 to Mayor Sanchez's 1,223. And then Jonya, earlier, you heard me say Jonya rules. My coworker Mitsuki Hiriyan was telling me in the group chat, she heard me say Jonya rules earlier. It was when our wonderful volunteers were walking through. There was a rallying cry when they came out. Brian Terlahi, he is a first-time mayoral candidate. He has 1,001 votes. Republican Debbie Lujan has 668. All right, we're going to show you some of the other stuff that's going on right now. Let's go back to the Jim Moylan camp right now, where he is with our Mitsuki Hiriyan.
All right, out of 39 out of 72 precincts accounted for, James Moylan, you are still pulling ahead of your opponent, Ginger Cruz. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, especially for all the efforts my party has helped me with. Are we feeling good? Are we feeling good? All right, thank you. All right.
There you have it. The energy is pumping here at the venue in Hagat. Yeah. And James, I have to ask you, Mitsuki Hirayama is over at the Democratic headquarters just down the street, and your opponent, Ginger Cruz, actually relayed to her, quote, "It's pretty much likely at this point that the incumbent is going to win." So how do you respond to that?
Well, that's what she wishes to do. That's fine. Of course, we have more numbers to come on in, and let's take it to the end. Let's wish everybody the best in the race, no matter if it's congressional, senatorial, or mayor. So we take it to the end. But I do appreciate the people of Guam coming out to vote, and all the candidates that wanted to run, senatorial as well. It's not easy. And I really appreciate the incumbents that continue to want to do this job to serve the community, and I'm willing to do it as long as I can. All
All
right.
right. And how is everybody feeling? All right. So there you have it. James Moylan, incumbent Republican candidate for Guam delegate, still pulling in the lead.
All right, that again, you heard from our incumbent congressional delegate right there, looking to return to his seat in Washington, D.C. All right, there are some of the nonpartisan races. Now, I want to get you caught up on what's going on with the Consolidated Commission on Utilities. There are 5 candidates in total. The top 2 will make it to the Utilities Commission. Let's take a look at the results in that race. Melvin Duenas has 8,021 votes. He is in the number 1 spot. Peter Roy Martinez has 7,546, so they are the top 2 right now, followed by longtime member of the Department of Civil Defense. He's also been at the airport a very, very long time, and a dedicated GovGuam administrator, Chuck Atta, with 7,033 votes. This one very, very tight. Evangeline Cepeda, 5,643 votes to put her in rank number 4, and then Nonito Blas at 4,915. Now remember, the top 2 candidates from this race will make it onto Utilities Commission, who will handle things like rates for water and power, among other things. The LEAC, handling matters with fuel, things like that. In the Education Board race, 6 candidates total, all 6 advance. Just a matter of posture at this point. Dr. Mary Okada has 10,668 votes. Dr. Judy Guthertz, a former police chief, a longtime member of the Education Board, a former senator herself, a longtime professor here at the University of Guam. She is in rank number 2 with 9,705. Former executive director of the Mayor's Council of Guam, Angel Sablan, 8,501. He, of course, is on the Education Board is a moment, as is our friend Dr. Ron McMinch, who you've heard from multiple times this evening. He is in number 4 with 6,958 votes. Peter Alexis Atta is at number 5. And then Maria Gutierrez, who has long served as a member of your Education Board, she is in rank number 6, 5,558 votes. All 6 candidates in that race will advance. All right. We're going to take a break. Okay. So just getting you caught up on, let's take a look at some of the other races. The nonpartisan race, no opponents for B.J. Cruz, of course, a former, a longtime, a gentleman and a statesman, if there ever was one in our island community, a former senator, a former chief justice, has served you as your public auditor for the past couple of terms, running unopposed. So he has 19,468 votes. Now, there was a judicial retention question in which Justice Robert Torres of the Supreme Court of Guam, and then Judge Elise McDonald and Judge Vernon Perez, both of whom the latter and on the Superior Court, you had the choice to vote to retain them or not. In all 3 cases, overwhelming support from the public, from the electorate, from the community, to retain His Honor Justice Torres, Her Honor Elise McDonald, and His Honor Vern Perez. So clean sweep there. Okay, so we are now 59 out of 72 precincts having been tabulated. That puts us at about 83% completion. Once again, I cannot stress this enough. The tempo and the speed with which the ballots have been prepared and analyzed and finalized has been unprecedented for someone like me who's been doing this for close to 25 years. This is very, very impressive. Very, very hopeful, I would say, for those of you who choose to get into this kind of work, to to administer elections. Ron McNinch was joining me maybe about an hour ago talking about not just elections are so much more than the candidates themselves. It's the people who work at the GEC. It's the volunteers. It's people who put this all together. So things are working really, really good as far as process. So can't thank the GEC enough for running a very, very smooth election tonight. All right, quick break, and then we're back, hopefully with another batch of results, which will be the last. So the race is really starting to firm up as we are 83% of the way home. We're in the home stretch now, ladies and gentlemen, so please don't go anywhere because you are watching the live stream of KUAM's continuing coverage of Decision 2024 from Election Central here at the University of Guam Calvo Fieldhouse in Manila.
Get the latest deals, steals, info on sales, events, places to try, and even big giveaways on KUAM Circular. Don't miss out. Follow us on Instagram and Facebook and get on board today.
Get your sandwich fix on demand with Submarina, now available on the Uno Go app. Your sandwich, your way with all the fixings delivered to your door. Submarina, one of the many restaurants here to instantly satisfy your cravings with fast, safe, and convenient delivery from Uno Go. Visit Uno.
Work continues here at Election Central at the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse in Manila as the members of the Guam Election Commission are putting together their tabulations, finalizing the last batch of results. If you're just joining us or you're returning, we're about 83% of the way down. 59 out of the island's 72 voting precincts are now in the books. So this is the home stretch. We're almost there, so please stay with us as the races are really starting to come together. But for his perspective on what tonight means, possibly some of the historical perspective and some of his general thoughts about the elections in general, let's go back to Nick, who has Dr. Ron McNinch from the University of Guam.
Hey, Jace. Yeah, we're almost through the night here in Guam Election Commission. They were telling you earlier, we just have about one more batch to go, as now 59 of 72% of the precincts have been reported. Again, joining us here in Election Central, Dr. Ron McNinch. So voter turnout, 37.95% voter turnout of that 59 of over 72 precincts that have been counted so far. Is that a good number?
Well, it'll probably, because we're still waiting for more results to be reported in, it'll probably approach 50%, between 46 and 52%, given those sets of numbers, which would be actually a very good voter turnout for any given jurisdiction. And U.S. mainland, even in presidential elections, you're lucky to get 33% of people to turn out. So having up to 50% is a good number.
Yeah. I mean, what do you think might have been done differently ahead of the general to get more people to come out, since we are looking at those better voter turnout numbers?
First, I have to say there are people who are on our voter rolls who are eligible voters who cannot vote. And so you have to kind of reconcile the voting rolls a bit, which would reduce that number. So when you reduce the total number of voters because they're no longer eligible, then when you have the voters and you compare them, the proportion or percentage of voters actually, or turnout goes up, because there's some people who are on the rolls that should not be on the rolls. So that's one thing that we can do. The other thing is just reminding people that their vote counts, because part of it is we've made elections so that we've kind of extended the election season so much with early voting. It's kind of distorted the sense of urgency people have on election day to vote. And so that may be reducing voter turnout somewhat, because people treat voting as a more of a leisure process than in some places in the mainland, everybody's wanting to go to one-day, single-day voting for that reason, and that'll increase the turnout.
There are, I think, more than 5,000 that did show up, at nearly 10% of the voters, the registered voters that did show up to early vote. But you have other places like the state of Hawaii. I believe they allow people to vote via mail.
Sure, state of Oregon does all of their elections via mail. I think in the next 5 to 7 years, we're going to see a shift toward paper one-day voting because of all the problems that have popped up around these fairly hybrid voting systems where people can take a whole month to vote. There's no window of voting. Some people will vote at the beginning, then new information comes out. They can't change their vote. You know, all kinds of dynamics need to be considered. And I think we're going to have some good, healthy discussions, not only at the local level, but at the national level on these things.
Yeah, I would imagine that there would be even more ways to have accessibility to vote, considering we're in the digital age. There's even more ways to get your information through social media. So why not have something like that when it comes to voting?
Sure, and there are all these fears of technology related to voting too that is part of the equation. Many years ago, we used to have voting machines here that had like the little buttons on it. We threw those out and went back to paper. We have a lot of interesting novel things that we're working on that are and there's a lot of a variety of voting machines that aren't like the ones that we use. There, back in the 2000 election for president, there was this major controversy over CHAD-based, what were called hanging CHAD problems with certain ballot types, because you would punch through and make a punch card out of your ballot, and there are lots of problems with those. So the technology is emerging and changing over time, so hopefully those will get better. But I think in terms of voter turnout, people are going to see that having a real voice and being able to get their voice out, particularly on a single day in a single window, it'll increase things a bit.
Yeah, we're starting to hear from the camps as well more. I believe candidate Ginger Cruz, she already addressed her supporters down there after seeing these latest results. And as you called it, we didn't see much change from when we spoke earlier. That was during the second batch of results. This time it's showing her at 46.97% and James Moylan at 52.54%. So yeah, he did drop by about a percentage, but
the lowest in my estimate, based on just a normal statistical projection, I think at the minimum he'd be 52%, given this kind of projection, which is a good showing. Most people don't realize it, but actually a 52% for one candidate, 48% for the other candidate is actually a spread of 4 points, not just 2 points. And so actually it's a good showing. I'll tell you, that's still a very close race. Every candidate has to run their own race, and it's always hard to try to get as many votes as possible. And there are so many dynamics that go into running. Also, we mentioned this in the break before. When we talk about the legislative elections for Guam, there are 15 possible votes people use, and they, on average, only use about 10. In this election, they only use 10. Well, in the delegate race, the same thing goes. People undervote or overvote. That is, they vote for both candidates or they don't vote for either candidate. And if you take in those numbers and you look at the overvotes, of almost 500 people overvoted. And so if you add that number to the potentials, it closes that gap even more on either side, and so it can either raise or lower it.
But would that be enough though to significantly make a change?
It doesn't, but it would change how the numbers play out, because those numbers still are calculated in the total percentage, and so all these fun, this is never use gambling, never use statistics to do gambling, because this is always a loser's game. Same goes for politics. You got to rely on good, solid people skills and getting out the vote, making connections with people. Every successful candidate, the formula is very simple to get elected. You have to go up to people and say to them, "Can I please have your vote?" Or "I'd like to humbly ask for your vote." You ask them directly. That's the formula. It's not complicated messaging. It's not Facebook. Particularly on Guam, it's person-to-person retail politics. That works best.
And that was good to hear from your students too, that some of the candidates actually went into the classroom. I mean, it was useful for them before they hit the polls.
Yes, I have to say, and I tell this to students all the time, just the access that our students have to elected leaders here is very high compared to the U.S. mainland. Just last week, we had Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio come into our classes. We had Senator Talataitigui come into our classes. We've had quite a number of candidates in the last month come in, and these were just in the last week. And so having our leaders come down and talk to students and show students they're regular people who deal with regular things, that's very, very important. In the U.S. mainland, our students never get a sense of that because the elected leaders are so detached from the reality of life around them. That's not the case here. The case here is we have fairly ready access and fairly ready kind of connections to the people that we elect to these offices.
So would you say then, with regard to voter turnout, that responsibility relies solely on the candidates or even their parties?
Oh, it's even more than that. In terms of turnout, it's the individual citizen recognizing that they have, as an individual, the ability to change things. And once you realize that and you make the connection, it's an old saw, it's an old saying that I use all the time. If you don't vote, you don't count. And if you get enough people together and they all vote, they can count a lot. And showing people that voting is important. Maria Pangilinan and the Election Commission have taken great strides to register people to vote and to get people into the voting system. They've made it very convenient for people to vote now with motor voting. There's all kinds of ways that we're developing to help people to vote better and vote more often. On the other hand, we have to constantly be on guard for problems that pop up in the voting process. But yeah.
I think the plus two, again, we've been saying throughout the past week, is that the tabulators, that's a faster process in terms of counting the ballots. There's two new ones that count the ballots 3 times as fast. But they decided that of the 5 tabulation machines, they're just using the 4. And the 2 others that they're using are the 450s, the older models. Those are just to reconcile the ballots that are run through the 950 machines. Why do you think we can't just use all the machines and get this night over and done with in the history books?
Well, I was on the Election Commission for 3 years. The nightmare scenario for every election and every election commissioner is to have the machines break down on election night. So if you're running all of them at once and one or more break down, then it's a major problem. And we've had problems with electrical continuity that have interfered with the ability of the machines to count accurately. We've had problems in the past, so that's part of it. The other part is just there's ways to change the procedures to do certain things to speed things up. Certainly, one thing that would speed things up a lot on election night is to stop transporting everybody to a single place and have the election machines put out in kind of regional areas. So then they don't have to travel as far to to reconcile everything and to deal with them. So not everybody has to come on a bus to one single location. A lot of jurisdictions have decentralized voting counting in a lot of ways. And it's a very interesting method. And also for certain races, and for the general election, of course, you have to have voting machines. But for some other races, like a recall election in a village, you could almost hand count those votes. You don't need a voting machine to do it. And I think I've seen one recall election that happened here, gosh, almost 20 years ago. That it was unsuccessful, but it could have been hand counted. It was such a small recall election.
That's very interesting, the idea to have those precinct officials reconcile those ballots regionally rather than coming all together. I mean, has that been a discussion when you were on the commission?
Well, when I was on the commission, I should point this out also. It wasn't a 7-member commission, and I'm not being negative when I say this, but this commission is a highly partisan commission. There are 3 Democrat members, there are 3 Republican members, and 1 neutral member. And so it's highly partisan, and there's lots of political interests reflected on this board, and that's how it's designed. When I was on the commission, there were 3 members, and all of us were nonpartisan. And it was very interesting. Whenever we would make decisions, one member would say, "I'd like to make a motion," and I would always say, "I second," and we'd agree, and that would be it. That was the whole vote process.
Yeah.
Motion, second, done. I mean, it was that quick. Whereas if you have 7, you've got to go through a different process. But I have to say that we didn't have, because there were so few of us, we didn't have a lot of in-depth discussions on process and procedure. Most of it was related to the utility of the process and getting things done. And it was kind of a different time. I was appointed by Governor Gutierrez and Speaker Impenko. They jointly appointed me back at that time.
Wow.
It's a crazy time.
Any plans to return?
Well, I'm on the school board now.
Yeah.
And, there's a saying from Mark Twain that I always like to share with people. Mark Twain said, in the beginning, God created idiots. That was just for practice. Then he created school boards. And so there's the school board has its own dynamics, and I think we can make it better. I think that I feel the strongest sense of responsibility being on the school board because I see children all the time and all the neat things that we can help with the children. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, very interesting. And so again, we're just waiting for about 13, right?
Yep.
4 more precincts to come in. I mean, it's the beginning of the night we were saying it's still too close to call when the first 2 batches came in, but from then on, after we saw the results on the second batch, now the third one, it's pretty much solidified, and you're pretty confident in what we're seeing.
Right, and statistically, when we look at it, given the number of votes that are out and the amount of change that can happen, the only real changes that could happen would be at who's 15th and 16th, probably in that scale relative to the replacement.
Yeah.
So that would be the only 2 positions that might switch.
I think the Guiney Heights mayoral race, they're still waiting as well. That's my district, by the way. But typically you're right. The number 14, 15, 16, 17, those slots, pretty close each time, each election. And so I guess we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I have a feeling it'll probably remain the same. I don't think there'll be switching, but if it does, it would be completely normal to see some shuffling at the very, very end. Often what happens is, and there's a kind of element of gambler's fallacy that we talk about all the time, and that is when people get more votes, all of them get more votes. And so when they go up in terms of their numbers, all of them go up. It's just some go up at higher speed than others. And if that happens, particularly with one particular region, which we're not sure which region is out right now. So if somebody's from the South and they're a South candidate and they have a lot of South support and the others don't, then they can actually edge up. But that's very unusual for that to happen.
Okay. Yeah, again, top vote getter is the current speaker, Teresa Lahi. At the second batch, she was just over 10,000 votes now. it's over 15,000. Chris Barnett with 14,000. Then it goes to 12, 11, 10, and 9, all the way down to 8,953 for Sean Gumatauto at the 15th place there for the 38th. Any additional insight you'd like to give, Ron?
Sure. The formula for running for the legislature, and people think it's easy to run for these offices. It's not. It's tough to run for office. And it doesn't cost a lot of money. It's just tedious and it's time consuming. The main resource that legislative candidates in particular have to use is their time. And they have to be judicious about it. Because really elections are about communications, and a lot of our political candidates on Guam don't communicate very well. In fact, they don't even communicate very well when they get into office. Yeah. So of all the things I'd like to suggest to young people who might be listening to this later on, or even parents of young people, if you have a talker in your family, get them into politics because they'll probably make a bigger difference. Put those talkative kids to work, kind of thing. And I think there's something to that. Keep them out of law school, maybe, too.
I like how you said use of the time is very important because I feel like beginning of every new legislature, there's always someone who brings up the discussion or even a bill proposed for a part-time legislature.
Right. If we want a part-time legislature, just cut their pay to $500 a month. Then they'll become part-time. They'll have to go out and get real jobs. Mm-hmm. I think there's something to that, too. New Mexico doesn't pay their legislators any money at all. They give them just a small per diem every day, $190 a day per diem when they're in session. Mm-hmm. One state legislature, I believe, Montana, only meets every other year for less than 40 days. There are all kinds of models we could consider, and really, to be blunt, we have too much of a legislature given the amount of work we really need to get done. And so what you end up having are board staffers who cut and paste laws we don't need, that really just make our life more complex, because we end up having so many laws that are just, they're just on the books and they don't matter. We need to get back to basics. We need to get our senators to revising the Guam Code in general. I think that'll help a lot.
Yeah, we just heard some clapping from outside Election Central.
We'll see. So? I think it might be.
Yeah, I think that's what we were saying since this batch came through. It might be over, but now we'll wait for those results to make our way here. Dr. Ramanich, thank you so much for your time again and your insight. It's always much appreciated.
One other thing?
Sure.
It's never over.
It's never over. And you're right. It is just the beginning, because now that the votes are in, you all went and hit the polls as you should have. We wait for those final results, and now the candidates, they can get to work. Again, in the 59 of 72 precincts that we saw in this third batch, it was the top 15 I'm going to name for you right now: Therese Terlahi, Chris Barnett, Tony Addett, Joe San Augustine, Tina Munya Barnes, Sabrina Salas Matanani, Jesse Lujan, Frank Blas Jr., Shelly Calvo, William Parkinson, Christopher Duenas, Sabina Perez, Vince Borja, Telo Taitagui, and Sean Gumatauto. And in the delegate race, the race to watch for this midterm has been between incumbent James Moylan getting 12,085 or 52.54% of the votes, and Ginger Cruz with 10,804 or 46.97% of the votes. We did have our reporters out there at the camps getting more interviews and speaking with the candidates, especially in the delegate race. We'll get to that in a moment. Right now, we're just waiting to hear what the final batch of results are, as we heard some cheering and applauding from the Guam Election Commission officials and some of the media officials and party representatives that have been here throughout the night just waiting to bring you the latest of your Decision 2024 coverage. And one of the races that we continue to wait for now is a contested race out of the village of Agana Heights between candidates Richard Arroyo and John McDonald III. That we have yet to get the results, but in the contested race out of Hoggett, it looks like it's pretty much the incumbent, Kevin Sasuiko, with 336 votes, 77.42% over Mark Charfris, who had 95 or 21.89% of the votes. And in Santa Rita Sumai, Del Alvarez Jr. with 326 votes over Jan Luz Salvador at 305 votes. There was also in the race for mayor in Zotnia, get to that here. It was Brian B.J. Chilahi with 1,001 votes and Debbie Lujan with 668 votes. We, of course, will have all the results right now for you on KUAM News, KUAM.com, and our social media platforms. Let's toss it out to the field now to hear what candidates James Moylan and Ginger Cruz have to say.
See you Thursday.
They have. They have. So I was just calling to congratulate you.
I think I have to do first call. And then oh.
Very good. Well, I just wanted to give you the best, wish you and Sandy all the best, and encourage you to, if you need any feedback from me, I'm always here if you want to call or anything like that. And we look forward to you doing the work of the people of Guam and Washington, D.C. All right, Jim. You take care. Thanks. Bye-bye.
I shall. Thank you very much. You have a blessed day, and let's move on. Let's move forward for the island of Guam and the United States of America. Adjust. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. We got the Republican majority in the Senate. We got it all the way. We got my friends behind me. I have my supporters here. We have our new senators as well. Yeah! Fantastic day. I want to thank the people of Guam coming out to vote and supporting us. And we had some great ideas, and we want to move forward. Right? The race is basically, when we need the official count for Guam Election Commission, but basically we know what we need to do. We have excellent folks right around us. We have excellent supporters. Now let's go. Move forward. Viva
And there you have it, the call coming in there from candidate Ginger Cruz, speaking with incumbent James Moylan and giving her concession speech, but also saying that whatever he needs with help with regard to doing the people's work and representing the island in Washington, D.C., that he can always just give her a call. Now, candidate Ginger Cruz, she also addressed her supporters out there at her camp in Timwining. Let's take a listen.
So the first thing I want to say to everybody is, don't have sad faces. No sad faces allowed, okay? I'm not sad, you guys can't be sad, all right? Because here's the first thing we need to think about. We started from nothing. We have never done a campaign before. This group has never existed. I have never run for office before, and we started out. We started out one by one. Each person here, I called you, I said, hey, you want to join a campaign? And we started to get some t-shirts together, and the next thing you know, we're all here. We have created a movement. A movement on Guam. A movement that is based in honesty. A movement that is based in intelligence. A movement that believes that we can do great things if we believe we can do it and we work hard. And that is something that we can all be really, really proud of. And there is one thing I will say. Every single person that is a part of this campaign is committed, is smart, has a great heart, and believes that we can do more for this island. And so, you know, Guam is still going to go through a lot of difficult things. And just because I'm not going to be elected tonight does not mean that things are going to get any easier. Things are going to get a lot tougher. And so what I want to do today is I want to ask you all, if you are willing, that we will keep our movement together.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
We will keep our movement together. We will pull the data from this election, because I'll tell you what, right now, we haven't even counted all the votes, and 10,804 people believe in us. And that's a pretty darn good start. And think about this. How many of you have never done politics before? Right? Raise your hands. Look at that. Look at that. All right? And then there's a bunch of you who, along with me, were there since Still the One. We were there since the very beginning. And we brought this all together and we've created a movement. And we didn't just create this movement because we had nothing better to do. We created this because we believe that Guam can do better. We believe that we can make that change and we can be agents for change. And so, you know what? We are going to continue to be agents for change. So here's what I want to do. A very, very well fought campaign, right? We all deserve a break because this has been a lot of hard work. There's a tiny bit of hard work left. We got to take those signs, make sure we pack everything, get it all dusted off, and we got to start doing an after action report, writing down what we did right, what we could do better, right? And guess what happens in 2 years? There's another election coming. There is another election coming in 2 years, right? Now, doesn't mean necessarily that we have to decide to run, but I'll tell you what, we have a voice. Every single one of you has a voice. So let us keep this group together. Let us continue to learn from each other. Let us continue to look at all of the firsts we have. This was, and I've gotten so many texts on my phone, I can't even tell you, from Republicans, from Democrats, from independents who have said that this was one of the most incredible campaigns that anyone has ever seen in decades. And that is all of you. That is all of you. I'm just a person. You are the machine. And this is one of the most incredible machines we've ever put together. And why did we put this machine together? Because we believe that we can do better for the people of Guam, and we know we can. So, we are going to continue in a very gracious but honest way to hold all of our public officials accountable. When they're not doing the work, it can't just be during election season that they pretend to do stuff, okay? When they do something and it's not right, and it's not that we're gonna harass them, we're gonna tell the truth. We're gonna keep on telling the truth. We tell the truth through social media, through all of the work that we are doing, and we keep our movement together. And then we use that power to be agents for change, because you know what? There's a lot of different ways to be agents for change. You don't have to be elected to Congress to be an agent for change. There's so many things that we need to do. Look at what Nicole and the folks up at UOG are doing to try and get that university budget put back on, right? Look at what Jane is doing to protect reproductive rights for the women on Guam. Look what so many people are doing that are a part of this group. We can do so much if we continue this movement. So, if you guys are with me, I think the trend is pretty straight. I'm gonna probably, if you guys agree, we'll go ahead and let Mr. Moylan know that he can have another 2 years, but we are going to hold him accountable. Because When we hold him accountable and we point out the things that need to be done better for the people of Guam, then we are pushing that change ourselves. We don't have to be in Washington. We can push that change from here. And we continue to push that, right? And then we can expand. We can look to the legislature. And when there are things that are done that are childish or that don't make sense, or things that are done that are good that need to happen, either way, good and bad, we have a voice and we can continue to contribute our collective voice, because this group has really come together, and we all, I feel it, like when one person comments on those lines and everybody else comes on, we feel it. And the collective strength of the vision that every single individual has, every time I see that coming together, the power of words, of what we say, can make change for the people of Guam. So let us use this change, let us use this group, and I have to say, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so, so much. And do not worry about me. I am going to continue to make change. I'm going to continue to do the work that I am doing. Whether it is teaching at the University of Guam, whether it is running my company, which is going to be working on all of these critical issues of military buildup on the island, where we have to get more support for the local people, where it is collaborating with federal agencies to get more things done and more focus and raise information so that people see it and can act on it. We can be advocates. This is what I used to call myself before, a policy advocate. Well, now instead of it just being me, we have a whole organization. And if we all act together, the power that we have as a block is going to be incredible. So, tonight, don't be sad. Not because
I am very sad.
Because
I am sad also, but I stand strong with you.
We have done something incredible. And think about what we've done. We've created a movement. We've created a movement. Who's ever created a movement before in just a few months? We did this together. And I want you guys to stick with me. We will stick together. And we will continue to do this. And we will roll forward. And 2 years goes by really fast. Incredibly fast. And think about that. Think about that. 8 months. It took us 8 months to get where we got now. Imagine if we have 2 years to think this through and think about what we want to do with all of this group that we have, this amazing, amazing group of people that we have together.
We are only growing.
We are going to grow. And so, now we got 2 years. We got 2 years to slowly talk to our friends and our family. There's hours of stuff on the internet that they can read and they can think about. And then we can watch and we can see, how does Washington go for the next 2 years, right? And let's keep the gas on, let's keep the pressure on, and let's keep going. So, this is not the end, this is the beginning of something great. This is an exact example, right? You know how I say you have to aim high? It doesn't mean you're always going to hit it, but you're going to do something. We aimed high. I was gone from Guam for 20 years. I'd never run for political office. And we, at the moment, have 46% of the vote. That's incredible. That's like literally incredible. And imagine with a little bit more work, we can do even more. So, if you're with me, then let's do this. Let's all stick together. Let's keep this group going. We're going to keep the GFC chat going, okay? We're going to keep the social media going, maybe not at the same level. You know, we don't need Zaina getting hit by cars anymore at Haggett. But we're going to keep it going. You are all going to be my family, and I'll be your family. And we're going to make a difference, because you know what? We have to make a difference. Guam demands that we make a difference. I am not happy with Guam the way it is. I am not. Are any of you happy with the way Guam is right now?
No. We need change. No, we need a change.
Okay, so we're going to do this. We're going to do this right, and we're going to stick together. So I love you so, so much. Thank you so much. You guys go home, get some rest. I'm going to give Jim Moylan a call, and we're going to be good, okay? God bless you. God bless you all.
All right, off day, everybody. You were looking there at the words, the emotions, the character, I would say, of one Ginger Cruz, of course, running against an incumbent congressman, coming up a little bit short, but obviously very, very gracious to the congressman. You saw that earlier in reaching out to him, extending her congratulations, complimenting him on the campaign that he ran. You also heard the congressman, thanking his opponent for making him better as a candidate. They did that at the Guam Women's Chamber of Commerce forum that Mitsuki and I were privileged enough to co-host, and they both complimented each other and just said what a wonderful challenge this was to try and have that privileged position to earn the public's trust so that they may lead into DC. And then you just saw there Ginger with an extended, impassioned dialogue, if you will, with her supporters, many of whom were obviously very, very emotional at the months, if not years, of sweat and time and love and pouring their heart and soul into this campaign and tirelessly waving and helping and donating and volunteering. But for the flip side, congratulations to what it seems is Congressman-elect, once again, Congressman Moylan, who equally ran a very, very good campaign. Ginger Cruz, of course, calling upon her supporters to continue the faith and continue the fight and continue to push for the things that they believed in and the issues that they saw as important and the way they wanted to address them and move forward. Very, very, very emotional stuff. And of course, folks, when it comes to like a race where you have a one-on-one race like the congressional delegate where you have members of opposing parties go ahead to this is a zero-sum game, so somebody is going to emerge victorious, someone will not. But good to see that we have in both James Moylan and Ginger Cruz, incredible people, very, very, as I said, very gracious, very professional, and hopefully very inspiring to maybe some of you who are watching this right now who have ever considered political service on the island. Those kind of things are always, obviously, if you're a supporter of that and you came up a little short, can be very hard to watch. But at the same time, that is the spirit of elections on Guam. Very interesting to see. Emotional stuff here as we wrap up. We are awaiting the final batch as it is now 2:30 in the morning on Wednesday, as Super Tuesday has become Wednesday morning. We are waiting as for what we have been told, as I said about 45 minutes ago, the fourth and what will be the final batch from the Guam Election Commission. As it stands right now, 83% of the ballots have been tabulated. What you didn't see behind me while we were playing that clip is a lot of the volunteers, most of whom were young people, and this is their very first election. They were walking out. They all got a standing ovation. They all paid homage to, again, Maria Pangilinan, the executive director of the Guam Election Commission, all thanking her for the opportunity to learn from her, to actually understand this process and see what goes into running an election. I mean, it's been a very, very long several months for these young people. Some of which are under the tutelage of Dr. McNinch. Others just wanted to help out. They just wanted to pitch in. I've had numerous people come up to us and say, this is something my family always does every 2 years. I come here with my Nino, with my grandmother. My family always volunteers. We work at the schools. We come here. We chip in. We help out. So this is something about the very fabric of who we are as Guamanians to really participate in this process, and that is a very, very special thing for many people on the island. All right, let's take a quick commercial break as we wait for as we wait for that last batch, and tell you what, let's not take a break. Let's go back to Nick, who is standing by with some more thoughts as we look to wrap up what has been a very, very exciting general election here for Decision 2024.
Hey, Jace. Yeah, what an emotional one indeed. We did hear, just as you did, the Guam Election Commission officials cheering, and that's because they put the last of the ballots through the tabulation machines. This is one for the record books, an election for the record books, in that they had the highest amount of registered voters come through for this midterm election. Hearing already the concession speech from candidate Ginger Cruz and her giving that call over to the incumbent James Moylan has really been an emotional one for both party lines, and the Democrats and the Republicans that are stationed here at Election Central as well. You can pretty much feel what they're feeling just in the mood that they're bringing forward as they wait for that fourth and final batch of results to make their way over here. And what happens after this is that the Guam Election Commission will meet. They'll gather around the table, they'll look at the results, and then discuss when their next meeting will be to certify those results. And again, what you'll see and what we'll post on KUAM.com and on our social media platforms, the results that are also available on gec.guam.gov tonight, or now this morning, will be unofficial results and not yet certified until the Guam Election Commission does so when they meet again after today's election. But that'll pretty much be set, where we see the senator-elects, the congressional-elects, and the mayor-elects move forward in starting off the rest of their campaign to pretty much start their job in the position as an elected official. But again, we so far have, from the third batch of results that we did receive from the Guam Election Commission, 59 of 72 of the votes. We're waiting to hear again from the camps and candidate, or the incumbent, James Moylan, who is speaking with his supporters there, and pretty much a victory that they've been celebrating since the past two couple of batches of results made their way from the tabulation machines here to our hands. And so we're waiting to speak with James, or hear from Congressman James Moylan, to see what he had to say to his supporters after he received that concession speech and that call from his challenger, Ginger Cruz, just moments ago. You can, of course, go to KUAM.com right now to take a look at the results, as well as to our KUAM News Instagram pages, where we have the latest results that came in after the third batch, with 59 of 72 of the precincts were counted. Just a quick rundown again. From the top 15, it's Therese Terlahi, Chris Barnett, Tony Atta, Joe Sinagustine, Tina Munya Barnes, Sabrina Salas Metanani, Jesse Lujan, Frank Blas Jr., Shelly Calvo, William Parkinson, Chris Duenas, Sabina Perez, Vince Borja, Tello Taitagui, and Sean Gumatautau. Now, Sean Gumatautau is in the 15th spot with 8,953 votes, or 3.76%, followed by current Senator Roy Kanata, who has 8,819 votes. And not far behind is current Senator Joanne Brown with 8,704 votes. So when you heard earlier, we spoke with one of our commentators, Dr. Ron McNinch, who was telling us that those are usually the race spots under the senatorial race that are pretty close, and it's still too close to call. But for the most part, he's pretty confident in what we're seeing here. We're being told that the results, the final batch of results for those 13 final precincts, are on their way right now. The Election Commission bringing it over to the tables here that we've been at, stationed throughout the night. Our Jason Salas bringing you the results, of course, and also our Destiny Cruz at covering the Republican Party out there, where we're hoping to hear an update with James Moylan, Congressman James Moylan, speaking with his supporters and other Republican candidates, as well as some of those senator-elects that we've seen already taking photos with one another ahead of those final results coming in. The mood changing quickly, of course, for the Democrat Party, who we saw earlier, Matsuki Hirayama actually dancing the electric slide and the cha-cha with all of the party goers out there at the Democratic camp. But that mood again has changed since Ginger Cruz has seen her latest results, and she already conceded again to Congressman James Moylan. But again, the races to watch in the mayoral race, has been out of the village of Hoggett, and that showed the incumbent Kevin Siswico with 336 votes over his challenger Mark Charfus, who had 95 votes. Santa Rita Sumai Del Alvarez Jr. with 326 votes over Janalu Salvador, 305 votes. In Humatak, Johnny Kanata with 239 votes over Gilbert Uggan at 91 votes. In Ordot Chalampago, Wayne Santos with 994 votes over Timothy Flores, 701 votes. In Zotnia, Brian Terlahi with 1,001 votes over Debbie Lujan's 668 votes. In the village of Agania Heights, they did run those ballots through the tabulation machine, but that will be included in the final batch, the 13 remaining precincts that have yet to make their way here. In the village of Darero, in the mayoral race there, Peter John Beneventi, he's the current sitting vice mayor. He's got most of the votes with 4,036 over Elena Paredo Garcia with 1,848 votes. In the village of Jigo, Francis Lazama is beating out the incumbent, getting 1,934 votes over Anthony Sanchez, 1,223 votes. The vice mayoral race, the incumbent Christopher Farron getting 280 votes over Ruben Herrera. And these are just the contested races that I'm going through right now, as we were told that the final results are making their way to the table where the Democrat Party of Guam and the Republican Party of Guam are now sitting. And here we are with the final batch of results, 72 of 72 precincts now in. Now the race for Guam delegate shows incumbent James Moylan, 15,422 or 52.69% of the votes. His challenger, Ginger Cruz, 13,703 votes or 46.81%. So it's pretty much certain incumbent James Moylan will continue on with another term being our representative in Washington, D.C. In the 38th Guam legislature, making the top 15 is Therese Terlahi, 19,995 votes. Chris Barnett, 17,967 votes. Tony Atta, 16,536. Joe San Augustine, 15,328. Sabrina Salas Matanani, 14,523. Tina Munya Barnes, 14,493. Jesse Lujan, 14,061. Frank Blas Jr., 13,879. Shelly Calvo, 13,038. William Parkinson, 12,386. Chris Duenas, 12,131. Vince Borja, 12,042. Sabina Perez, 11,955. Tello Taidugui, 11,521. And 15th, Sean Gumatautau, 11,408. This is followed by Roy Kanata, 11,148. Dwayne St. 11,139. Joanne Brown, 10,991. Angela Santos, 10,321. Tom Fisher, 10,156. Vic Gaza, 8,843. David Crisostomo, 7,524. William Payne, 7,121. Dave Duenas, 6,534. And Bistro Mendiola, 5,703. Now, to the contested race. Out of the village of Agania Heights, we've received 72 of 72 precincts now. And taking the top spot to take over for the retiring mayor, Paul McDonald, will be Richard Arroyo, 617 votes or 56.81% over John McDonald III, 466 votes or 42.91%. It looks like the Agania Heights mayor-elect will be Richard Arroyo, again getting 617 votes here tonight. All precincts have been counted. All ballots are in. You can check out the full results on KUAM.com. We also have full results that we'll continue to post on our KUAM News Instagram and social media platforms. But real quick, over to the Consolidated Commission on Utilities, it's Melvin Duenas with 10,047 votes, Pedro Martinez 9,606 votes, Charles Addett 9,032, Evangeline Cepeda 6,971, Nonito Blas 6,193, and that's for the CCU race. In the Guam Education Board race, Mary Okada 13,543, Dr. Judy Guthards 12,238, Angel Sablon 10,861, Ron McNinch 8,855, Peter Alexis Addett 8,589, and Maria Gutierrez 6,947. 22,360 votes to retain Justice Torres, 19,993 to retain Judge Iriarte, and 22,623 to retain Judge Vernon Paris. In the straw poll, the race for the White House, Guam voted Harris Walsh, 13,510 votes, or 49.46%, and Trump Vance getting 12,624, or 46.22%. So there you have it. After just a few hours into the night, since polls closed at 8 o'clock tonight, since we've been bringing you live coverage from here at Election Central, along with the results near the tabulation machine and throughout the Republican Party and the Democrat Party. We have the final results here with your 15 being Speaker Therese Terlahi, Chris Barnett, Tony Yada, Joe San Augustine, Sabrina Salas-Matanani, Tina Munya Barnes, Jesse Lujan, Frank Bloss Jr., Shelley Calvo, William Parkinson, Chris Duenas, Vince Borja, Sabina Perez, Tello Taidagui, Shanguma Tautau, as your top 15. A lot of new faces, and a majority of them Republicans. Now we wait to see how that 38th Guam legislature will continue to work with our Democrat administration, with the administration of Leon Guerrero and Tenorio. We did hear earlier at the start of the night, Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio saying that he, quote, will want to work with the legislature and the administration. But again, the race to watch tonight, and it's pretty clear, 72 out of 72 precincts. James Moylan, 15,422 votes, or 52.69%, and Ginger Cruz getting 13,703 votes, or 46.81% tonight. Now, our Jason Salas is standing by. He's been waiting for the results to head his way as well, and we'll see what he could bring over with regard to the results. But again, if you want to look at all of the races results, you could go to KUAM.com and our social media platforms. Kevin Sasuiko, Mayor of Haget; Del Alvarez, Mayor of Santa Rita Sumai; Johnny Kanata, Mayor of Humatic. And these are the contested mayoral races I'm running through right now. Brian Terlahi, Mayor of Zonia; Wayne Santos, Mayor of Chalampago, Ordot; Richard Arroyo, Mayor of Agana Heights; Peter Beneventi, Mayor of Dededo; Francis Lazama, Mayor of Jigo; Chris Farron, Vice Mayor of Haget; and Leon Guerrero, Vice Mayor of Dededo. And those are all the mayor and vice mayor elect candidates, as well as your senator elect candidates. It looks like officials now, the Guam election officials, they're getting set to meet here at Election Central, go over the results now that all of the precincts have been counted, all of the ballots have been tabulated. Next, they will discuss when they're going to meet, take all the numbers that they have here this morning and certify them, because for now these are the unofficial results. 48.30% voter turnout, so just as Dr. Rahman Ninch had said earlier, close to 50%, and it's a higher percentage from what he's used to seeing in some stateside districts as well. So good job, Guam. 48.30% of you decided to come out and vote and exercise your right to decide who you want to lead the island. And if you're just joining us real quick in the race for the White House, Guam picked Harris Walz with 13,510 votes, or 49.46%, and Trump Vance at 12,624 votes, or 46.22%. There are multiple uncontested races as well in the mayoral race, and just going down that line, for those that voted in the village of Hagatnya, it was Michael Gumatauta, 147 votes. There were 73 write-ins. In Asamaina, Frankie Salas, 412 votes with 29 write-ins. Jesse Alec in Petey getting 478 votes with 7 write-ins. Franklin Champaco in Molesto getting 589 votes with 4 write-ins. In Inalahan, Anthony Chargloff, 841 votes and 8 write-ins. Vicente Taidagui in Talafofo, 821 votes and 42 write-ins. In Sinahanya, Robert Hoffman, 909 votes and 18 write-ins in that village. In Mongmongtotu Maiti, Rudy Paco, 1,056 votes with 24 write-ins. Barragata, June Blas got 1,967 votes and 17 write-ins for Barragata. Manilao, Alan Ngata, he received 2,366 votes, and there were 12 write-in votes. In Tamuning Tuman Harmon, Luis Rivera got 1,983 votes, and there were 24 total write-ins. In the village of Barragata, for the vice mayoral race, we have Jesse Bautista with 1,949 votes. There were 13 write-ins. Manila's Vice Mayor Ed Tosco, 2,104 votes, 37 write-ins. Vice Mayor Tamuning Tuman Harmon Albert Toves, 1,736 votes, and there were 126 write-ins. The vice mayor for Jigo is Pedro Blas, getting 2,046 or 608 write-ins, and that was for the mayor and vice mayoral races. All right. So right now, it sounds like the Guam Election Commission is meeting. We have the results ready for you. Let's send it over now to our Jason Salas with more on tonight's results.
All right, and with that, we are going to show you the unofficial results now graphically. Now, pending certification by the Guam Election Commission, here are the unofficial results now, with all 82 island precincts having been tabulated, accounted for. The machines have been turned off. The members of the Guam Election Commission are meeting right now. But let's go ahead and show you the unofficial results. This is pending certification. As I said, that will be done in about 15 days' time. But in the congressional delegate race, the incumbent Jim Moylan led all night long, and he finishes with 15,522 votes, besting Ginger Cruz's 13,703 votes. The composition of the senatorial race, not much change there throughout the entire island too. Number 1 went to Speaker Therese Terlahi. Number 2, Senator Chris Barnett. Number 3, former Senator Tony Atta. He will be returning to the legislature. Senator Joe San Augustine and Sabrina Salas Matinani round out the top 5. Vice Speaker Tina Rose Munya Barnes, Senator Jesse Lujan, and Senator Frank Bloss Jr. round out the top 8. Strong showings by all of them. First-time candidate Shelley Calvo has held the 9th position in this evening's election. Did not give that up. A very, very strong finish by Shelley. Congratulations to her. Senator Will Parkinson finishes at number 10, followed by Senator Chris Duenas at number 11. Vince Borja, number 12. 3rd time's a charm. Vince Borja, this is his 3rd senatorial campaign. Pending certification, he finishes at number 12 with 12,042 votes. Senator Sabina Perez is at number 13, followed by Senator Tello Taidigui at 14, and rounding out the top 15, Sean Gumatauta with 11,408 votes. Now, this is where it gets very, very interesting because of the next 5 candidates. 4 of them are incumbents. Roy Kanate at 16, Dwayne St. Nicholas at 17, Joanne Brown at 18, and Tom Fisher at 20. All of them serving in the 37th Guam legislature currently, all of them pending certification by the Guam Election Commission on the outside looking at you. You just saw some of the members of the Pat, thank you very much. And we appreciate it. Well done, sir. Always good working with you. Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay. Just you're looking live right now. We're talking to some of these folks that we here at KUAM. We've worked with them directly and indirectly on bringing these elections to you for many, many years. That's a sight to see right there, to see some of the GEC board members leave at this hour. Normally these things can go on till 5, 6, 7 in the morning, but they're doing that with a smile on their face, knowing that the job was done well. You see some of behind me those ballot boxes now, about 4 columns, about 5, and you see there about 2 rows deep. So that's a lot of ballots that you and your family and your friends, your various island neighbors went out and cast their votes today. All right, finishing the senatorial race real quick. Vic Gaza, number 21, David Crisostomo, number 22, William Payne, number 23, Dave Duenas, number 24, and Beaster Mendiola, number 25. We're going to cycle through some of the mayoral races. Wayne Santos takes Ord at Chalampago. The vice mayor of Dedido, Peter Beneventi, who actually told me on the KUAM set, and my coworker Betty Ann was there, he said he's going to make the Alligator Festival. Dedido is not one of those villages. Jigo's got the Citrus Festival. Haget's got the Mango Festival. Here in Manila, they've got the Doni Festival. Vice Mayor Peter Beneventi, he actually said they're going to make the Alligator Festival in celebration of avocado. So that's going to be very, very wonderful. Down in Hagat, the aforementioned, incumbent Mayor Kevin Siswico looks like he will retain his seat. He has 934 votes, topping Mark Charfus, the former senator's 299. In Humatek, longtime Mayor Johnny Kinata, a Republican with 239, besting Gilbert Uggins 91 votes. In Santa Rita Sumay, very, very close, tight race, but it is Dale Alvarez Jr. with 326. That is more than Janilu Salvador, the Republicans, 305 votes. Up in Jigo, it looks like there was an upset as Francis Lizama had more votes than the incumbent Mayor Tony Sanchez. Francis Lizama, 1934, Mayor Sanchez, 1223. So that looks like there will be an upset in the island's northernmost village. And then in Jotnya, BJ Terlahi, Brian Terlahi, BJ to many people, many of his students, many people who take his cultural immersion and language classes. He has 1,001 votes for the first-time mayoral candidate for Jotnya, defeating Debbie Lujan's 668 votes. Looking through some of these, cycling real quick. Again, there were 19 total villages. 8 of them ran opposed. The others will advance by merit. In the vice mayoral race, Ann Leon Guerrero, the Democrat, has 3,607 votes for Dedido. Renee Hellett, 1,561. The vice mayoral race for Hagat, Christopher Farron is an incumbent and he has 280, as opposed to Ruben Herrera's 153. Again, several races. Okay, then Real quick, here's a look at your Consolidated Commission on Utilities. The top 2 candidates will make it. That would be Melvin Duenas and Peter Roy Martinez. And then in the Guam Education Board race, all 6 candidates will serve on the Board of Education. Okay, it was an exciting night from beginning to end. Let me bring in my colleague Nick Delgado, who's right here. He's going to go grab a mic. But sincerely, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who have been with us from the very beginning, or if you're just waking up and you're on the West Coast and you are just joining us right now, there's Nick. Nick, what an evening this was.
What a great evening. What a fast evening. So good job to the Guam Election Commission officials that really helped to speed up this process, because it was an election, as I said, for the record books. Not just the amount of people that registered to vote this season, but actually showed up, turned out to the polls. And that's what's important here tonight, to note that people, they want to be involved. They want to be part of the electoral process. And
Absolutely.
so that's what they did here tonight. Jason, great job to you. Great job to all of our team that were out there as well.
You know what? I'm sorry. There is a point to be made there, because you were just talking about, everybody was wondering what the turnout was going to be, because it was saying that it was a historically low turnout in the primary election, around 30%. Now, whether that means that a lot of Guamanians just had voter apathy or election fatigue, or they were just like, there's a lot of races that honestly people are just going to advance, so I'll just save my energy. Want to take a
Go
you
for
just
it.
saw it, yeah. Okay, the voter turnout right now, according to the GEC, 48.3. Now remember, the turnout for the primary election was around 30, so this was an improvement. So this shows that Guam does care, Guam is concerned about democracy, and Guam wanted to make their voice heard.
Yeah, there was a lot of people to thank to be involved in this. Of course, great job, and thank you to the entire production and news team and all of our sales team and everyone that's been involved both in front and behind the camera to bring you the election results. Thanks to our sponsors at Docomo, to Dial Rental for providing us with the furniture, and thanks to you, Jace, for being our partner here.
We've got the easy part. We have given you the best seat in the house, everybody. Nick and I were here giving you a look at basically how the food was made. You also saw Metsuki, you saw Destiny, and that's what we wanted to do. We just wanted to give you a comprehensive look at everything that goes on to the election, because this is something we really look forward to every couple of years.
Yes, we do. And speaking of giving you a look, let's head over now back out to our Destiny cruise. She has the latest word from, I guess you should say, Congressman James Moylan.
All right, well, the voters have spoken, and Congressman James Moylan, you will once again serve as the island's voice in Washington, D.C. Congratulations.
Well, thank you for that, and I'm very happy. And I thank the people of Guam for coming on out to vote. I'm very happy for my colleagues as well, and senatorial and mayoral candidates too, so that's a good thing. Now I'm just willing to get back there to work. I got a few more days to get back into Congress and take care of our budget, then we move forward. So thank you, the island of Guam. Thank you for the people of Guam. Viva Republican, thank you.
Right, and you mentioned taking care of the budget. Is that your first order of business? And after that is taken care of, what's next on your agenda?
Well, we have a lot of things on our agenda, of course, and as you've seen in the 35th and the 36th Guam legislature and the 118th Congress, and now the 119th Congress, we got many things to do. Priority, though, is number one is the budget right now, which we have great things and the appropriation measures that we want to see passed and not drop off. So I'll be busy. I got to travel on over there, but you know what? I can't wait to get back home once again.
All right. And of course, we also heard earlier you spoke with your opponent, Ginger Cruz, on the phone. So is there a message that you'd like to relay to her?
I appreciate everybody that wants to come and put the challenge forward and run for office. It's not easy. And my opponent attempted. That's great. And many opponents have attempted in different categories, right? Senatorial, mayoral as well. But please do, right? If you feel the sense to come on out there and become a public servant, then please do it. All right? Because the island needs choices. Today, the island chose. And this is where we're at. Now I got to fulfill that commitment, and I'm more than willing to do it.
Yes. And very last question for you. It's clear you had so many supporters here backing you. So what's a message that you'd like to send to everyone who went out there and voted you back to Washington, D.C.?
I thank the island of Guam so much. I thank the voters so much. And I really want to promote that, please, if you're not registered to vote, get out there and vote. That's very important. I'm happy for my colleagues. I'm happy for their teams. Our teams have worked so very hard. And this is where we're at today. I thank everyone for doing this, and I thank you as well. You worked really hard, right? Yeah, of course you did. So now we got a job to do, and we're going to do that.
All right. Well, congratulations
Thank you so
again.
much.
Again, the island has spoken. James Moylan is the congressman once more.